Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with the amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Twisted and Feared Villain. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I'm afraid there's no chance of your son having a quirk, Mrs. Midorya. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. You're even lower than dirt. You're quirkless. What were you thinking, running in like that? Leave the hero work to the heroes. It's good to have dreams ... but you should accept the reality of your situation. If you want to be a hero so bad ... take a swan dive off the roof. Maybe you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. I'm sorry ... but you can't become a hero. All the words told to Izuku Midorya since he was 4 years old, all the way up to when his idol, the #1 hero and the symbol of peace himself, All Might, echoed in his brain over and over, unyielding in their torment on the green-haired boy. After charging in to save his friend-turned-tormentor from the sludge villain that tried to take him earlier that day, he had been lectured by nearly every hero present for his foolhardy actions. He was now dragging his feet as he lifelessly made his way home, with a lost, distant look in his eye. Izuku was so lost in his unrelenting thoughts, he didn't realize that he'd taken a wrong turn and wound up at a stray convenience store. The green-haired boy rummaged in his pockets for his lunch money ... at least what money he had left after Bakugo took most of it. He supposed he deserved a little snack after what had to be the worst day of his life. That, and he wanted his mum to know that he had eaten that day ... to a degree, at least. He found a few spared coins at the bottom of his uniform slacks, only for one of them to slip out of his grasp and start rolling away. He chased after it, running around the corner to where the garbage dumpsters would be found. As soon as he did, he immediately hid behind one of the large rusty containers as he took in the sight of 2 figures before him. One of them was a man who was as skinny as a twig with ash-gray hair, was held up and pinned to the wall by the scruff of his dark gray blazer, wearing a pink shirt and a gold chain around his neck. The second was a much larger man with a sharply pointed pompadour, wearing a yellow and black unitard, with high-tech gauntlets on his hands, currently holding the skinny man in place, and a pair of goggles over his eyes. Izuku, being the hero nerd he was, instantly knew who this guy was. Mr. Blaster, a pro-hero with the power to fire blinding flashes from his palms. He was known to be quite arrogant and impulsive, favoring his quirk whenever engaging villains, and always loved to be the center of the media's attention. The green-haired boy wondered how Bakugo could choose to look up to All Might instead of him was even possible. They were pretty much the same person. Well. Blaster smirked as he brought his face closer to the simpering twig in his grasp. What do we have here? A 2-bit crook. Planning on robbing this place, maybe? Why, you got me all wrong. The skinny man whimpered. I was just grabbing some snacks for me and my pals. Oh, yeah, sure. Blaster rolled his eyes. Tell you what, how's about you and me take a trip downtown, and we'll see if your story checks out. The threat of being dragged to the cops spooked the skinny man. Falling back to desperation, he raised his arm, where a small set of razor blades popped out of his wrist. The skinny man began flailing his free arm around, eyes shut tight and on the verge of crying as he tried to get a lucky shot on the hero holding him. The blasting hero dodged the skinny man's surprise attack, smirking to himself at the twig's pitiful attempt to fight back. Attempting to harm a hero on the job? You just earned yourself a nice cozy jail cell. And don't worry about your pals. I'll make sure they join you soon. He then took one of his hands from the skinny man, a bright light beginning to build in his palm, causing his goggles to flash in its light. But before that, I think you need some softening up. No, the skinny man wailed, still putting up his pitiful attempt to fight back. Izuku was still crouched down hiding behind the dumpster, unable to take his eyes off of the sight of a hero abusing his power on a supposed criminal who hasn't committed any crime. All of a sudden, the image before him started to change, morphing into a sight that was all too familiar to him. A green-haired boy, with freckles dotting his cheeks, pinned to the wall with his hands up for protection, and a blonde-haired boy the same age as him, wearing a cruel, superior smirk on his face as he held the other by his collar with one hand and sparks flying from his other threateningly. For the second time that day, what Izuku Midorya did next was out of pure, utter instinct. The goggles. Both men looked to where the outcry came from. The green-haired boy had jumped out from behind the dumpster, his knees shaking, his eyes close to tears, but his teeth grit in determination. Go for the goggles. He'll blind himself with his own quirk if he doesn't have them. What the heck are you doing, kid? Blaster barked, leaving himself wide open for the skinny man, who in a fit of desperation followed the boy's advice and sliced the goggles off of the blasting hero's head. Blaster shook himself from the attack, looking back at the twig in his grasp with a snarl. Why, you little... Midoriya's body suddenly acted on its own, running toward the muscle-bound hero and grabbing hold of his free hand. With as much strength as he could muster, he shoved the glowing palm into Blaster's unguarded face, where a flash of light exploded from the hero's palm. "RRRRRGGGHHH." The blasting hero cried out as he let go of the skinny man, who fell to the ground with a thud and brought his hands to his face. My eyes. Izuku was frozen stiff as he watched the hero flail in agony, his eyes wide with shock. He was taken out of his shock when the skinny man grabbed him by his hand. "Let's get out of here." Izuku let the man lead him away from the scene, the two of them running as far as their legs could carry them. When they reached a good distance away from the store, the two turned down a dark alleyway. Once out of sight from any bystanders, the skinny man let go of Midorya, the two taking a moment to catch their breath. "I think we lost him." The skinny man heaved. "We'll be safe here." Izuku's only answer was letting out a long, shrill scream of horror. "I attacked a hero. Oh my gosh. My life is over. I'm gonna be hunted down. The police will come after me. Heroes will come after me. And my mom ... Oh my gosh, my mom. She's gonna kill me. No, this is gonna kill her first, and then she's gonna kill me. What have I done? You saved me." Izuku turned to the skinny man, who looked to be as much on the verge of tears as he was. The man then took his hand and began shaking it wildly with gratitude. "You saved me. I thought my life was over. And then you came out and risked your neck for me. I owe you big time, kid. You're my hero." That last comment shook Izuku to his core. I'm your what? Man, that was some quick thinking, telling me to go for his goggles like that," the skinny man remarked. "You must some kind of awesome mind quirk or something." I don't have one." The green-haired boy, caught in a stupor from what the man was saying, began speaking without much thought. The skinny man grew confused about what the boy was saying. I don't have a quirk." Izuku braced himself for the predictable reaction and ridicule he'd receive whenever someone found out the worst thing about him. "I'm quirkless." Silence. "That's amazing." Of all things, the green-haired boy was not prepared to hear that. "What? You knew Blaster's greatest weakness and used it against him, and you didn't even need a quirk to do it. That's incredible," the skinny man praised, having no idea how much of an impact his words were having on the frail boy's inner self. Izuku found himself stupefied once again. He reached up and clutched at his now aching chest, his eyes coming close to overflowing with tears. Oh, how he wanted to hear these words from someone, anyone, for so long. This couldn't be real. Was he dreaming? "Hey, kid, you all right?" The skinny man shook the green-haired boy by his shoulder. Izuku snapped out of himself and came back to reality. Yeah, I'm okay. Can I ask you something?" the skinny man inquired. "How'd you know to go for Blaster's goggles like that?" Oh. Izuku pulled off his backpack and began rummaging inside it until he found what he was looking for. He pulled out his notebook ... the one Bakugo set on fire before throwing out the window ... and handed it to the skinny man. "Since I don't have a quirk, I like to research other people's quirks. It's kind of a hobby." Izuku didn't know why he was letting a possible criminal take a look at his work, but for some reason, he just couldn't help himself. It felt so good to have someone say something positive about him. He guessed he didn't want to let that feeling slip away, and do anything to keep it. The skinny man skimmed through the notebook, his eyes growing wider and wider with each page. "Holy cow ... this is some hardcore research. You did all this?" Kind of," Izuku admitted, bashfully scratching the back of his head. The skinny man looked between the kid and the book until a light bulb went off in his head. "Hey, you know who else would love to see these notes of yours ... my pals?" The green-haired boy was at a loss for words as the skinny man wrapped an arm around his shoulders, leading him down deeper into the dark alley. "Don't worry, my pals are real nice guys. They'll treat you right, promise." The skinny man chuckled friendly. "What's your name, kid?" Izuku Midorya," the boy answered, caught in a state of numbness as the skinny man led him away from public eyes. "Izuku, I think this is the beginning of something special." The skinny man smiled as the two disappeared into the shadows, and that was the last anyone saw of Izuku Midorya. And once again, thanks to the heroic actions of All Might, the sludge villain was easily thwarted, and the young student, Katsuki Bakugo, was rescued by the symbol of peace himself. Well, haven't you had the most special day? Saved by your favorite hero, and being seen on TV. Shut it, you old hag. Katsuki Bakugo blasted at his mother from his side of the dining table. This was the most humiliating day of his life. First, that sludge villain grabs him from out of nowhere and takes him hostage. None of the heroes nearby had the guts to come and save him when it's their freaking job to do just that. And All Might had taken his sweet time to show up and save him when he clearly needed saving. If you're supposed to be the #1 hero, then be where you need to be, dang it. But the one thing that made the whole thing worse for him to deal with, Deku, that stupid, quirkless, useless, quirkless, pitiful, quirkless weakling, was the only one to come rushing in to save him. Him, Katsuki Bakugo, He didn't need saving from that nobody. Yet he was the only one to come rushing in like that and pull him out of that sludge freak. A smirk came to his face. At least he got torn a new one by all the heroes around. Too bad All Might didn't let him have it as well. Having his favorite hero tell him what he did was stupid would have put the final nail in the coffin of that loser's dream once and for all. The sound of the phone ringing broke Bakugo out of his thoughts. Choosing to ignore it, he went back to eating his dinner. "Hey, Catch-Eye, get the phone, will you?" Mitsuki, his mother, asked as she helped herself to a mouthful of food. "You get it, you lazy bat." Katsuki growled back. This earned him a smack behind the head from his now furious mother. "Is that any way to talk to your mother, you little turd?" She roared in his face. "Is that any way to treat your own kid, you old bag?" The boy pushed back just as viciously. "Simon, guys, not at the table," Masaru asked politely, whilst also making ready to duck under the table if he needed to. Mother and son snarled at each other in a staring contest, while the phone continued to ring. Mitsuki finally gave a tired sigh and got up. "I'll get it." Huh. Katsuki rubbed in his victory as he scarfed down the rest of his meal. Mitsuki picked up the phone and brought it to her ear. "Hello, Bakugo residence." The Bakugo mother instantly recognized the trembling voice on the other line. "Hey, Inko. Long time, no talk." Bakugo couldn't help but eavesdrop as he ate, but then instantly regretted it. It was that useless Deku's mom. If that little chicken decided to tell her about how he'd been picking on him at school, he was going to be in for a world of hurt. "How's it going?" Mitsuki brightly asked, until her face began to slowly fall into an expression of worry. "Inko, is something wrong?" "No, Izuku isn't here. Why?" "Oh, no, Inko, it's gonna be okay." "Okay, I'm coming over." Mitsuki slammed the phone onto its holder and ran past the dinner table. Bakugo stopped eating when the conversation started getting tense. He and his father got out of their seats and ran to see the mother fetching her coat out of the cupboard. "Honey, what's wrong?" Masaru asked, showing a rare moment of strong authority. "Izuku's gone missing," was the woman's answer as she pulled her coat on. "I'm heading over to Inko's right now to see what's up." "You wanna come with, Katsuki?" The boy shot his head up at the question. There was a time when he and Deku were once friends, but when he got his quirk and Deku didn't, their friendship became nullified. "Heck no, I don't want anything to do with that quirkless nobody." A hand grabbing hold of his collar and pulling him close to the seething face of his mother made him instantly regret his answer. Mitsuki knew the reason why her son stopped hanging out with Izuku was that the poor boy didn't have a quirk, and it was garbage like this that she couldn't stand coming out of her son's mouth. As much as Mitsuki wanted to let her spoiled brat of a son have it, she had more important things to do. She took a deep breath to calm herself before speaking once more. "I haven't got time for this. We'll talk later." She let the boy go and dashed for the door, slamming it shut. Bakugo stood in the hallway stunned by the look in his mother's eyes. She had never looked at him like that before. Katsuki turned toward his father, who just looked at him with nothing but disappointment. He turned back toward the dinner table and continued with his meal. Katsuki was astounded by how he was being treated. There was only one thing he could do when times like this arose in his life. Blame Deku. It was all his fault for disappearing in the first place. Why was he getting punished? That stupid little crybaby always did get everyone's attention more than him. Well, wherever the little nobody had run off to, he'd better do himself a favor and stay there. Because if Deku ever showed his face again, he was going to get it. Izuku Midorya never returned home that night, or the next one, or the one after that. Inko and Mitsuki contacted the authorities, who put out a missing person alert for the boy. Days turned to weeks, but there was no sign of Izuku anywhere to be found. Local heroes were notified of the boy's disappearance, promising to keep a lookout for him. But even with the heroes' help, Izuku Midorya was never found, as if he had vanished into thin air. As for Katsuki, he couldn't care less. The bomb boy wouldn't dare to admit it out loud, but he was glad to be rid of the useless broccoli-headed dork. He couldn't fathom why his parents were making such a big deal out of the green-haired nobody in the first place. He also couldn't understand why the loser's mom was so torn up about his disappearance either. The guy was quirkless. What good could he do other than steal his heir? Whatever, it didn't matter. Now that Deku was long gone, it just helped Bakugo to focus on getting into UA, not that it was going to be any sort of challenge for him. With his quirk, the world was his oyster, an all-you-can-eat buffet laid out just for him, and he was ready to dig in. Who on earth could possibly stop him? Midnight had heard a lot of jokes about her being out at midnight, and she had never thought any of them were funny. The rated-R heroine was making her nightly patrol around the city, riding her personalized motorcycle. But so far, there had been no word of any bad boys misbehaving. She pouted at that thought. She got herself all dolled up for some fun, and had no one to play with. Wasn't there anyone out there that wanted to try to top the Dom? Her earpiece crackled to life before speaking. "Dispatch to all hands. We've got a break-in at the South Street Bank. Suspects are considered armed and dangerous. Any authority or heroes, please respond." Midnight placed her finger on the piece. "This is Midnight. I'm 2 blocks away from the location, either in the crack of a whip, or roger that, Midnight. Good hunting. The agent on the other end stammered. Midnight just loved messing with people. Revving her engines, she raced toward the disruption, licking her lips in anticipation. When she arrived, she could easily see 4 men already inside, hacking into one of the ATMs with a hardwired phone. Completely unaware of her arrival, Midnight almost felt sorry for these boys. Almost. She kicked her cycle onto its stand, then made her way inside the bank. She peeled off the sleeve of her outfit, letting her quirk, somnambulist, drift off her skin and begin clouding the closed-off room. Well, what do I spy? A few naughty boys stealing from someone else's piggy bank. The thugs turned around to see Midnight standing there, in a confident and domineering pose. However, her confidence halted a little when she spotted that all 4 of the crooks were wearing gas masks. Why would a bunch of small-time, petty criminals be wearing gas masks of all things to a bank heist? Unless, oh shoot, the kid was right. She really came. One of the thugs cried out. Midnight was caught off guard. There was no way a pack of 2-bit crooks could have predicted her showing up and being ready for her powers like this. How could they have known? Did they plan this? They sure didn't seem the type to formulate such a trap. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted when an enormous fist struck her in the back of her head. The R-rated heroine fell to the ground, her vision shaken and blurred from the thug's sucker punch. Holy cow! A thug with a red button shirt spoke up. We did it. We actually beat a hero. As the gang took a moment to celebrate their victory, Midnight struggled to regain her senses. So, now what do we do? A thug with a yellow bandana questioned. The large thug who clocked Midnight from behind smirked as he cracked his gigantic knuckles. I say we put her down for good. Make sure she can't come after us later. Midnight managed to hear that in her days, and she did not like it. No, the singular voice silenced all others present. A blurred figure appeared and started coming her way. The thugs parted out of the stranger's way, allowing him to walk up to the downed heroine. The sleep gas girl managed to get her sight straightened out, just in time to get a look at the figure before her. What surprised her the most about the likely leader of the gang was just how young he appeared to be. The boy didn't seem like much to look at, much like every other no-name punk on the street. He wore a dark green hoodie with a yellow backpack on his shoulders, a pair of black jeans, red sneakers, and the lower half of his face was obstructed by the gas mask he wore. But what she did manage to see of his face were his eyes, a pair of strained, sagging, unstable mint green eyes, which she could have sworn were staring right through her. What do you mean no? The brute barked back. The boy went about retrieving the handcuffs from Midnight's utility belt. If we kill a hero, we'll have more heat on us than being plain old bank robbers. He then locked the woman's wrists to a metal railing nearby. Do you really want every hero in the area on our tail for taking out of their own? Or worse, All Might himself? The crooks break out into a cold sweat at the mention of the symbol of peace. No way did they want a piece of him. Seeing that his words had sunken into their heads, the boy stood back on his feet, leaving Midnight restrained on the floor. Grab what you can, and let's go. The cops will be here soon enough. All right. The crew of crooks got back to work, raiding each of the ATMs for all the cats they had in stock. All Midnight could do was watch, defeat hanging heavy over her. How could this have happened to her? How did these guys know that she'd be the one to show up? How could they have been so prepared to deal with her and her quirk this whole time? It was at that moment that it clicked for her. It's you, isn't it? The boy turned back slightly when he heard her, glad to have gotten the boy's attention. There have been reports of a villain who's been able to analyze heroes and decipher the weaknesses of their powers. And that's you, isn't it? The boy turned back to face her and began to slowly walk toward her. Is that your quirk? Midnight inquired. To recognize people's quirks and the weaknesses they have. The boy knelt down to look the Dom heroine in the eyes, his ragged own piercing into hers. No, it isn't. The Dom heroine felt a flutter of nervousness pass through her body but forgot all about it in an instant when the boy began to reach up to his mask. As a matter of fact, he removed the mask and revealed a small button nose, a pair of cheeks pecked with freckles, and the most terrifying smile that Midnight had ever seen on a human face. I don't have a quirk. The R-rated heroine was stunned silent at the sight of such an unhinged grin. I hope you're not too hurt, Ms. Midnight. The young mastermind's smile shrunk from its demented size, yet still held its unhinged nature. I'm actually quite a big fan of yours. The honk of a horn caught both their attention, the boy turning back with his smile still in place. Guess it's time to go. Wish I could stick around. I would have loved to get your autograph. The boy then stood up and made his way toward the door. Wait, the woman cried out, managing to stop him for a moment. She just couldn't let him go without taking one more question. Who are you? The boy turned back slightly to look her in the eye once more. He placed his mask back upon his face before giving her an answer. Deku. Bakugo was sitting at his desk in school, looking up at the ceiling with his usual scowl. He turned back to his side to look at the vacant desk where Deku used to sit. Ever since the quirkiness nobody vanished, the tone around Aldreda High School had completely changed. He growled. Even when he wasn't around, the Deku still had to have some notion of existing, whether he was here in the flesh or when other people were talking about him. It made him sick. So, what do you think happened to him? Bakugo caught on to a conversation happening between a few students on the other end of the classroom, whispering and taking turns to look back at the empty seat. I don't know. Do you think maybe he was kidnapped? Or maybe someone got him with their quirk? Well, couldn't he have defended himself? With what? Don't you remember? He didn't have a quirk. Oh, shoot. That's right. Man, I actually feel sorry for the guy. Bakugo could have spit when he heard that. All of a sudden, two figures approached the ash-blonde boy. It was the two cronies who liked to follow him around and picked on Deku whenever he did. One of them was an overweight kid who could grow wings out of his back, while the other had dirty blonde hair and could cause his fingers to grow to unnatural lengths. Finger Boy decided to pull out Izuku's empty seat and plop himself in it, right next to Bakugo. Hey, Bakugo, isn't this great? That quirkiness nobody's finally gone. Just like you always wanted. He cackled. Bakugo barely looked at the suck-up next to him. Not getting the toughest kids in the school's attention, the snarky kid decided to try again. I bet he took your advice and decided to drop himself off the roof. About time, huh? Who needs a quirkiness freak like him? What is wrong with you? Someone shot up from the group of kids on the far side of the room. Finger Boy and Fat Wings turned to look at who had raised her voice. It was a schoolgirl who could turn her hair into a neon blue whip. How could you say something like that? Taken by surprise by the girl's words, Finger Boy stood up and began defending himself. But it's true, isn't it? If you don't have a quirk, then what good are you? That's not fair. A boy who had rocks for hair spoke up next. Lots of people without quirks can still do something. Like, join the police force or something. Why are you sticking up for the Deku now? Everyone stopped to look at Bakugo, who had finally said something. He looked down from the ceiling and toward the group of kids. It's not like you were friends with him, right? A girl who could summon a small twister with her right hand hesitantly spoke up next. Well, no ... but don't you miss him too, Bakugo? I mean, he did save you from that sludge villain a few weeks ago. Bakugo shot a deadly glare at the girl the moment she brought up his greatest shame. All of the students froze under the explosive boy's gaze. Even his two cronies were scared stiff as he rose out of his chair and stalked his way toward the small group at the front. He then slammed both his palms on the desks at either side of him, smoke simmering out from the burning wood underneath his hands. Don't ever bring that up again. I didn't need that Deku's help. I don't need anyone's help, and I never will. I'm going to be the best hero this world has ever seen. And I'm gonna pave over that stupid incident like the garbage it is. And if that Deku ever shows his face around here again, I'm gonna. All of a sudden, the classroom door slid open, and the teacher walked in. All right, class, settle down. Time to start the day. Bakugo, please take your seat. The explosive boy shot the group of kids one last look before stomping off back to his spot, seating himself down and propping his legs up on the chair in front of him. He honestly didn't care what happened to the Deku, whether he took his advice and decided to jump off a building somewhere or not. A smirk spread across his face. Maybe the Deku was living off the streets somewhere, dumpster diving for rotten scraps to survive. Chicken katsudon, pork katsudon, chicken katsudon, pork katsudon. Deku stood in front of the fridge aisle of a convenience store close to his apartment. The last few heists he'd been hired for had gone off pretty well, and he managed to earn himself a pretty generous cut of the scratch they made off with. His expertise on quirks had come in handy a couple of times, the latest example being when he had the group of thieves he was running with prep themselves for an encounter with Midnight. Though as good as his knowledge was, a part of him wished he could be of more use than just planning ahead of heroes. Even in a life of crime, he can't help but wish for a quirk of his own. He looked back to the two lunch sets in his hands. Guess he shouldn't complain if he was able to buy food at the end of the day. How long had it been since he had a freshly cooked, steaming hot slab of katsudon? Well, it didn't matter on which of these he ended up taking home. Neither one of them would hold a candle to his mum's. The pit that would appear in the young villain's stomach whenever he would think about his mother opened up the moment she came to mind. It had been 2 months since he left, leaving her behind as he started his new life. His insides would then churn with guilt over how he left without a word, leaving her behind. But he did it for her. Now that he was gone, she didn't have to have a quirkless child to worry herself to death over. At least that's what he kept telling himself. He couldn't help but wonder if anyone at his old school missed him when he vanished. Probably not. They let him know exactly what they thought of the quirkless nobody in their class. His homeroom teacher sure didn't seem concerned with his well-being. So what difference would it have made to them if a quirkiness weakling like him up and left? Or Bakugo? Deku figured that he must be so happy right now, knowing that his abuse finally paid off. Now, he had more time to focus on getting into UA than coming after him. It was more than likely now. After all, he did have a pretty impressive quirk. How could they not let the likes of him into the most elite hero school in all of Japan? Never mind the fact that he likes to put others down, make them feel weak and worthless, while endlessly blasting them over and over and over and over. The boy snapped out of his mental haze. He took a couple of deep breaths to recenter himself. Once he was done, he gave a little chuckle. That was close. Almost had another one of his episodes. He'd picked up the bad habit after his disappearance. Whenever his mind started going down a dark road, as he liked to describe it, things started to get a little blurry. Sir, a clerk behind the counter called over to him. Is everything all right? The green-haired boy looked down the aisle and gave the man a reassuring smile. Yeah, sorry, I'll be right there. Deku put the chicken katsudon back and made his way to the front desk. The clerk began to scan the boy's items and place them in a plastic bag. That'll be 1049 lien. Okay. Deku gave the clerk an awkward smile as he rummaged around in his pockets for cash. Once he paid the clerk, he took his purchases and headed for the exit, when he bumped into someone on their way in. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. No need to fret, my boy. No harm done. The man replied in a flamboyantly polite tone. Deku managed to get a good look at him, and everything about the figure before him just screamed extravagant. He wore a black tailcoat with an overreaching collar, a pair of low-hanging striped pants, a dark purple scarf, slicked back gray hair with a single curl at the front, and a short beard and a handlebar mustache sitting above his mouth. Holding a silver cane by his arm, the man clearly stuck out like a sore thumb. But at the back of the young analyst's mind, something about this eccentric stranger seemed familiar. The sharp-dressed stranger placed a friendly hand on the boy's shoulder. Might want to make yourself scarce, lad. It's about to get quite rowdy around here. The stranger walked away, and Deku decided to follow his advice and walk out of the store. The clerk behind the counter had no idea what was happening until the stranger drew a knife on him in one hand, whilst revealing a briefcase in the other. I do apologize for the inconvenience, my good man, but would be so kind as to open the cash register and retrieve all of your cash, please. The stranger flashed a dashing smile, as the now quaking clerk did as told. Up above the store, perched on the edge of a building, a small girl with enormous crimson-red pigtails and dark-rimmed eyes watched the robbery take place. She recorded the whole thing with a camcorder in her gloved hand and had a beaming smile that was threatening to bubble over with giddiness. You're doing great, gentle, the tiny girl squeaked. Your next video is going to be the best one yet. She kept the lens on the flamboyant thief as the clerk placed the last of the cash in the briefcase. She saw the star of her shot raise a hand to his ear and heard his voice come to her own. I don't doubt it for a moment, La Brava. Be sure to get my good side. Won't you? Oh, gentle. All your sides look good. The girl, La Brava, swooned until she caught sight of something out of the corner of her lens. Heads up, gentle. Heroes at 3 o'clock. True enough, a band of caped crusaders arrived on the scene. Drop your weapon. There's so many of them, gentle. The girl grimaced. What do we do? The flamboyant thief merely grinned. La Brava ... cut to black, if you please. Deku did indeed leave the store but decided to forego heading home so he could witness the robbery. As he hid behind a stray dumpster down an alley, he pulled out a pocket telescope and aimed it at the sharp-dressed man holding a knife to a panicking clerk who hurriedly filled a briefcase full of money. All of a sudden, a multitude of multicolored heroes showed up. They struck their poses and ordering Gentle to drop his weapon and surrender. Gentle complied with dropping his knife, but it soon became clear that he didn't need it. Deku watched as the flamboyant thief pressed a finger to his ear and started talking to himself. The young analyst deduced that whoever this was, he wasn't working alone, no doubt talking through an earpiece to whoever was possibly watching over him. Once he was finished, he retrieved his hand, then sprung into action. The moment the thief engaged the heroes in battle, Deku had pulled out his notebook and begun scribbling so fast, the paper was close to catching fire. Whatever the sharp-dressed man touched appeared to take on the physical form of an elastic, rubbery substance. For example, with a touch of his hand, he turned the hard, flat parking lot ground outside the store into a bouncy, unstable mass that caused the heroes to lose their footing. When one hero attempted to rush him, the thief made an invisible bounce pad out of the thin air itself, taking the hero by surprise and launching him across the way. He even went as far as to turn the whole store itself rubbery and started bouncing the heroes against it like a giant pinball machine, with the heroes as the balls. As the last of the heroes fell to the ground with a pain groan, Gentle dusted himself off after the scuffle was over and pressed his earpiece once more. I do believe that it's time for us to go. Post haste, my darling girl. High on top of a rooftop, a pint-sized girl with dark red pigtails watched over the man with a pocket camcorder. She wore the same style of flashy clothing as the flamboyant thief, with dark edges framed around her bright pink eyes. We can't leave now. You forgot the cash. Pish tosh, Le Brava. Gentle scoffed whimsically. I'm merely paying the appearance fee. As the gentleman villain walked away from the scene of the crime, a plethora of bamboo shoots shot out from the ground before him, cutting him off from his escape. Gentle, the tiny girl, La Brava, cried. Hold it right there. Gentle froze on the spot. Deku saw the bravado he'd shown up to that point all of a sudden disappear. The young analyst took note of the thief's trembling legs, quivering lip, and wide, shaking eyes the gentleman villain now wore. The flamboyant thief slowly turned around to face the new hero who'd shown up. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dark green ninja uniform, with 2 bamboo shoots strapped to his back and a pair of bamboo stalks over his ears. Deku recognized him as Takeshita, the bamboo hero. Gentle, what's the matter? La Brava called into the man's earpiece so loud, Deku was able to hear it from where he was. He doubted the villain could hear her, stuck in his stupor no doubt. Takeshita took a fighting stance, prepping himself for whatever attack would come. You may have taken down those other heroes, but I guarantee I won't be so easy to beat. Gentle said nothing. He couldn't if he tried. The bamboo hero took notice of this and smiled. What's the matter? Scared stiff now that a real hero's shown up. He began to approach the stunned villain with a reaching hand. Gentle, please, get out of there. The voice of the tiny partner in crime sounded close to tears. The flamboyant thief finally came back to reality but was still shaken. He began to look for a way out of there, but Takeshita was one step ahead of him. He sprouted more bamboo shoots around the two of them, reaching high into the air. Gentle was once again caught in a daze at the sight of the bamboo hero's ability. The shoots seemed to start reaching down on him, closing in to seal his fate. Time to pay for your crimes, evildoer, Takeshita declared dramatically. He was so caught up in his victory, he failed to notice someone bending one of his bamboo shoots backwards behind him. Wow, it's Takeshita. Can I get an autograph? Huh, well, of course, you can. The call of a fan was more than enough to grab the egotistical hero as he turned around, right into a faceful of his own bamboo. The force of the swing sent the hero flying across the parking lot, skidding across the gravel and landing headfirst into a car door, clutching at his aching head. AARRGGGHH. What the heck? The sight of his old classmate sprawled out on the pavement shocked Gentle out of his trance. He looked to the one who came to his aid, seeing the boy in the green hoodie he'd passed a moment ago, now sporting a gas mask to hide his face. The green-haired child turned back to him with a look of desperation through his mask lens. Run. Gentle did not need to be told twice. He turned on his heel and made a desperate dash away from the scene, the young analyst on his tail. The flashy-dressed villain turned his earpiece on once more. Apologize for the delay, my dear. Time to make our getaway. All right. La Brava pulled herself together after her scare as she packed up her recording equipment and made a break for it, hopping from one roof to the next as if she were light as a feather. Gentle and Deku ran down an alleyway where the thief used his quirk to bounce between the tight walls to the top. Gentle looked back to see Deku heading for the fire escape and scampering his way up the steps and ladders. La Brava hopped to the rooftop and leapt toward Gentle with tears spilling from her dark eyes. Gentle. The thief was quick to catch the girl in his arms, holding her close. It's all right, La Brava. I'm still here. What happened to you out there? The pigtailed girl wailed as she pounded her tiny fists on the man's chest. I thought I was going to lose you. I'm sorry, me dear La Brava. Gentle apologized with a pained expression. I was caught unaware for the moment. His demeanor brightened when the green-haired boy reached the top of the escape, gasping for breath as he fell to his knees. I did it again. The young analyst gasped. I can't believe it. I did it. Again. Fantastic work, my boy. The flamboyant thief congratulated the heaving youth as he took his hand and shook it vigorously. Your quick thinking was nothing short of heroism. Deku would have said it wasn't a problem if he wasn't too busy panting for breath. The air he'd managed to get back suddenly pushed back out of him when La Brava ran up to him and tackled him with a hug. Thank you for saving my Gentle. That was what did it. Deku couldn't hold out any longer. With burning lungs and a lack of oxygen, the boy's eyes rolled over and he fell to the ground unconscious. My boy. Oh no, I killed him. The darkness began to fade as Deku came back to his senses, the feel of a warm, wet cloth being dabbed on his forehead. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the little pigtailed girl holding the cloth, a smile coming to her face. Gentle. He's waking up. He's waking up. Splendid, La Brava. The gentleman villain made his way over and knelt down to the young analyst's level. How are you feeling, my boy? A little woozy ... but all right. Deku cautiously sat up from the sofa where he lay, taking a look at his new surroundings. It was a rustic European-looking apartment, with polished wood flooring and floral-patterned walls. He boy then felt something missing, as he started frantically snapping his head back and forth. My backpack. Where's my... Don't worry, your backpack is fine. The pigtailed girl calmed him and pointed to a hat rack by the front door, where his dark green backpack hung. The young analyst breathed a sigh of relief before looking back to the dazzling duo who brought him here. Thank you. The flamboyant man shook his head. It is I who should be thanking you, mister. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name. Oh, it's Deku. The boy sat up as he gave them a bashful smile. My name is Deku. Deku, the girl titled her head in confusion. Like, as in useless. Yeah, pretty much. The boy's smile shrunk, appearing a little more poignant than before. It was at this point that the pigtailed girl noticed the edges of the boy's eyes. Dark and haggard ... just like hers. Gentle decided to try and move things along by clearing his throat. Well, Mr. Deku, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gentle Criminal. The boy immediately brightened up, taking the two by surprise. I already know. I've seen all of your videos. I also saw how you took down all those heroes. Your quirk is amazing. How long does the elasticity of something you've touched last? Is there a limit to how long something you've touched stays all rubbery? What about I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Gentle was taken aback by the boy's sudden enthusiasm but gave a delighted chuckle nonetheless. And no, not at all. Always a pleasure to meet a fan. The pigtailed girl was hopping on her heels by the time Deku was done ranting and jumped up onto the arm of the sofa to get closer to the green-haired boy. Gentle's quirk is really great, isn't it? Deku looked to the little girl by his side now, her pink irises sparkling brightly through the dark edges of her eyes. Emily Brava, I'm the one who edits all of Gentle's videos. The young analyst gave the girl an awkward smile. And nice to meet you. The girl hopped back down and covered her blushing cheeks with her gloved hands. I've been Gentle's biggest fan since I first saw him online. Since then, I've been his partner in crime and right-hand girl. She then struck a pose with a peace sign. There's nothing I wouldn't do for my Gentle. The boy gave an uneasy laugh, only to be taken by surprise as Gentle knelt down before him and took one of his hands in his own. Ooh, my dear boy, I cannot thank you enough for what you did for me back at the convenience store. The flamboyant thief smiled warmly at the boy who saved him. I implore you to stay and have tea with us as a sign of our gratitude. Tea. Deku spotted a table on one side of the room, where a steaming pot of tea could be seen, along with a selection of cups and a large plate of biscuits. Please. Deku looked down at La Brava's hopeful face. Gentle makes the best tea. I guarantee you'll love it. Deku couldn't find it in himself to say no to that face. Besides, he had left his groceries behind during the escape, so he'd be lying if he wasn't a little peckish. I guess I could have a cup. Deku hadn't felt this anxious in a while. Gentle stood over him as he poured the boy a cup of Earl Grey with the practiced grace of a butler. So, Mr. Deku, might I ask how long it has been since you began walking down the path of villainy? 2 months, Deku answered nervously. I haven't really done that much to be called a villain just yet, to be honest. I've only helped a few gangs hold up a few pawn shops and ATM banks, that's all. Humble beginnings. Gentle mused cheerfully as he made his way over to La Brava, who was gushing like a schoolgirl as Gentle poured her a serving. So, what was it that drove you down the path of villainy, my dear boy? The green-haired boy squirmed in his seat at the question. I'd, rather not talk about it. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Deku. The flamboyant man bowed as he made his way to his seat at the other end of the table. I should know of all people that a villain's origins can be a rather painful tale to remember. Deku noticed a wistful sadness in the man's eyes for a moment, only for Gentle to shake himself out of it and replace it with his signature charming smile as he sat down and poured his own serving. But I have to say, you must have quite the marvelous quirk at your disposal. Deku choked on the tea he was sipping at the time when he heard that. Wait, my what? Totally. La Brava piped up as she nibbled on a biscuit. The way you figured out how to use Takeshita's own quirk against him was amazing. You must have some kind of super smart brain quirk, right? The green-haired boy lowered his cup slowly to its saucer with a clink, a dry laugh escaping his lips as they turned into a fractured, bittersweet smile. The change in attitude from the boy caught the dazzling duo off guard once more. Actually, I don't have one, the boy confessed. The two thieves looked to one another in confusion once again before Gentle spoke. Come again. Deku peered into the steaming brown liquid before him, bracing himself for what was to come. A quirk. I don't have one. I'm quirkless. Deku looked back up at the surprised faces of the two who saved him. La Brava's jaw had dropped, allowing her half-eaten biscuit to fall out of her mouth. Gentle had frozen mid-pour, tea still pouring down into an overflowing cup. I only know so much about heroes and their quirks, because I always wanted one for myself, the green-haired boy went on, drumming his fingers on the table out of turbulence. I'd write down as much as I could figure out about someone's quirk whenever I see it in action, figuring that whenever I got my own, I'd have a general idea on how to wield it. A somber chuckle came from his broken smile. As you can tell, it never happened. The dazzling duo was still in bewilderment by the boy's words, until La Brava managed to find her voice again. Is that ... is that why you call yourself Deku? The boy brought both his hands around the cup in front of him, letting the heated ceramic warm his palms and fingers, his fractured smile still in place. Yeah, pretty much. As the two thieves were shocked by the boy's words, Deku lifted the cup and drank what was left of his tea in one He then placed it back down, pushed his chair out and stood up. I think it's time for me to go. Thank you for helping me. And for the tea, I'll be sure to give your next video 5 stars. The boy started to make his way for the door. As he passed Gentle, the man was caught in a stream of his own thoughts, memories of who he was before, how a deadly mistake sealed his fate, and how the world around him turned against him all of a sudden, how it forced him to become the man he is now. He turned back to the boy, watching him grab his backpack and slip it on with trembling eyes. They were the same. Wait. Gentle snapped out of himself and shot up from his seat. Deku looked back to see the flamboyant thief approaching him. My dear boy, please don't go. Gentle pleaded. I apologize for my and my partner's behavior. We just had no idea that you were. It's fine. Deku waved him off. It happens all the time. Well, it shouldn't. La Brava called out as she slammed her tiny hands on the table. You have such an amazing skill. And you don't even need a quirk to use it. That's not nothing, that's incredible. Deku found himself speechless at the girl's words. The pigtailed girl looked to the ground with distant eyes. I can't say I know what it's like to be quirkless ... but I can guess that it hasn't been easy for you. The sound of a bunch of schoolboys laughing rung in her ears as she said this. Deku was stunned in place by the girl's words, then was taken out of his shock when he felt Gentle grip his hands around his shoulders. Deku, my boy, you have a gift that can elevate you to the highest platform of villainy. Anyone who turns you away for something you cannot help is nothing short of a fool. The vision of a skinny, ragged #1 hero flashed across the young analyst's mind when he heard that. It was followed by the memories of an explosive blonde with a superior sneer looking down at him with sparking palms ready to blast. The green-haired boy gripped his hand into a tight fist out of simmering anger at the unpleasant thoughts. He then looked back up at Gentle with a brightened smile. The darkness around his eyes seemed to fade for just a moment that was missed by all thank you. Gentle was glad to see the boy cheering up a little. Then his eyebrows shot up in inspiration. La Brava, might I have a word with you in private? Of course, Gentle, the pigtailed girl chimed happily. The two then zoomed over to the other side of the apartment in a crouched huddle. They whispered to one another until Gentle poked his head up. A moment if you please, dear Deku. Sure, the boy agreed quizzically. As the two went back to their whispering, Deku thought to himself how much of an odd pair these two were. Then again, he smiled as he thought about how nice of an odd pair they were. The two eccentric crooks came back to him. Gentle cleared his throat as if preparing to make a grand declaration. Deku, my boy, I and my La Brava have discussed it, and we would like to present you with a proposition. A proposition, Deku mimicked, like a job, in a manner of speaking. The flamboyant thief continued. I believe that it wasn't by mere chance that we crossed paths back at the store this day. I believe that a much larger power was in play for the three of us to meet. You may not have a quirk, my dear chap, but you certainly have more than enough talent and intelligence to make up for it. As thanks for rescuing me from the enclosing jaws of justice, I, gentle criminal, shall take you under my wing and teach you all that I know of being a villain extraordinaire. You ... Wait, what? Deku was flabbergasted by the offer. You want to mentor me? Indeed. The man swept a dramatic arm across the room. I shall teach you how to pilfer, pillage, and plunder with the grace of a master thief. Your training shall be long and difficult, but I see the coals of potential within you, waiting to be pulverized into diamonds of refined experience. And it's not all. La Brava piped up next. I can teach you a thing or two as well. Not to brag, but I just so happen to be a world-class master hacker. Deku was getting more and more blown away by the second. And no way. That's incredible. How do you learn so much about hacking when you're such a little girl? That caused the pigtailed girl to stamp on the green-haired boy foot. I'm 19, you broccoli-headed dummy. Arg, sorry. Deku knelt down to nurse his aching foot. Once the pain began to subside, he looked up to see Gentle reaching a hand out to him. The extravagant villain gave the boy one of his charming smiles with a twinkle in his eye. What do you say, my boy? Deku took a moment to think about it. As much as he believed it would help him, a feeling of doubt weighed on his shoulders. Even if I wanted to join, there's no way I could move like you could, even if I had a quirk. Nonsense, lad. Gentle scoffed. La Brava has been working with me for 3 years now, and thanks to my expertise, she can bound over rooftops as well as I can. La Brava showed Deku the proof by leaning forward and standing on one hand. If Gentle can teach me how to move as good as he does, then I guarantee that you can do it too, Deku. So, how about, my boy? Gentle offered once more. The green-haired boy gave it another thought. To this day, the memory of what his hero ... his former hero ... said to him on that rooftop still echoed in his mind. How he should accept the reality of his situation. But as he took a look at his life, a real deep, close look, could he really accept it? To be mocked and looked down on by everyone around him for not being like them. To be pitied by his mother, treated like he was frail and helpless for the rest of his life, whilst bringing her down at the same time. to be beaten and abused by the likes of Bakugo for the rest of his life, watching as he became a hero beloved by all, while he drifted away to be forgotten. No, Izuku may have taken all of that, but Deku wasn't going to let that happen. Not by a long shot. Gentle caught sight of a slightly dark smile spread across the boy's face. Before he could voice his worry, the smile was gone, replaced with a warm, confident one, as the green-haired boy reached up and took his hand. I'll do it. Thank you for this chance. I promise I won't let you down. The flamboyant thief gave the boy a smile of his own, mostly to mask his worry. Gee, glad to hear it. The deal was set. There was no going back. With this step, Deku had fully embraced his new life as a true villain. Unseen to the dazzling duo taking him on, the boy's eyes grew darker, and his smile contorted back into a twisted grin. This was going to be fun. I'm happy to hear you wish to join us as a teacher for the new semester, Toshinori, but I can't help but feel that there's more to this change of career than you're letting on. A small, white-furred creature wearing a black waistcoat and tie probed as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to his guest. A disheveled, skinny, sickly man sighed resolutely at the principal of UAS inquiry while taking the offered drink. As usual, you can read me like an open book, Nezu, old friend. He took a sip of his tea, slowly as to not cause a coughing fit. Nezu waited patiently while Toshinori took a sip before speaking. I suppose it was only a matter of time before Night Eye's warning caught up with me. My power is starting to fade at a quicker pace than usual. I can only maintain my All Might form for up to 4 hours now. It's only a matter of time before One for All leaves me for good. Nezu nodded in understanding. And so, you've decided to become a teacher here, so you can find a worthy inheritor to your power. Admirable. But I can't help but feel that this should have happened much sooner than now. The shriveled-up symbol of peace begrudgingly agreed as he looked down. I know. I was too caught up in staying as the symbol of peace that I let myself grow worse in the process. My foolishness has cost me greatly. The man turned his head back up with determination in his eyes. But I want to make things right while I still can. I have to find a worthy wielder of One for All before it's too late. As I understand, Nickthigh has found himself what he describes as a worthy candidate for One for All in one of our secondary students. The principal brought up. Perhaps I can have you meet with him out of random coincidence. Your manipulativeness knows no bounds, old friend. The deflated number 1 hero laughed before blood spluttered from his lips. Ugh, it hurts to laugh. Nezu handed the disheveled man a handkerchief so he could wipe the red from his mouth. Thank you. He handed the cloth back, which Nezu politely declined. Toshinori pocketed the blood-soaked rag before speaking again. I'm sure he would be a fine example, but I believe I already found the one I'm looking for to take my place. You have? The sentient creature's beady eyes widened at this. Well, that's wonderful. What's his name? Will he be applying for UA next year? The withered All Might stared to the floor once more with disappointment. I don't believe so. It was only for a split moment, but I wasn't able to get a name. The only things I do know is that he has long, curly green hair, freckles, and ... he doesn't have a quirk. I see. Nezu placed his paws together as he rested his arms on his desk. A sort of kindred spirit, I assume. Toshinori swallowed the bitter taste of regret in his mouth before speaking again. He has the makings of a great hero, Nezu. I saw it myself as he charged into certain danger at the risk of his own life for someone else. If I ever get the chance to see him again, I will devote everything I have left to make him the hero he was born to be. I just can't stand the thought of such a courageous soul such as him, wasting away with so much untapped talent in his possession. The principal smiled at the determined symbol of peace when a thought popped into his head. Speaking of talent, have you heard about what happened to Midnight a few months ago? Toshinori looked at his friend in confusion. Can't say that I have. You know how caught up I can get in my work. Understandable, Nezu acknowledged. But this may be something you want to hear. Apparently, Nezumi was thwarted in stopping the robbery of an ATM bank by a street gang local to the area. This bit of news shocked the number 1 hero. Midnight was defeated. How? Is she all right? Calm yourself, Toshi. Yes, Nezumi is fine, but she was more concerned with who was leading the group rather than herself. The sentient creature explained. Whoever it was, they predicted that Midnight would be the one to arrive on the scene, and had the crooks wear gas masks to counteract her quirk. They managed to get the drop on her and restrain her, allowing them to grab what they could and make their escape. The deflated All Might shuddered at the news. Thank goodness, she's all right. So what you're saying is that we may have a new villain on our hands that can see into the future, much like Night Eye can. The principal shook his tiny head. I fear that may not be the case, Toshi. When Nezumi reported the incident, she told us that she managed to have a few quirk words with the leader before they fled the scene. And from what the leader said ... he doesn't have a quirk at all. Toshinori leapt out of his seat and slammed his hands on the sentient creature's desk, his sunken eyes shaking, and his mouth agape in alarm. That ... can't be true. A quirkless villain getting the upper hand on a pro hero like Midnight. It must be some kind of bluff. Maybe so, but we have little to go on at this time. my friend, Neza reasoned. Whoever this person is, he has been able to stay out of sight and under our radars ever since. He may also have something to do with the increase in crime across the city. It's all speculation, as I said, but I personally wouldn't doubt it. The disheveled symbol of peace slumped back into his chair, staring into space with a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. A quirkless villain who could decipher the weaknesses of others. I can only imagine the horrific crimes such a character could commit with such knowledge. Hey, you, get back here with those buns. Faster, Deku my boy, faster. Gentle called behind him as he sprinted away with a bag full of pastries from the bakery the two just robbed. I'm going as fast as I can, Gentle, sir. Deku was hauling his own load of baked goods, barely keeping up with the sharp-dressed man up ahead. The flamboyant thief pressed a finger to his ear as he contacted his pint-sized accomplice. Mission accomplished. Le brava, my dear. Time to make our escape. Post haste. You got it, Gentle. See you soon. The girl voiced back before signing off. Gentle rounded a corner and sped down an alleyway, with Deku following suite. The two ran down the enclosed path until they spotted a brick wall at the end, blocking off their escape. The elasticity man smirked as he looked back to his protege. Think you can make your own way up, Deku my boy? The quirkless child wondered what he meant until it came to him. I'll give it a shot, sir. That's the spirit. Gentle lead the way as he hopped onto one of the side walls, using his quirk to bounce his way up the narrow alley and make it to the top of one of the roofs. Deku looked back at the oncoming wall and gulped. No better time to learn than on the job. The green-haired boy ran toward the same wall the flamboyant thief hopped upon, and with a little more effort than his teacher, put all his strength into his feet and leapt to the other wall's surface. And again, with the sweat of effort and nerve beating down his brow, Deku managed to hop his way up the narrow alley walls and onto the same rooftop as his mentor. The boy hunched over and dropped his bag as he caught his breath, his lungs burning from his exertion. He was nearly taken off his feet from a hearty slap on the back from a guffawing Gentle. Bravo, Deku my boy. You made it all the way to the top this time. Not bad for 2 months of practice, if I do say so myself. Thanks, Gentle ... sir ... The quirkless child heaved. Better catch your breath quick, my boy. The sharp-dressed man addressed. We still have a long way to go before we're in the clear. Think you can handle a little rooftop hopping? Deku looked up at the spanning number of buildings across the city. He dropped his head in exasperation but sighed resolution. Not like I have a choice, is there? Splendid. Gentle beamed. Come now, my boy. Can't keep our darling girl waiting. Gentle bounced away onto the next building over. The green-haired boy took one more deep breath before sprinting toward the ledge and leaping across the perilous gap, making it to the other side. The boy took a moment to take pride in what he just accomplished, then hurried to follow the flamboyant thief home before he got left behind. La Brava tapped away at her laptop as she brought up their video channel. The site came up, and she immediately slumped in her seat. Oh, there's barely any views. Again, Deku was unable to see, as he was busy standing in place with one hand on a small pile of books. Sweat dripped down his brow onto the wooden boards below as he kept up his concentration. Gentle walked around the villain in training, keeping an eye out for any slack in the boy's body. He tapped at the boy's legs with his cane. Keep your feet in angle with your head, Deku, my boy. Yes, sir. The young analyst grunted as he maintained his athletic composure. You've come a long way in these last 3 months, Deku. You should be proud of yourself. The flamboyant thief praised. But the life of a master criminal is not an easy one. Losing your focus and letting your guard down can end up with you behind bars, or worse. Remember, always remain vigilant. Yes, sir. I will, sir. The green-haired boy replied as he straightened his supporting arm, lifting him slightly higher. The sharp-dressed man smiled at the boy's tenacity. I think that will be enough for today, my boy. You can come down now. Deku was relieved to hear that. With his newfound flexibility, he leaned his body forward until his feet were touching the floor and succeeded in standing up until he was right side up again. Thank you, Mr. Gentle, sir. Deku, please, we're long past formalities. Just call me Gentle. The flamboyant thief patted the boy on his shoulder. Now, why don't you get washed up? I believe La Brava is ready to teach you another thing or two. Sure am. The pigtailed girl piped up. I've set up a few new hacking exercises for you to try and crack, Deku, and I guarantee they're not as easy as the last ones you've managed to break. Not only had the young analyst been training and boosting his physical ability, but La Brava, true to her word, he'd been giving Deku instruction on crushing code and intercepting mainframes. It was yet another thing the boy proved to be adept at. Got it, Ms. La Brava. I'll be right there. The boy nodded as he went to get cleaned up. It's okay. Take your time. The pigtailed girl chirped kindly until her brows creased in fury. And stop calling me a mess. I'm not that old. Sorry. Deku bowed in apology. He quickly splashed some water on his face and dried off with a towel. He made his way over to his bag and pulled out his own laptop. He took a seat next to the hacker girl and begun his next lesson. As the day went on, Gentle watched as Deku and La Brava went through several tasks of breaking through high-grade firewalls and security mainframes. Not that the elder gentleman would know anything about that, but he recalled what he and his red-headed accomplice were talking about before, how the boy before them had so much potential, which in his opinion more than made up for not having a quirk. Why, if given the proper chance, the boy could have become a pro-hero. The sharp-dressed man pondered as to what could have happened to the bright young man to make him walk the path he was on now. Wow, Deku. He broke through that firewall in record time. La Brava spoke up after the pair had spent some time typing away. Thanks, Ms. La Brava. Deku stopped himself the second he saw the girl scowl. I just took what you taught me before and applied it to this one. I had to get a little creative at the last second though. But that's all part of the style. The pigtailed girl pointed out. Don't feel bad, be proud of yourself. You're making milestones in hacking technique. The boy simply blushed under the girl's praise. La Brava took a moment to look over how the young analyst made it through her exercise when she spotted a window in the corner of the screen. Hey, what's this? Underground. Masquerade. That's nothing. The boy swiftly slammed his laptop closed before the girl could read anymore, chuckling loudly and nervously as he started packing up. Oh, would you look at the time? I best be heading out. Thanks for the lessons today. I'll be sure to keep practicing at home. Bye. With the speed and agility he'd picked up over his time with Gentle, the green-haired boy sped out of the apartment with a hurried slam of the door. The dazzling duo looked to one another in confusion and concern for the boy. It was Saturday night on the bad side of town. Deku stood before an abandoned warehouse, where flocks of people bustled around, hoping to get inside. At the large double doors, a colossal-sized man wearing a black mask with a yellow line trim going over the eyes stood, with his entire body made up of jagged white rock with his arms folded. No doubt he was in charge of who got in and who stays out. Some patrons tried to force their way inside, going so far as to pick a fight with the living rock formation. The outcome was a painful prediction that the young analyst saw coming a mile away. However, Deku was just as urgent to get inside but hoped that his way of seeking early access didn't lead him to the same agonizing fate. He had to save himself for later. Deku walked past the stretching line of folks waiting to get in, approaching the rock man with a friendly demeanor. The living boulder huffed in annoyance and hicked his thumb at the queue. Back of the line, kid. I'm sorry, but I urgently need to get inside. The green-hooded boy bowed politely. It's important. Listen, kid, unless you want to wind up swallowing your own teeth, you better. The rock man stopped when the boy produced a hefty amount of cash from his pocket. He blinked a few times to make sure his eyes weren't messing with him. That was a lot of cash. With a glance at the line still waiting, he took the cause and pushed the door open. Enjoy the show, kid. Thanks. Deku beamed with a wave as he made his way inside, ignoring the bewildered and enraged looks of the ones who had been waiting all night to get in. However, a snarl from the boulder bouncer scared them all back into place. Deku's senses were immediately overcome with blinding lights and blaring music. Patrons cheered at the barbarism going on in the cage stage in the center of the warehouse. The young analyst pushed his way through the crowd to get a look at who was currently fighting. His face brightened as he spotted the one he was looking for in the cage. He was wearing a black cowl mask over his head, with shaggy light brown hair flowing out of the back. He had an unruly smirk on his face as he bludgeoned his opponent with his enormous bandaged fists. The fighter's whole attitude just screamed, "Bring it on." Deku watched as the large bruiser swung a devastating punch into the poor contestant's face, knocking him out cold before he could hit the floor. As Z buzzer went off, the crowd went wild as a pair of medics came in and dragged the battered combatant away. A man in a cheap black suit, dark shades, and blonde hair slicked into an untidy pompadour hairdo skipped into the arena, grabbing a mic that zipped down from the ceiling in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, winner by instant knockout, the strong arm himself, Kendo the Rappa. The masked marauder shot his fists in the air, letting out a roar of victory. As the crowd cheered for the victor, as well as grumble at how much money they lost on the match, Deku let a twisted grin spread across his face. He was perfect. La Brava typed energetically at her laptop, her eyes glued to the screen as she searched the net. She was so deep in her hunt, she nearly didn't notice Gentle walking up to her side and handing her a cup of tea. I say, La Brava, what has you so engrossed, my dear? There was something on Deku's computer that he didn't want us to know about. The girl explained without looking away from the rushing widows on her panel. Something called Underground Masquerade. It's been bugging me all day, so I figured I'd find out what it was on my own. The flamboyant thief frowned slightly at this. My dear, we may be criminals, but I think it's rather rude to go snooping into others' business, don't you think? I understand, Gentle. The girl stopped typing for a moment until she returned to her frantic searching with renewed determination. But I just can't help it. I'm worried he might be getting himself into some serious trouble. Oh, come now, my dear, this is Deku we're speaking of. Gentle smiled calmly. He wouldn't do anything to put himself in harm's way on purpose. Perhaps this masquerade is some sort of secret party. A gallant ball filled with grand festivities. La Brava clicked on a link, and her face went white. Or it's an underground fighting circuit, where fighters are allowed to use their quirks, and the battles don't end until one of the competitors is laid out on the mat in a bloody, broken heap. The sharp-dressed man shot over to the screen, his eyes bulging in horror. What? There's a tournament being held outside of town right now, and it's being streamed live as we speak. La Brava quickly made an account and tuned in for the broadcast. The dazzling duo tuned in, where they saw the Rappa landing blow after high-speed blow on his latest opponent so fast, his arms were a visible, blistering blur. My goodness, Gentle recoiled in horror. How could anyone see such barbarism as entertainment? La Brava winced as the combatant turned punching bag fell to the ground with a painful thud. I think the better question is, why is Deku so interested in this? The crowd thundered in celebration for the wild bruiser, as he kept pumping his fists over his head in his high of conquest. Well, that's just about all the action we've got for you tonight, so the announcer began, only to have the strong-arm man suddenly snatch the mic from out of his hand. Hey, what the? I'm not ready to call it a night yet, folks, how about you? The masked mutilator bellowed into the mic, receiving a roar of agreement from the crowd. Tell you what, how's about I take on anyone here who's got the guts to step into the ring with me, right here, right now? The crowd hollered in approval. All right, the bruiser grinned. So, who's first? Who's ready to take on the Rappa? I will. Kendo looked to the open gate of the cage, spotting a small boy in a green hoodie making his way inside. The boy gave the bruiser a shy, friendly smile and wave. Holy cow, it's Deku. La Brava lamented as she grasped her hair in grief. I knew he was up to something crazy. What the devil is he doing there? Gentle despaired as he gripped at the girl's chair. Rappa looked the skinny boy up and down before giving a humored chuckle. I think you're a little outside your weight class, kid. Run on home before you get hurt. The strong-arm man then turned away to grab a water bottle. You said you'd take on anyone who'd step into the ring. Deku reasoned with a smirk. Are you going back on your word right now? The crowd reacted eagerly at the boy's boldness. Rappa turned back to the boy with narrowed his eyes under his hood. Kid, I don't know what kind of quirk you have that makes you think you have any kind of chance against me, but, though, I don't have a quirk. The green-haired boy quickly chimed. Wait, what? The strong-arm man asked in bewilderment. I don't have a quirk, Deku repeated. A moment of silence came over the hall, until the whole hall exploded with laughter. The crowd heckled and pointed at the quirkless child. Rappa looked around at the jeering crowd before turning back to the green-haired boy. Deku merely looked around at the insulting crowd, a small dark smile on his face. His eyes seemed uncaring to their mocking as if he'd heard all of it before, and he simply didn't care anymore. Those lousy, cold-hearted, RRRAAAGGGHHH. La Brava hoisted her laptop over her head, ready to launch it across the room. Gentle had to grab hold of the girl and wrestle her for the high-tech device. La Brava, stop. That computer has all our videos on it. The crowd continued to laugh, the young analyst still taking it all with an uncaring grin on his face. That's enough. Rappa's roar made everyone in the warehouse pipe down in an instant. I don't see how any one of you milksops out there have any right to laugh at this quirkless kid when he's the only one who had the stones to step up. The strong-arm man pointed out, with no one daring to defend themselves. Rappa gave the crowd one more glare before turning his attention back on the green-haired boy. Listen, little guy, I don't know if you're crazy or gutsy for coming in here, but you gotta understand that you don't stand a spit of a chance against me. Oh, I'm well aware of that, Mr. Rappa. The boy noted in the agreement. I was hoping I could persuade you into taking me on. Take you on. It took a while for Rappa to figure out what the green-haired boy was getting at. Wait, are you saying? That's right. The boy smiled. I want you to teach me how to fight. The two viral villains gaped at the screen. The crowd was as bewildered at the offer as Rappa. He looked around at the crowd, hearing the numerous voices talk about if he was going to take him on or not. Why would you even want me to train you? For the first time since he stepped into the arena, Deku grew nervous. He took a breath through his nose to gather his wits. Because I have been on the receiving end of this world for not being like everyone else my whole life. I don't want to just lay back and let everyone do whatever they want with me any longer. I can't do it. The image of an explosive blonde with a vicious smirk came to mind, his palms open and smoking, ready to blast. The young analyst clenched his fist. I can't be defenseless ... not anymore. The brawler and the crowd were stunned silent by the boy's words, as well as the dazzling duo watching online. You're the kind of man who respects those who can take punishment as much as giving it out. The boy continued. So allow me a chance to prove myself. He then raised a finger. 1 round. If I can remain on my feet after being in the ring with you for 1 round, you have to train me. La Brava was gripping at her laptop, the device cracking under the pressure. Is he out of his mind? That monster's gonna flatten him. The flamboyant thief held the girl by her waist as he tried to pull her off her computer. La Brava, please. Rappa dropped his arms, along with his jaw, at the madcap offer. The audience muttered louder, thinking the boy was out of his mind to try something like that. The bruiser glanced around at the crowd before looking back at the boy. Above the cage and the crowd, a lone security camera with a blinking red light focused on the boy in the ring. Its lens zeroed in on the greed-hooded child with a glimmer of intrigue in its blank gaze. A moment passed before the strong-arm man barked with laughter. "All right, little man, I'll play along." He began cracking his knuckles in anticipation. "And if you can stay standing after one round with me, I'll teach you everything I know." Whoa, hold on a second. The announcer stepped in between the two. "There's no way we can." A crackle in his ear interrupted him. "Huh, what's that?" Okay. After finishing his one-side conversation, the announcer cleared his throat before speaking into the mic. "I just got word that our sponsor has given us the okay for this challenge. What say you, folks?" The crowd roared to life in approval. "All right. We got ourselves an endurance match," the announcer declared. "For those of you tuning in, our reigning champ, the Rappa, is about to take on." "Ooh." The announcer scampered over to the boy and leaned in to whisper. "What's your name, kid?" "Deku," the green-haired boy declared naturally. The announcer pulled his shades down in complexity. "Wait, seriously?" The boy's answer was a simple nod. The announcer shrugged his shoulders at the name. The kid seemed weird anyway. Why not have a weird name to boot? The announcer cleared his throat. "As I was saying, the Rappa is about to see just how much punishment our brave challenger, Deku, can handle." A small window of time passed as people started placing bets on how long Deku could last the round. As for the boy, he couldn't stop bouncing on his heels. For some reason that he couldn't fathom, he just felt so eager to get started. Rappa began stretching his oversized arms for the upcoming match. "Are you really sure you want to do this, little guy? It's not exactly a secret that I can hit pretty hard." "That's okay." The smile on the villain in training's face grew larger and darker, his eyes being shadowed under the shining spotlights above. "I've had a lot of experience in getting hurt." Rappa found himself a bit jarred at the kid's revelation. This boy was definitely not all there. The announcer stepped between the two adversaries. "All right, are the competitors ready?" Deku nodded as he braced himself for the next 5 minutes. Rappa raised his arms in a natural fighting stance. The announcer raised his fingers. "Let the challenge begin in 3.2.1, go." The announcer immediately dived out of the way. Rappa rushed toward Deku with his left fist pulled back. The boy did nothing but stand in place as the enormous bruiser came right at him. "Deku, no." La Brava wailed with unshed terrified tears. "Don't look, La Brava," Gentle cried as he clamped his hands over his accomplice's eyes. Rappa threw his fist forward, aiming square for the boy's temple. For as long as he'd been a fighter, Rappa had learned how to pull his punches over the years. As much as he loved dishing out pain as he did to receive it, he decided to show the kid some mercy and knock him out as quickly and painlessly as possible. Only for Deku to duck out of his path and let the strong-arm man hit nothing but open air. Rappa was caught off guard by the boy's sudden dodge, but then refocused himself and went for another clean hit. The green-haired boy seemed to predict this and move out of his fist's way again. Gentle's jaw had dropped at the sight of Deku's quick reflexes. La Brava, after not hearing the coming impact from the screen, peeked through her beloved's fingers and saw that the green-haired boy was all right. She moved the man's hands off her face and watched with as much astonishment as the flamboyant thief did. Deku had to thank Gentle the next time he and the thief met. After all of the elasticity man's training, the young analyst had learned to be quicker on his feet. With every swing of Rappa's massive blows, Deku managed to dodge and weave past the masked man's attacks. Rappa let out a roar as he lunged forward with a massive haymaker that would devastate Deku on impact. But thanks to all the acrobatic skills he'd learned from Gentle, the boy was able to leap over the strong-arm man's fist. Time seemed to slow down as Deku soared over Rappa's head. But before the young analyst could land on his feet, Rappa turned and delivered his first hit. He struck the boy in the stomach, launching across the arena and slamming him into the cage fence and falling to the floor with a hard thud. The boy gasped as he clenched into a ball as he nursed his aching ribs. "It took real courage to do what you did, kid. But this is too much for you." Rappa turned his back on the green-haired boy, waiting for either the clock or the kid to tap out. Deku, Gentle watched the boy slumped over in agony as he brought a hand to his face in pity and contempt. "What were you thinking, my boy?" La Brava said nothing as she merely stared at the screen until she saw something that made her brighten up. She began tugging on her beloved's cape to get his attention. Gentle, look, he's getting up." The flamboyant thief snapped his eyes back to the laptop, disbelief thick across his face. "What?" Rappa kept on walking until he heard the boy's groaning grow louder. He stopped to look back and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Deku struggled to get to his feet, managing to stand back up and give the strong-arm man a valiant smile. "What the?" was all the underground fighter could say. Deku huffed for breath as his grin remained in place. "Believe me or not, I've had worse. Rappa was stunned by the boy's questionable words until his vicious grin came back. So, the kid was tougher than he looked. The strong-arm man decided he wanted to see how tough, as he raised his hands in a fighting stance once more. What followed next was one of the most brutal and astonishing things the underground masquerade had ever seen. And the crowd was loving it. Rappa started to put more speed into his punches. Not as much as he would when facing an opponent who could take his full power. Well, as much as one could against him. But just enough to give the kid enough of a chance, without going as easy on him as before. Deku used all of the acrobatic skills he'd learned from Gentle Criminal in his life-threatening game of tag from Rappa. However, with Rappa being the professional fighter he was, the boy ended up taking more hits than avoiding them. But no matter how battered he got, no matter how many times he hit the mat, Deku always found the strength to get back up again. The audience was blown away by how much willpower the quirkless boy had. People who bet against him started trying to change their deals without results. The clock counted down until it reached the 30-second mark. Deku was covered in bruises and cuts from the strong-arm man's vicious punches. He wiped a speck of blood off his chin as he kept his eyes on his opponent, waiting for whatever attack he'd make next. Rappa was surprised to find that he was actually winded. The match had gone on a lot longer than he thought he would. And it was all because the kid he was wailing on either didn't know when to stay down, or he enjoyed getting hit as much as he did. Every breath the green-haired boy took was haggard and strained, but his smile remained in place. Is that ... all you got? Rappa gave the quirkless child a chuckle. Kid, are you sure you don't have a quirk that's nullifying all that damage I'm giving you, and you just don't know about it? I don't, Deku affirmed tiredly. Believe me, I've checked. Well, little guy, I'll admit ... you've impressed me. Rappa clenched his fists tight in front of him. But the clock hasn't run out yet. If you can get back on your feet after this last punch, I'll be more than happy to train you. For a brief moment, Deku's grin turned a little less manic, showing a tinge of thoughtfulness. Thank you. With the final pleasantries out of the way, Rappa moved in for his final attack. For the first time since the match started, the strong-arm man used his quirk. His arms began slinging back and forth at a rapid pace, building up speed the more he threw his fists. The crowd had gone dead silent, waiting in anticipation for the final blow to be struck. Gentle and Librava covered each other's eyes to spare the other of the last brutal attack. The young analyst saw it as a way for Rappa to catch the boy off guard, moving his hands so quickly he wouldn't be able to guess which one was coming, leaving him no chance to avoid it at the last second. And he didn't. A right hook rammed across Deku's jaw, rocking the green-haired boy's world and cutting a gash across his cheek. He spun on his feet until he fell to the ground. Gentle and Librava were frozen in horror at the unmerciful strike. Deku laid on the ground, a dark red gash across his cheek from Rappa's unpredicted punch, and he wasn't getting up. 20 seconds counting. The announcer called out. Rappa folded his arms, giving the unmoving boy a condoling smile. Deku ... you were more of a man than I thought you were, quirk or no quirk. Sorry for doubting you. The man closed his eyes in reverence for the boy's bravery. But this is as far as you go. He heard a groan. Rappa shot his eyes open. And lo and behold, Deku was back in the land of the conscious, and he was getting back up. The boy was visibly shaking as he picked himself up off the mat, blood dripping from his fresh wound and pooling onto the floor. The crowd was stupefied. Gentle and Librava were gaping at the boy's painful attempt to simply stand. And Rappa had dropped his arms in disbelief. The announcer's shades nearly fell off his face with his dropped jaw, until he spied the clock and snapped out of himself. 10 seconds left on the clock. 10, ... 9, 8, 7. The crowd started counting along with him. As Deku continued to struggle to get back on his feet, he began to hear something else from the crowd other than the final countdown. Come on, Deku. You can do it. You already made it. You just gotta get up. Don't quit on us now, Deku. The green-haired boy couldn't believe what he was hearing. Were people cheering for him? 5, 4. The countdown made itself known once again. But with the calls of encouragement coming from the audience, Deku found a newfound strength within him. 3. He placed his hands on his knees. 2. He sucked in as much air as his burning lungs could hold. 1. With a cry of pure force, and his muscles screaming in distress, Deku lifted himself upon his feet, standing as tall as he could. 0. The crowd went wild as the final buzzer went off. He's done it, folks, the announcer cried, his voice carrying more on itself than the mic. Deku, the kid without a quirk, has survived a single round against the reigning champ, Kendo Rappa. He did it. Brava was hopping up and down in her seat, dancing her little legs in midair with each leap. He did it, he did it, he did it. Gentle gave a proud, hearty laugh to his young student. Well done, Deku my boy, well done. When the green-haired boy heard that he had finished the match, he was beyond relieved. It was also the exact moment he lost all feeling in his legs. But as he began to fall to the ground, a large hand grabbed him by the wrist and lifted his limp body in the air. He turned his head and saw the masked brawler was the one holding him up. Rappa lifted the boy even higher, causing the crowd to erupt even louder, and began to cheer his name. Deku, 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 Deku. The green-haired boy looked out at the audience. He never thought anyone would ever cheer for him in his entire life. They all knew he was quirkless, but they didn't care, not anymore. A warm feeling spread inside Deku's chest. His swollen eyes stung with tears threatening to fall. But before he could break down, Rappa lifted him onto his shoulder. A deal's a deal, kid, I mean. Tough guy, the strong-arm man corrected himself. I'll teach you everything I know. Deku beamed happily. Thank you, Mr. Rappa ... sir. Rappa shook his head at the formal name. Call me coach. As the quirkless child basked in the praise of the bloodthirsty audience. One of the cameras recording the whole match zoomed in on the batted boy, his reflection mirrored in the device's blank gaze. The large, bright screen was the only light in a dark room. Wires and tubes littered the floor, running toward a single chair, where a large tank ventilator pumped at a slow, steady rhythm to one side. There in the chair, a figure shrouded in the darkness rested. The light of the screen shone upon his face, if that was what one would call it. A hideous, mangled scar was all that could be seen of the figure's top half of his head. His eyes and nose nowhere to be found. The only resemblance of a living being was the pair of lips curled into a sadistic grin. Deku, how intriguing. A gentle knocking at the door drew the owner of the small apartment to scurry over and open it up for Mitsuki Bakugo. Hey, Inko, I got your message. How are you doing? Oh, I'm fine. That was a lie. Mitsuki knew that for a fact. The sight of Izuku Midorya was enough to tell how she was doing. Ragged and tired. Bags under eyes. Hair a tousled mess. She'd even put on a few more pounds. It was too clear to her that Izuku was not fine. But Mitsuki kept her friendly smile up for the sake of her old friend. I got your message. Is everything okay? The glycerin woman inquired, cautiously keeping her oblivious act up. Oh, that. I was just hoping you could come by and have dinner with me. That's all. Another lie. Mitsuki made her way inside the stout woman's home and spotted what Izuku had made for dinner, laid out on the dining table. Katsudon, Izuku's favorite. Mitsuki quickly learned that whenever Izuku made that specific dish, it meant that the day had been rough on her. Though every passing day where Izuku never came home was rough for the distraught mother, the katsudon would be a clear sign that the day had been particularly horrible. Oh, Katsudon. Well, I suppose I could stick around for a while. The bomb boy's mother's mask nearly cracked at the sight of deep-fried pork and rice. The two mothers took a seat each at either end of the small table and began to dig in. The tension was so thick in the air, you could cut it with a chainsaw. The two women took small bites of their food as if eating too much would set off some invisible bomb they were somehow aware of. Inko would stare into her dish with a distant look in her eyes, looking up from time to time to see her friend eating as slowly as she was. For the sake of appearances, Mitsuki would shoot the green-haired woman a quick smile before taking another bite, with Inko giving a weaker one back before returning to her dinner. The silent eating went on for another 5 minutes. Inko closed her eyes and set her chopsticks down to one side, a resolute frown on her face. I talked with Hisashi today. Mitsuki stopped mid-bite. Oh, no. The levitation woman's face scrunched up in emotional pain as tears began to fall from her eyes. He said it was my fault. It's my fault I lost him. It's my fault he's gone. The glycerine woman slammed her chopsticks down on the table, letting her anger boil over. That stuck-up, yellow-bellied son of a... But he's right. Inko interrupted. It is my fault. No. Mitsuki shot out of her seat and rushed to her friend's side. Inko, no, it is not your fault. Yes, it is. The distraught mother wailed back. He was 4 years old when he was told he wasn't quirkless, that he wasn't like everyone else. Inko ranted as she gripped her hair in exasperation. When we got home, he rushed right to the computer and kept on watching his favorite clip of All Might for the rest of the day. He looked me in the eye, tears running down his face, and asked me, begged me ... if there was any chance he could be a hero without a quirk. And what did I say? What did I say? Inko. Mitsuki tried to break her friend out of her self-inflicting rant. I'm sorry. The plump woman blubbered. That's all I could say. I drove him away. I gave up on him. I didn't believe in him. You didn't give up on him. The glycerine woman objected. You were trying to protect him. He could have gotten hurt if he tried to be a hero. But I should have just let him try. Inko argued back. My boy, the world's first quirkless hero. Wouldn't that have been something? But I ruined it. I broke him. All Mitsuki could do was hold on to the mother who lost her child, letting her cry her soul out. They both completely forgot about their plates of katsudon until they had gone cold. The quirkless boy woke up with a start. He looked to his digital clock, which read 9:41 on the front. He immediately sat up in a frenzy. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna be late. The green-haired boy scrambled out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, passing by a wall completely covered in disoriented papers and notes, all revolving around heroes and how their quirks work. The boy took a quick shower, then headed over to his sink to brush his teeth. He took a moment to observe the scar he got after his endurance match against Rappa. The medics at the masquerade did a great job healing him up with their quirks, but the scar turned out to be too deep to fade away. Rappa's only reaction was to tell Deku how boss it looked. After taking care of his hygiene, he went over to his tiny makeshift kitchen and put on some toast. He put in his black slacks and signature green hoodie when he heard the toaster pop. He grabbed his breakfast and took a quick bite as he slipped on his favorite red sneakers. As he grabbed his backpack and made his way for the front door, taking a final inventory for everything he needed. Satisfied, he made his way out the front door, passing a side table on his way out. A small framed picture sat on top of the table's surface, a picture of a stout woman with hair the same color as his own, smiling sweetly. She was hugging what looked like a small child in her arms, but the face of who it was had been torn out. Deku blocked a kick to his face with his left arm. He dodged a punch to his right and threw his own. He leaned back to avoid the blow, but it only gave Deku the chance to swing a kick into his midsection, causing the Dragon Breath Man to stumble on his feet. The young analyst kept his eye on Drunk Lee, a fighter of the masquerade. The Dragon Breath Man wore a black Chinese dress shirt, a matching black cap with a black ponytail running out the back, an eye mask where a fierce gaze could be seen, and a tendril mustache pointed down with his focused scowl. "That's it, Deku. Remember to keep your guard up," Rappa lectured from outside the ring. Lee regained his balance and rushed in close to the boy. He ducked down and drew back an open hand. Deku predicted where he was aiming for, snapping his head back quick before Lee's palm could connect to his chin. "Eyes on your opponent," Rappa called out quick, but his warning came too late. Deku suddenly lost his footing as Drunk Lee swept his leg through his feet, sending the boy tumbling to the mat. The boy saw Lee leap into the air, coming down at him fast with a foot thrust forward. The villain in training rolled out of the way as Lee landed with a stomp where Deku's head once was. Deku found his feet once again and launched himself at the fighter, throwing a hail of fists at Drunk Lee, who merely dodged and blocked each one with relative ease. Deku didn't see the man's fist coming in his blur of attacks. The blow to the chest sent him falling onto his back. Before the boy could get up, Lee's fist came rocketing toward his face, only to stop mere inches away from touching his nose. Sweating from both exhaustion and anxiety, Deku stared at the fist before relaxing. The spare was over. Rappa began clapping his massive hands from outside the ring. "Nice work, little man. You lasted longer than I thought." Drunk Lee stepped back and opened his fist into an offered hand. Deku took his hand appreciatively and let the martial artist lift him up. The boy gave Lee a nod of thanks before sighing. "Yeah, but I didn't win." "Well, duh. Of course, you weren't gonna win." The strong-arm man blew off his student's words. "Lee's been a fighter at the masquerade since you were in diapers. He's had way more experience at busting skulls than you. But don't beat yourself up, my man. You've made tons of progress since you showed up. I mean, look at you. You've got the body of a pro fighter already." Rappa did have a point as he gestured to the boy's newly developed figure. Deku's body was once nothing but skin and bones at the beginning of his training. But now, after 2 months of being put through the ringer by his new defense coach, the villain in training had built a surplus of muscle mass. For the first time in his life, he had a real definition in his body's structure. "Gotta hand it to you, little man. I thought you'd throw in the towel on the first week of my training. But here you are, still taking what I can throw out." Rappa laughed as he made his way over to the boy with his hands on his hips. "Tell you what, how's about I set you up for a match? It could be your big opening bout into the masquerade." "What? No way." Deku waved his hands in front of him frantically. He stopped and lowered them. "I wouldn't last 5 seconds in the ring." "What are you talking about, Deku? You'd be great." Rappa appealed. "From what I've been hearing, you've beaten a bunch of heroes already. How would this be any different? Those were all times when I had a plan of action, or when I had the element of surprise on my side." The young analyst reasoned desperately. "There's no way I'd stand a chance against someone without a quirk." Rappa and Lee turned to one another in confusion when the boy stopped talking. Deku cast his eyes down to the floor with a look of grief on his face. He then looked back up to his coach, putting on a forced smile. "Could I take a 5-minute break, coach? I think I could use some fresh air." "Ooh, sure, little man." Rappa allowed. The green-haired boy bowed in gratitude and walked out of the ring, unwrapping the sports tape from around his knuckles. He made his way over to a bench with his backpack, picking it up and heading for the front door. Rappa and Lee watched him walk out the door, feeling the grief walk out with him. "Geez, and everyone says I got issues," the brawler voiced out loud before he got an idea and turned to the Dragon Breath Man. "Hey, Lee, how's about you and me go a few rounds while we wait for him to come back?" Drunk Lee stared at the bloodthirsty brawler for a total of 5 seconds, then turned and walked away. "Aw, come on. Rapper roared as he randomly charged toward a punching bag and blew a hole through it with his fist. Someone fight me. The clouds were thick and gray in the sky, refusing to let a single ray of light shine through. Deku leaned on the outer wall of the warehouse where the masquerade was held, doing what he usually did to take his mind off things, scribble in his notebook. However, this didn't help in brightening his mood as it usually did. After all, this was the only thing he was good at, wasn't he? Taking notes. It wasn't like he wasn't aware of how much they were worth. Not to mention, he'd been training in mixed martial arts for the past 2 months, as well as Gentle's training in acrobatics. But at the end of the day, was that all he could amount to? A big brain and good health. Was his life as a villain doomed from the start, just like his former life? Did he stand any chance of accomplishing anything in this world without a quirk? Hey, kid. Why the long face? Izuku yelped and shot his head up when he heard a voice talk to him. There, standing before him, was a man with shaggy gray hair, wearing thick circular glasses sitting on a weasel-like nose, a pale wool scarf around his neck, and a tacky-looking purple suit. A thin mustache and goatee were framed around a crooked, gap-toothed smile, where a cigarette dangled off his lips. Whoa, take it easy, kid. The shady man raised his hands in defense, mistaking the boy's wide eye for ferocity. The last thing I want to do is get into a scrap with Deku himself. Why, you know me. The green-haired boy stuttered in his state of surprise. Kinda hard not to after the splash you've made over the last few months. The gap-toothed man chuckled at the boy's nervous behavior before waltzing up to him and offering his hand. Name's Jurin, and boy, do I have an offer for you. Deku looked between the man and his outstretched hand. His wide, shocked eyes shrunk down to a look of suspicion. Deku may have made friends with a few criminals since his disappearance, but that didn't mean he was going to trust every crook that he crossed paths with. Deciding to keep this man at an arm's length, Deku reached out and shook the stranger's hand. Jurin, I think I've heard that name around the masquerade before. I'd be surprised if you didn't. The broker smirked as he pulled his hand back to pinch his tobacco stick and tapped the ash off its end. I've got a bit of a reputation, you see, being the humble, legitimate, everyday businessman that I am, who just so happens to end up working with the odd, unsavory character ... here and there. Out of mere coincidence, of course, unsavory. Deku brought his fists down as he mulled over the man's words. Wait, so ... you're a villain? Jurin chuckled. Now, did I say anything about villains? Okay. Deku raised an eyebrow at the man's suspicious choice of words. So, how do you know about me? Are you kidding? The businessman's smile grew 2 times when he heard the question. How could I not have heard about the quirkless kid who had the rap a whale on him for 5 minutes, just so he could get him to be his coach? Deku rubbed the back of his head at the mention of that grueling night. It turned out the La Brava and Gentle had tuned into the masquerade website and caught his endurance match against the strong-arm man. La Brava was livid the next time he met up with her and Gentle. She beat on his chest with her tiny fists until she ran out of breath, and Gentle lectured him on pulling such reckless stunts. However, when all was said and done, the dazzling duo was proud of him for holding his own and getting a new mentor on his path to villainy, as they put it. I've also heard talk of a kid villain who's managed to foil a couple of heroes while on a few jobs. The gap-toothed man added with a smirk, taking a little joy in the way the villain in training got flustered from hearing about his secret lifestyle. How do you know about that? Deku babbled frantically. One thing you tend to pick up in this life, kid, is the ability to put 2 and 2 together, Jurin explained as he let the fumes of his fag waft lazily into the open air. For example, folks say that he wears a green hoodie, and I aim to guess you wear that thing everywhere. Deku was once again frozen in shock at how easily he got found out. He brought his hands to his face in an attempt to hide his shame. Jurin chuckled at the boy's reaction as he dropped his used-up tobacco stick and stomped it out on the ground. The young analyst brought himself out of his mortification to look back at the shady businessman. Excuse me, Mr. Jurin. Please, just Jurin. The broker waved off nonchalantly. Jurin, the boy corrected. Pardon me for asking, but what is it you want from me exactly? The tobacco stick in Jurin's mouth dipped down as he frowned at the boy's depressed demeanor. Oh, I don't anything from you, kid. It's what I can do for you. And what's that? Deku inquired, his embarrassment brushed aside by his suspicions of the man before him. Jurin smirked as he fished out another cigarette and lit it up. He took a long drag before blowing a straight line of smoke from his missing tooth. I can help you go from being a small-time crook ... to full-fledged pro-villain. The green-haired boy found himself a little intrigued by what the shady businessman was saying. A pro-villain. Jurin grinned until a raindrop came out of nowhere and landed right on the end of his cigarette, snuffing it out in an instant. The two looked up to see the dark clouds above beginning to drizzle, intending on pouring down in a matter of moments. Jurin looked back at the boy and put on his most winning smile. How about a drink? The green-haired boy and businessman made their way to a quaint little cafe on the edge of town the man knew of. Jurin sat at one end of one of the booths, while Deku drummed his fingers anxiously at the other. Soon enough, a waitress came over, pulling out a notepad and pencil from her hip. What can I get you? I'll have a coffee. Black. The gap-toothed man grinned charmingly. The waitress jotted his order down before looking over to the green-haired boy, perking up a little at his nervous-looking face. And how about you, cutie? Huh? Deku blanched at the sudden compliment. Oh, you I don't drink coffee. That's okay, sweetie pie. 1 coffee, and 1 hot cocoa coming up. The waitress giggled as she took his order and walked away. Jiren watched the waitress go, enjoying the view before turning back to his latest client. Anyone ever told you you're way too innocent to be a villain? Deku gave a timid chuckle as he scratched the back of his head until he realized what they were here for, turning more serious with a clearing of his throat. So, Jiren, what do you mean when you say I could be a pro-villain? It's like I said, kid. I think you got what it takes to be a big name in the villain world. Jiren clarified as he took out a fresh tobacco stick and lit it up, blowing a stream of smoke out of his missing tooth. I can connect you to some associations I'm familiar with, who could use a little assistance in their ventures whenever a hero should show up. Deku was perplexed by the gap-toothed man's explanation. Wait, so, are you saying that I work with different villain gangs and use what I know about quirks in case a hero tries to stop us? Like, a freelance villain? Exactly, a freelance villain. Jiren cheered. I couldn't have put it better myself. You help gangs with any hero trouble they come across, and get a cut of the dealings for playing your part ... as well as a well-earned sum on the side, for yours truly. Deku chuckled a little at that. Sounds like you've done this before. Jiren grinned. As a wise man once said, if you're good at something, never do it for free. The conversation was put on hold when the waitress came back with their order. She set a cup of coffee in front of the villain broker and a mug of hot cocoa before the boy. Deku looked into his serving and found that his drink had been decorated with marshmallows. He looked back to the waitress, who shot him a smile as she left. Deku felt a small smile tug at his lips as he took a sip of his sweet warm beverage. However, his smile only made way for a frown to appear on his face as he looked down at the table. Jiren noticed the change in the boy's behavior and raised an eyebrow in confusion. What's the matter, kid? I thought you were happy about all this. Oh, I am, Deku declared quickly. But, I just don't know if I can do it. What? The gap-toothed man nearly dropped his fag. Why not? The young analyst took another sip before explaining himself. It's just, sure, I know a lot about heroes and their quirks, and I'm also getting some training on how to fight, and how to make a getaway from some friends. But, even with all that, I still don't know if I'd be of much help to anyone without a quirk. A moment of tense silence filled the air between the villain broker and villain in training. Deku decided to gulp down the rest of his cocoa before grabbing his bag and getting up from his seat. I'm sorry, Jiren, but I think you'd do better finding someone else. Thank you for the cocoa. The boy passed the businessman with his eyes cast downward. Jiren merely sipped at his bitter black brew before speaking. Did I mention that I just so happen to be in association with a technological corporation that specializes in hero-grade support gear? The squeak of shoes against the floor told Jiren that Deku had stopped in his tracks the moment he heard that, without having to turn back. The sound of rapid pattering of feet drawing closer came to Jiren's ears, until Deku was back, staring at him as if he just told him he had just gained his quirk after all these years. As support gear, like actual, real support gear that the heroes use. The businessman gave the boy a coy smirk. Must have slipped my mind. Deku planted himself back in his seat, leaning in close to the man so he could hear everything the broker would say. A certain technological conglomerate, which for the sake of business will remain anonymous, has been producing gear that aids folks in coping with their out-of-hand quirks for years. Clothes, accessories, physical aids, you name it. The gap-toothed man revealed as he sipped his drink again. They've also had a hand in making the same kind of products to those who live a more underhanded lifestyle. For example, ... You ever heard of Toxic Chainsaw? How do you think he got that name? No way. The villain in training gasped. Are you serious? Toxic Chainsaw got his trademark weapon from you. Well, through me is more like it, Jiren clarified. I can hook you up with so much tech, it won't even matter that you're quirkless. You could become more than a legit threat to any hero who tries to stop you, on any of the jobs I can find. Deku he couldn't help but get a little excited at what he was hearing. One of the things he loved about heroes almost as much as their quirks was their gear. The way they had them tailored so they could better accommodate their powers was amazing. Heck, with everything that support gear could do, even someone without a quirk could have a chance at being a hero. If only they were given one. The gap-toothed man surprised Deku as he got up from his seat, his cup of coffee long empty. Wait, where are you going? I'm a busy man, kid. I got a lot of other clients to visit and do business with. But don't think I'm leaving you high and dry. Jiren reached into his jacket and pulled out a small card. When you're ready for the big leagues, give me a call. See you around, Deku. The gap-toothed man then walked out of the cafe and into the open air, the rain beginning to subside. Deku looked back at the card, seeing a phone number imprinted on the front. The villain in training leaned back in his chair, his mind slowly absorbing all of the information he had been given. The weight of trepidation was thick upon his shoulders. Deku may have been running with a gang of thieves for the past few months, as well as a pair of viral villains and a bloodthirsty gladiator. But that didn't mean he trusted every crook out there. For all he knew, that sleazy-looking, smooth-talking hustler could be trying to swindle him out of what he had. And after the few heists he'd played a part in, he had quite a bit. But then again, there was the small, slim, 1 out of 99% chance that the villain broker was telling the truth, that he could really help set the quirkless child up as a career criminal, as well as get him the equipment that can make him an equal to any quirk wielder, maybe more so. Was he willing to let a chance like this slip through his fingers? He was never given a chance to prove what he was capable of before, until now. Deku opened up his backpack and rummaged inside until he found his notebook. He opened it up to a page he hadn't looked at in the last 4 months. It was an illustration of what he hoped to have been his hero costume. A green jumpsuit to match his hair, an overhead mask that had a toothy smile pattern over the mouth, and 2 long streaks of cloth hair. He didn't really think much about it at the time. But the whole thing was supposed to resemble a hero he looked up to his entire life, until he met him and told him to give up. All Deku wanted was someone to believe in him, but he never found that someone in the society of hero and quirk worship. But here, in the underground, he'd found more people who supported him than ever before. Before he could make any kind of decision, there was one important thing that Deku had to do. So, he left his card and then walked away. I gotta be honest with you, I'm kind of thinking about it, but I don't want to go behind your backs. You were the first ones who gave me a chance, and who actually believed in me. I don't want to betray you guys or anything, but this could be my one chance to be more than just a quirkless know-it-all. And I'd still be with you guys. We'd still go on jobs together and... Deku stopped when a hand was gently placed on his shoulder. He looked up into the face of Spectre, a crook wearing a gray suit jacket and a red button-up shirt. The man gave the boy an encouraging grin. Go for it. Wait, really? The green-haired boy blanched. Kid, we're just a bunch of petty, small-time crooks, Spectre went on as the rest of the gang stood by, beaming with pride at their little strategist. If any one of us has what it takes to make it big, it's you. Aye. I don't know what to say. Deku shook his head in disbelief of what he was hearing, a small smile appearing on his face. Don't say anything, Lockjaw. A man with an enormous overbite and a yellow bandana on his head spoke up next. Just call up Jiren and take his offer. You'll never get the other chance like this, so go ahead and take it. Knuckles, the biggest of the group, with a blue necktie and massive metal mitts for hands pitched in. An arm wrapped itself around Deku's neck as Razor, the skinny man with bladed wrists that he saved all those months ago, hugged him from the side. I always knew you were something special, Deku, and this proves it without a doubt. So, call him up and become the big, bad villain that I know you can be. The quirkless child felt tears start to prickle in his eyes. He wiped them away on his sleeve before speaking, his voice starting to crack. If you guys ever need me, I'll always be here. Don't you dare leave me out on a heist. The 4 crooks began to tear up themselves, as they all rushed the boy and gave him a bone-crushing group hug. Little bro. For the next half hour, Deku and the gang of thieves he called his friends wept warm, brotherly tears as the sun began to set. After the flood of emotions among the gang, Deku decided to head home. He laid on his pull-out bed, staring at the card in his hand and the number it held. Deciding it was now or never, he sat up, took out his phone and dialed the number. After a few rings, the other line picked up. Whoever this is, make it quick. I'm a busy man. Jiren, it's Deku, the villain in training answered. I'm in. I knew you'd come around, kid. Deku could practically hear the man grinning on the other end. I've got a gig lined up for you already. Some street gang wanting to strike it rich. That's great. The green-haired boy smiled. Oh, one more thing. Deku took up the notebook by his side, looking at the illustration of his old hero design, which he'd made a few modifications to. I had some ideas for my costume, along with some gear. Do you think you could? Kid, don't worry about it. The villain broker eased. Just let me know what you need, and I'll get it. I also have a few ideas myself you might want to hear. That would be great. Thanks. Deku beamed. Hey, it's my job, ain't it? Jiren chuckled. You know what, kid? I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Let's meet up at the cafe to hash out your order ... and my fee. Talk to you later. With that, the broker hung up. Deku fell back onto his bed, a content smile on his face. It was happening ... It was really happening. His smile slowly started to morph, his eyes growing dark. A manic, unhinged grin split across his face as he stared wide-eyed into the distance. There was no going back now. This was his first step into becoming a full-fledged villain. His phone rung to life, taking him out of his thoughts and wiping the insane expression from his face. He scrambled to pick it up and answered the vibrating device. Hello, Deku. Where the heck did you go, man? You completely blew off your training. Oh, yeah, he forgot he left Rappa and Drunk Lee behind. Crud. So, let me get this straight. You hired me to help you rob a convenience store. Yup. Okay, but was there any point in making off with the entire front counter? Hey, that's just how we roll, kid. You should have known what you were signing up for when you chose to ride with Team Reservoir Dogs. The band of multicolored bad guys hollered together. Deku put a hand to his face. His first gig as a villain for hire. And it's helping a street gang holding up a convenience store. Not all that flashy, but he guessed he'd have to start somewhere. He just didn't expect his first clients to be so hyped. So, here he was, riding in the back of a pickup truck, with a cash register as well as the counter it sat upon, with a bunch of thugs who had clearly watched too many movies. They even went so far as to give themselves nicknames for the heist. Man, did you see the look on that clerk's face when we ripped the counter out of the floor? Mr. Green, a punk teen with a spiked ginger mohawk and a face mask with a green stripe down the front, reveled as he lifted the counter up into the back of a truck. Yeah, he even tried to go for the silent alarm. All I had to do was lean over him, and he nearly wet his pants. Mr. Yellow, the biggest of the bunch, wearing a torn-up ski mask with a yellow-pointed nose, bellowed as he heaved the counter up from in the cargo bed of the vehicle. Too bad we didn't get to fight any heroes, though. I would have loved to see this guy's quirk in action. Mr. Blue, who wore a blue headband that held his towering brown hairdo, mentioned as he hiked a thumb at the young analyst in the back. Yeah, looks like we didn't need your help. After all, bunny boy. Mr. Red, wearing a black eye mask with 3 red horns sticking out the forehead, reveled as he got into the driver's seat. And since no heroes showed up, you don't get a cut of the job. They're not bunny ears, they're supposed to be hair strands, Deku grumbled. He really should have seen this coming. After giving his costume design to Jurin, the gap-toothed man was a little confused about the 2 long green things coming out of his head, not to mention the big smile covering the bottom half of the face. Deku didn't mention it out loud, but it was supposed to be a play on his old costume look, since before, he wanted to look like All Might as much as possible. This was his way of making himself out to be the opposite of what the symbol of peace stood for. The anti-All Might, if you will. But, he had to admit, apart from the glaringly obvious design flaws, the outfit came out great. Whoever it was that made it had followed his designs to the T. He had a new green hoodie, where the hair strands, bunny ears were sewn onto the top, along with a face mask with a toothy grin printed on the front, which was modified to be a gas mask and voice modulator in one. A pair of red-tinted goggles covered his eyes, with a pair of dark green combat trousers and his trademark red shoes completing the ensemble. All in all, Deku thought he looked pretty cool in his new villain threads. Unfortunately, no one else did. Jurin was one thing, but he thought that Gentle and La Brava would at least had something positive to say about his new look. However, all it did was cause the flamboyant thief to feel insulted that the villain in training didn't ask him to make an outfit for him. It got even more awkward when the elasticity man took out a measuring tape and tried to take his measurements on the spot. Second, even if no heroes showed up, don't think you can cut me out of my pay on a technicality, the green-haired boy noted. And third of all, I don't have a quirk that points out the weaknesses of heroes. Say what? Mr. Red took his eyes off the road to look back at the young analyst, a raised eyebrow under his face mask. Then what is your quirk? Deku sighed. Jurin gave him the friendly advice of not telling his clients about his little problem, that it could drive away his customers, as well as his chance of becoming a top-ranked villain before he could even start. The young analyst knew that just because he was lucky enough to come across a few crooks who didn't care about his lack of superpowers, didn't mean that every criminal would welcome him with open arms. He had his issues, but he certainly wasn't stupid. However, keeping a secret and lying were 2 different things. Lying amongst villains is a sure way to land yourself in hot water. So, clearing his throat, Deku prepared to expose his quirkless nature and braced himself for the predicted ridicule and refusal of payment. Well, the truth is look out. Deku's sudden warning arrived too late, as a massive figure came out of nowhere and ambushed the moving vehicle. The van struck the giant form, skidding across the tarmac of the road until it slowed to a stop. Everyone inside had been thrown out of their seats, groaning in pain as they came back to their senses. Everybody okay? Mr. Green asked as he rubbed his now sore neck. I think so, Mr. Blue answered as he nursed his namesake. Mr. Yellow shook his head, his cheeks smacking together as he did. What the heck was that? Mr. Red lifted his head from the steering wheel. He blinked a few times to get his bearings back, but then immediately wished he didn't. Oh, guys, problem. What is it? Mr. Blue turned to the front of the truck to see what or more exactly who it was that they ended up crashing into. Oh, crud. Mr. Yellow raised a trembling finger at the muscle-bound build before them. Is that who I think it is? It's. Mr. Green was too terrified to get his words out, but Deku, with wide fear-filled eyes, was able to answer for him. Death Arms. The heavy-lifting hero smirked. He had taken the brunt of the truck's collision in stride, appearing to have suffered zero damage. Wearing a blue, unbuttoned muscle shirt with his trademark yellow and black headband and wrist guards, he grabbed the battered truck by both sides and lifted it off the ground. Deku and the team tumbled over one another as the heavy-lifting hero hoisted them into the air. And here I thought I was gonna miss my workout today. Death Arms then threw the truck across the street. The truck landed on its wheels, but the momentum of the heavy-lifting hero's toss kept it in an out-of-control spin. The gang screamed for their lives as the truck collided with an oncoming lamppost. Mr. Red got a face full of the airbag when the truck made its sudden stop. He lay forward on the steering wheel, putting pressure on the horn as it let out an unending honk. He awoke from his sudden concussion, only to see Death Arms coming their way, cracking his knuckles with sadistic glee. "We're done for." The leader paled at the sight of the enclosing hero. "We're done for. It's all over. We're going to jail. We're going to the emergency room first." Mr. Blue grimaced. "Death Arms is famous for pounding on villains for the heck of it. We'll be lucky to even survive this. What are you waiting for, kid? Get out there and do your job." Mr. Green shoved the oversized crook toward the back doors. What?" Deku spluttered as he came out of his fit of shock. "You're supposed to be some kind of hero expert. Go take care of him already," Mr. Yellow demanded desperately. Deku's world began to spiral. The noise of the frantic gang started to become inaudible mumbles in his ears. He felt his intake of breath hasten, coming close to hyperventilating. His eyes and lips quivering as his mind brought him back to a painful memory from what was no doubt the worst day of his entire life. The defeat of the sludge villain that tried to take his life earlier that day. The loss of adrenaline after running in to save his former friend, and the feeling of two meaty hands grabbing him by the shoulders and being forced to look into the face of an angered Death Arms. "What were you thinking, kid? You could have gotten yourself killed. Leave the heroics to the real heroes." The quirkless child relived the painful memory over and over again for what felt like an eternity. His mind began to swarm with a million thoughts all at once. He barely came to his senses as the dogs kept barking at him in a panic. Soon enough, the trauma of seeing the heavy-lifting hero completely overtook him, and the green-haired boy froze. What was he doing? Robbing stores and running with criminals? Wanting to become a pro-villain? Was he out of his mind? He'd run away from home. He abandoned his school life. He threw his life away to become ... He didn't even know what he was now. And what did these guys want him to do? Fight Death Arms. It was Death Arms. They might as well have been telling him to take on All Might. As the fear and dread overwhelmed him, Izuku started to climb out of the truck in a state of numbness. The rest of the team watched him approach the hero, thinking that he was going to do what they hired him for. Izuku stepped up to the looming hero, who looked down on him more than just because of his enormous height. "Go for it, bunny boy," Mr. Red cheered from the window. "Take that oversized muscle head down." Death Arms scoffed. "Bunny boy? Really? Is that your villain name?" Izuku struggled to find his voice. He refused to look the heavy-lifting hero in the eye, keeping his gaze on the asphalt beneath his feet. Death Arms reached down and took one of the strands of cloth of his hood in his oversized finger and thumb, lifting it straight to get a good look. He smirked condescendingly. "What are these supposed to be? Your little bunny ears?" They're not ears." Izuku fumbled on his words. It's supposed to be BBBHH hair." Death Arms' bellow of laughter hit Izuku like a slap in the face. "You're one weird kid, you know that. Then again, all you villains are just a bunch of crazy losers who couldn't make it in the real world." Izuku had to agree. He was crazy enough to think he could stand any sort of chance against heroes like him. No matter how much training he had, or the gear he was armed with, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. The world had made its choice about Izuku Midorya, and no matter how much he struggled, he would always play the part he was given. The loser ... the victim ... the nothing. The Deku. "I'd like to turn myself in, Mr. Death Arms, sir." Izuku raised his arms for an imaginary pair of cuffs to be put on him. IWW won't. Resist." "What the heck are you doing, bunnyhead?" Mr. Green yelled in outrage, half tempted to get out of the truck and smack the boy one. "Snap out of it. You're supposed to beat heroes, aren't you?" Death Arms hooted in humor at that. "That's rich." He then reached his hand down to take hold of the boy in his massive mitt. "Like some scrawny little pipsqueak like you could take on a hero like me." Izuku wasn't paying attention anymore. He was thinking about how heartbroken his mother was going to be when she found out what he'd been up to. Kachin was going to have a field day with him once he got back to school ... if he didn't wind up in jail first. Izuku looked back up at the hero, who was taking his sweet time in taking him in. But it was then that Deku realized something about the heavy-lifting hero. He was moving slow, really slow, so slow that it was all too easy for him to step out of his way. The green-hooded child stepped out of his path again. "Hey." Death Arms tried again ... and again ... and again. But every time, the boy would step out of his way at the last second. The heck's gotten into you, kid? Deku was starting to wonder that himself. What was he doing? Wasn't he going to turn himself in? Why was he putting up a fight? Matter of fact, how was he putting up a fight? It was like the hulking hero was moving in slow motion, while the green-hooded boy seemed to have some kind of super speed quirk all of a sudden. As he dodged Death Arms' meaty fingers once again, something he heard from Gentle suddenly came to mind that explained everything. Deku, my boy, have you started to realize that while on one of our jaunts, you've begun to map out your path's trajectory while on the run? Splendid. That means that your mind is catching up to your body. Everything seems to slow down while you map out your next move before you make it. Be sure to keep up this mindset, my boy. It is a prized tool to have at a thief's disposal. A smile formed underneath Deku's mask. All of the training he'd received over the last few months had come to his aid. He was actually giving Death Arms a hard time. He never thought this would be possible. Maybe he still had a chance. He was brought back to the matter at hand when Death Arms gave a guttural roar and threw a closed fist toward him. Deku somersaulted out of its path, letting Death Arms strike the ground where he was once standing. Once Deku landed on his feet, he took in his surroundings quickly and spotted an alleyway. He turned his attention back to Team Reservoir Dogs, who were all agape at the performance the green-haired boy was pulling off. You guys get out of here. I'll handle this. With that final order, Deku took off down the alley with enough speed to impress Ingenium. Death Arms snapped his head between the frozen dogs and the retreating Deku. Wounded pride won over his better judgment as he went after the villain in training. Get back here, you little punk. Team Reservoir Dogs was still stunned in place until Mr. Green snapped out of it and smacked Mr. Red upside his head. What are you waiting for, man? Move it. All right. Mr. Red caught himself and started the engine, which miraculously came to life with a deafening rev. The leader of the pack turned to the rest of the gang. He put the pedal to the metal and sped down the road to where the alleyway would exit out. Deku panted as he kept running for his life. He chanced to look behind him, and as he expected, Death Arms was still on his tail, charging after him like a mad bull. While Deku hopped and skipped over any stray garbage bins and dumpsters in his way, Death Arms bulldozed through all obstacles in his way. Soon enough, Deku came out the other end of the alley. He raised a hand to his face as the sun hit him in the eyes. Once he adjusted to the light, he took in his new surroundings. Across the street was an empty construction site, with a towering construct of girders sealed together. The thundering of Death Arms' stampede made itself known to the boy, growing louder as the hero drew closer. Deku raced across the street and into the construction site, right before Death Arms burst out of the alley, with brick and garbage flying everywhere on his arrival. The heavy-lifting hero spotted Deku heading to the site and gave no second thought as he chased after him. The fact that a scrawny little string bean made a fool of him was not sitting well with the heavy-lifting hero. No one made a fool out of Death Arms, and this kid was going to learn that the hard way. As Death Arms charged into the building site, Team Reservoir Dogs pulled up outside, catching the heavy-lifting hero still after the green-hooded kid they'd hired. They spotted the boy and Behemoth in the construction site, and Mr. Blue began scrambling around his pockets until he found what he was looking for. He pulled out his phone and turned the camera on. He did not want to miss a second of this. Death Arms finally caught up with the kid and started swinging his fists wildly, wanting nothing more than to beat the painted-on smirk off the child's face. Deku grinned to himself as he ducked and weaved past all of the heavy-lifting hero's blows, recalling what his coach had taught him not too long ago. All right, little man, listen up. When you first showed up, you did a pretty good job dodging my moves. But that was only cause I was going easy on you. There are gonna be guys way bigger than you, who are not gonna hold back. But the thing about big guys is that they tend to move a whole lot slower, which give you the advantage of getting in close and letting them have it. Deku still had bruises from that day, but the lesson was well and truly beaten into him, and it was coming in pretty handy right now. With the combination of Gentle's acrobat lessons and Rappa's martial arts training, Deku was running circles around Death Arms, hopping and skipping over and under the massive man's muscular limbs. The dogs watching from afar were in awe of what they were seeing, with Mr. Blue catching every moment on his phone. Stand still, you little turd. Death Arms bellowed as he slammed his fists down like a pair of sledgehammers. Deku somersaulted out of the way, a blast of dirt and rock erupting from the hero's enraged attack. The villain in training took deep breaths as he peered through the clearing dust. Death Arms heaved haggard breaths of his own, his massive body rising and falling as he glared daggers at the green-hooded boy. His eyes were bloodshot and crazed, sweat dripping down his brow and his teeth bared and grinding together like a wild animal. Needless to say, Death Arms was ticked off. Deku took in the sight of the man's body. The guy was built like a tank, and there was no way he was going to be able to get under his skin with his small stature, no matter how much practice he had against Rappa. A light bulb seemed to go off in the boy's head, and an eager grin splitting across his hidden lips. Deku reached behind his back and retrieved something he'd been dying to try out since Jiren handed it to him when he got his costume. Had a little gizmo like this put together for a vigilante over a decade ago. Think of it as a pair of brass knuckles and a taser rolled into one. Should help to pack a little more punch in your punch. Don't worry about the fee. Think of it as a gift, in honor of our newfound friendship. Just hold the trigger, take a swing, and watch the sparks fly. The green-hooded boy took in the sight of his new taser knuckle in his left hand. A pair of battery cylinders fixed into the modified handle were wired up to the carbon fiber paddle, where two exposed electrodes stuck out of either side of the head of the device. Deku turned his attention back to Death Arms, who was now charging at him with bulging, crazed eyes, and a little drool flying from his mouth. Deku decided to meet the heavy-lifting hero halfway, rushing straight for him with his new weapon clutched tightly in his hand. Mr. Blue zoomed in his camera as the two foes headed straight for one another, desperate to get a clear shot of whatever would happen next. He saw it. He recorded it. But no matter how many times he'd play it back, he still couldn't believe what he saw next. Death Arms lunged at the boy with an open arm, intending to clothesline the little green runt. Deku saw the attack coming a mile away. Getting down on his knees and sliding under his arm, leaning his head back with his chin mere inches from the oversized hero's passing knuckle, Deku shot back to his feet, taking in the sight of Death Arms' exposed midsection. He pulled his arm back and held down the trigger to his new weapon. A crackle of electricity met the boys, as well as the heavy-lifting hero's ears. As Death Arms turned back, it was too late. Deku jammed his taser knuckle into Death Arms' ribs, a loud buzz going off the moment the device made an impact. Never had the outcry of a hero, in utter agony, sound so disturbingly delightful to the green-hooded villain. Death Arms clutched at his stinging side, which gave Deku an opening to plunge his new weapon into the heavy-lifting hero's chest, causing Death Arms to let out another wail of pain. Deku hopped back as he took in the sight of what he'd done. He almost couldn't believe it. He did this. He brought Death Arms, a pro hero, to his knees. Holy cow, Mr. Red gasped at the sight of the heavy-lifting hero hunched over. He noticed Mr. Blue to his side, still catching everything on his camera phone. Tell me you're getting this. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Mr. Blue affirmed as he kept the bunny boy and Death Arms in his shot. The heavy-lifting hero turned back to see the team watching him from afar, one of them recording his most humiliating moment of hero work on his phone. Shame overcame the hero like a wave until he looked back at the boy who made a fool of him since the start. Shame and embarrassment turned to blind, burning fury. Death Arms rose to his feet, his enormous stature blocking out the sun and casting a looming shadow over the young villain. Yet for some reason, Deku could feel nothing but elation. Dare to say, he was actually having fun. I'm putting you behind bars. Death Arms rose his fist high over his head. But not before I put you in a wheelchair. Death Arms charged at Deku, swinging his hulking limbs at the boy, desperate to get even one hit on him. But Deku denied him at every chance, backing away until the two were under the structure of the site itself. The dogs got out of the truck and hurried over to get a better view of the fight, Mr. Blue still holding up his device. He got a good shot of Deku hopping over Death Arms and delivering a knee to the back of his head, sending the heavy-lifting hero face first into an oncoming girder, the impact causing an echoing ring. Deku took notice of how the structure around him began to shake all around him and the hero. It was then that his calculative mind kicked in. Death Arms is a hero who prides himself on his strength, being able to lift abnormally heavy objects without a struggle. Was that because he was just that powerful ... or did it have something to do with his quirk? Deku decided to investigate. He reached up to his mask and turned a small knob, which raised the volume of his modulator. What's the matter, Death Arms? Having trouble keeping up? Maybe you shouldn't have skipped leg day. The heavy-lifting hero's response was to snarl and lunge at the boy, who all too easily ducked and rolled out of his way. In Death Arms' blind rage, he had knocked a girder supporting the building frame around them. Deku led Death Arms around the area, tricking him into smashing more of the structure's legs, with Death Arms too furious to notice. I'm gonna rip those bunny ears right off your head. Death Arms threw one more punch toward the slippery rabbit boy. One more punch that Deku easily avoided at the last second. One more punch that collided with the fragile structure over the heavy-lifting hero's head. One more punch to start bringing the place down. Death Arms finally stopped seeing red long enough to notice the construct of metal beams starting to creak and groan. The structure of girders started to wane on itself, until one by one, the formation started to crumble. Death Arms was in the dead center of the construction, as a pile of girders fell right on top of him. But thanks to his signature super strength, Death Arms was able to hold up the load. However, more beams kept raining down on him as the structure around him continued to collapse. Death Arms groaned under the pressure, wincing as he once again fell to his knees. It was at that moment when the one who he had been trying to pulverize appeared before him. Death Arms looked up into the concealed eyes of Deku. Even though his face was hidden, the heavy-lifting hero could feel the smirk spread across the boy's face. I had a feeling there was more to your quirk than just simple super strength, the young analyst deduced. It only allows you to lift a specific amount of weight until your body can't take any more. Death Arms' anger started to rise once more, giving him a small boost of empowerment as he attempted to lift himself with the weight on his shoulders. Why you little. How much weight does your quirk allow you to handle, I wonder? 2 tons, 4 tons. The green-hooded boy tilted his head to one side as he investigated the mass of stacked metal the hero was holding up. By my estimate, that has to be about 6 to 7 tons of weight give or take. When I get out of this I'm gonna. Death Arms' threat died in his throat when the green-hooded villain produced a single pen from his pocket. From the look in the kid's eye from behind his goggles, Death Arms had a nasty idea of what he intended on doing with it. And now hold on a second, kid. You don't have to do this. We can work something out. I can get you time off your sentence. How does that sound? Deku tapped the pen against his bottom lip in mock thought, the red plastic reflecting in the sunlight with a deadly red glint. Did I just hear that right? The great and powerful Death Arms bargaining with a lowly villain like myself. Just when you thought you've heard it all. The green-hooded boy stepped up to the trapped do-gooder, leaning in close until the two were face to face. I think the pressure's starting to get to you, Death Arms. See, come on, kid. You don't want to do this. You don't want to be a hero killer. The heavy-lifting hero's reasoning was to sound more like begging to the green-hooded villain. Oh, don't be such a baby. Deku waved off. This much weight won't be enough to kill you but I doubt you'll be doing any hero work for the next few months. Death Arms had this kid all wrong. He wasn't crazy he was out of his freaking mind. You know, if you can't even take down a bunch of small-time crooks like us, the quirkless child motioned to himself and the dogs watching from afar, then maybe you don't have what it takes for this job after all. The heavy-lifting hero's fear morphed into terror when the boy took off his mask and goggles, revealing an expression of pure, unrestrained malice and madness. Maybe you should leave the heroics to the real heroes. Deku placed his pen on Death Arms' load. No. The hero's outcry was drowned out by the collapsing clutter of iron beams finally getting the better of him. Dust and debris filled the area, making the dogs shield their eyes. When the noise died down and the dust began to clear, the team looked back to see an unimaginable sight. There stood the green-hooded villain, standing tall in front of a pile of destroyed construction. Beneath the mess of metal was the heavy-lifting hero, Death Arms. His eyes were rolled to the back of his head. His face was stuck in a silent scream. A sliver of saliva leaked from his gaping jaw, where a few missing teeth could be seen. The boy stood before the defeated hero for a little while longer, until he finally decided to walk away. He left behind the battered and beaten hero, who when it mattered most, stood by and did nothing when he ran out and did his job for him. If your job is to help people then shut up and help them. No one heard the words the quirkless child whispered into the wind. Deku walked out of the demolished construction site, and up to the still gaping team reservoir dogs. The team turned to the boy. They were dead silent as Mr. Blue lowered his phone and shut it off with a beep. Then the dogs all erupted into cheers and howls of ecstatic awe. Oh, guys. Deku's voice was drowned out by the team's hollering until he turned up his modulator. Guys. Team Reservoir Dogs froze at the booming voice. They all turned to the child villain who took down Death Arms. I think we should get going, Deku suggested as the sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance. Oh, right. Mr. Red was the first to grasp the situation. All right, guys, do as the kid says. Team Reservoir Dogs, move out. The team scrambled into the truck, with Mr. Green and Yellow helping Deku up. Mr. Red floored the gas pedal, with the truck screeching into movement as they raced off from the scene long before the authorities showed up. Holy cow, kid, that was amazing. Mr. Red slapped the steering wheel in astonishment. You took down Death Arms. The Death Arms. How can you move around so fast? I almost couldn't keep track of you. Mr. Blue praised. Is that your quirk? Super speed or something? Nah, man. Is quirk some kind of electric power? Mr. Yellow claimed as he held onto the counter in the back, making sure it didn't fly out from how fast they were going. You're both wrong. That zapping thing was some kind of taser he had on him. His quirk must be superhuman rabbit powers, Mr. Green argued. Why else would he have the ears? Ooh, Mr. Blue and Yellow nodded their heads at Green's explanation. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that it, kid? You some kind of super rabbit man? Mr. Red called out his question from the driver's seat. He grew confused when he heard nothing back. No, I don't have super bunny powers, the green-haired boy answered bashfully, his former confidence completely gone after the battle. So, how'd you beat Death Arms, kid? Mr. Red probed, desperately wanting to know the boy's secret as much as the rest of his gang. What's your quirk? The green-haired boy struggled to answer, but then recalled what he'd just done. He then realized there was no need for him to feel ashamed of himself anymore. He had the strength to stand alongside the rest of the world, quirkless or not. The quirkless child held his head up high and looked the gang in the eyes without a shred of fear or shame. I don't have a quirk. I'm quirkless. Whatever it was Team Reservoir Dogs was expecting to hear, it certainly wasn't that. Deku looked around at the shocked and odd faces around him, but he didn't care. He didn't need to fear any discrimination from the team or anyone else anymore. Awesome. Mr. Green put a supportive hand on the boy's shoulder. That's awesome. You're quirkless. Really? And you were still able to take down Death Arms. Dang. Mr. Yellow's jaw dropped. Kid, I don't care if you're quirkless or not. Just remind me never to tick you off. Mr. Red laughed as he kept driving. And you are so getting a bonus. Deku was pleasantly surprised by the gang's support. He decided that if anyone he worked for was to ask what his quirk was, he'd tell them the truth no matter what. If they didn't want to work with him because he was quirkless, tough luck for them. For the first time in his life, before and after he became a villain, he was proud to be quirkless. The boy was so distracted by Team Reservoir Dogs' praise. He failed to notice Mr. Blue pulling his phone back out and logging onto a website called WeTube. La Brava sat at the dining table with a droll look on her face. She had just posted a video of her and her gentle committing the dastardly act of jaywalking in a public area. But once again, the world had no interest in their misdeeds, as the view count remained at an insulting 0. So, she decided to pass some time by scrolling through any videos she could find on the web. Her beloved approached her and laid down a steaming cup of tea by her side, giving the man a loving smile. She took a sip as she scrolled down a few pages, then spat it back out again when she saw what popped up next. Gentle, you gotta come see this. What is it, my dear? The flamboyant thief shot over to the frantic girl, looking at where the pigtailed hacker was pointing. It was a video entitled Quirkless Villain Dunks on Death Arms. The dazzling duo looked to one another in matching curiosity before the girl clicked on the video. They were beyond astonished as the video portrayed their dear friend Deku, dancing circles around the heavy-lifting hero himself, striking him with some kind of electric device, then leaving him to be buried in a ton of construction site debris. Gentle found himself taking a few steps back in his stupefied state. I can't believe my eyes. Is that Deku? La Brava questioned out loud, her mind struggling to accept that this was indeed the same green-haired ball of nerves she'd gotten to know over the last 5 months. They weren't the only ones to be shocked, amazed, or appalled by the footage of the young villain. The video became an instant hit overnight, its view count skyrocketing into the millions. The press eventually caught wind of the viral hit, displaying it for all to see. Needless to say, the video became a PR nightmare for Hero Society almost instantly. The video was eventually taken down by the website's supervisors, but the lasting image of a battered and bruised hero was burned into the public's mind, as well as the vision of the green-hooded villain that was soon given the name by the public as the Green Rabbit. Ring, 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 flick hello. A girl with short brown rounded hair and a permanent dimple blush on her cheeks perked up when the other line of her call answered. Hi, Mom, it's me, Achako. Hi, sweetheart. How did the exam go? I think I did pretty good. The written section was a whole lot easier than the physical. We had to fight robots. Actual giant robots. Can you believe it? The girl laughed as she walked down the sidewalk after the grueling entrance exam for UA Academy. Wow, that sounds pretty intense. But I'm sure the teachers made sure you were safe the whole time. Yeah, about that. Uraraka's positivity shrunk for a moment. During the exam, I got caught under some rubble when this huge robot came out of nowhere, bigger than all the others, taller than a building. I honestly thought I was gonna. Achako. The girl's mother sounded worried over the phone. The zero-gravity girl caught herself and put on a forced perky attitude. But then, the exam stopped. They told us that they expected us to retreat from the big one, saying that some problems we might face can't be solved by engaging the enemy or something, so it's okay. Well, that's good to hear. The girl's mother answered in relief. You said you wanted to become a rescue hero, anyway. You can leave fighting villains to the other heroes. Achako giggled as her mood improved. It was true. She wanted to become a hero so she could help people more than fight villains. That and hopefully provide for her family in the future. Her parents had done so much for her, so she was desperate to pay them back as a successful pro hero. You're right. I'll be home soon. See you later. Bye, sweetie. Achako hung up her phone and pocketed it in her coat. While she headed toward the train station, she passed a retail store with a bunch of TVs set up in the display window. A trio of bright yellow letters caught her eye, drawing her attention to one of the screens. She stopped and turned to one of the screens, where a news reporter with a pair of large horns, one sticking out and the other filed down, spoke from his notes with the image of a man in a green hoodie with what looked like bunny ears displayed in the top corner. In other news, the mysterious villain known only as the Green Rabbit has struck again. When the pro hero, Airjet, attempted to stop a daylight bank robbery, he was intercepted by the Virusant Vandal, who tampered with his signature jetpack and sent the airborne hero flying into the window of an office building. We go live to Izuku Midorya, who is on the scene. Thanks, Miyagi. 2 hours ago, a clash between the law and lawless took place here in front of the First International Bank of Musutafu. A gang of villains, led by the increasingly infamous Green Rabbit, attempted a daylight robbery, tearing down the vault door and making off with over 2 billion yen in cash. The airborne pro hero, Airjet, arrived on the scene and attempted to put a stop to the gang's escapade. The Green Rabbit engaged the hero, showing feats of athleticism that would put many other pro heroes to shame, as he dodged the hero's air blasts from his arm cannons. Inko was barely listening to her TV. She was sat in her living room, huddled up on her couch as she leafed through a photo album containing pictures of her and a happy, smiling baby Izuku Midorya. On the lamp table to her side sat a pile of missing person photos, with a picture of her son's face from his school photo day. She also had her house phone on her other side. Her hopes of getting the call she had been praying to receive since her baby's disappearance had dwindled over time, yet they still stayed alight. Every passing day, she swore to herself that when she could hold her little Izuku again, she would support him in being the hero he always wanted to be, no matter what. All she could do for now, though, was keep praying. Unfortunately for Airjet, his efforts to stop the acrobatic assailant were in vain. After avoiding the hero's attacks, the Green Rabbit managed to inflict his own damage, rapturing the airborne hero's trademark jetpack, sending the airborne hero flying into a nearby office window. The Green Rabbit and his associates have long since made their escape, leaving emergency responders to come to the hero's rescue. We have been told that Airjet will make a full recovery, but his reputation has more than certainly taken a nosedive. Airjet hasn't been the only hero that the Green Rabbit has proven to be more of a match for. After making his debut 7 months ago after bringing down the heavy-lifting hero, Death Arms, he has gone on to become a well-known name among hero society. Katsuki Bakugo scoffed as he listened to the newscast on his laptop, whilst lifting dumbbells as he sat on his bed. The entrance exam into UA had been a piece of cake. Heck, it was like the teachers practically invited him into their school. It was so easy. And best of all, no whiny, weak, quirkless Deku to get in his way. Before the viral video was removed from the web, courtesy of the site's owners, as well as the HPSC, there was speculation over social media on whether or not the Green Rabbit was possibly quirkless. Bakugo nearly laughed out loud at that last comment. Like somebody without a quirk could take out the likes of Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and even Midnight. Well, it's not like it mattered to him, anyway. Pretty soon, he was going to show all those mouth-breathing extras who the real hero was. And if he ever got the chance to take on that glorified bunny boy ... he was gonna blast him into so many bits, there'd barely be anything left to make rabbit stew. The matter of the Green Rabbit's quirk or lack thereof is one of the many anomalies that revolve around this mysterious mastermind. Who is the Green Rabbit? What is he after? And is there any hero out there who could possibly stop him? Izuku Midorya, signing off. Thank you, Suki. And now the weather. Deku was starting to notice exactly how much time he now spends down dark alleys since he became a villain. He dumped a large bag filled to bursting with cash on the ground before the tailored black shoes belonging to his work proprietor. Jiren looked up at the boy who dumped the bag in front of him, taking notice of the sour expression on his face. So, how'd it go? Oh, the job went great. No heroes showed up. No cops. It went real smooth. The young analyst perked up, only to give an even deeper frown. Until the gang who hired me decided to try and cut me out of the deal, once they found out I was quirkless. Aw, geez. I told you to keep that under your hat, kid. Jiren lectured as he unzipped the bag in front of him, his eyes marveling over the endless green inside. So, if they cut you out of the deal, where'd all this money come from? This is my cut. The gang had a sudden change of heart after I persuaded them. The quirkless child gave a cocky sneer as he retrieved his taser knuckle. Squeeze, squeeze, zap, zap. Jiren couldn't help but chuckle as he retrieved his share of the score. You know, that's a good way to lose street cred with villains who want to hire you. I'm not going to hide the fact that I'm quirkless, Deku stated without any hesitation. If no one wants to do business with me because of that, their problem, not mine ... not anymore. His eyes lit up as he recalled something. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask you something. Shoot, Jiren offered. You knew I was quirkless long before we met, didn't you? The young analyst queried. Jiren said nothing as he took another drag from his cancer stick. Taking his silence as a yes, Deku pressed on. If knew that I didn't have any powers the whole time, what was it that made approach me in the first place? Jiren blew his smoke before giving his answer. Kid, when I invent my time and effort into a client, I make sure I'm getting my money's worth. I need to be sure that I'm not gonna end up throwing my money away for some random street tough with delusions of grandeur. The green-haired boy thought about a certain blonde-haired explosion fanatic who fit Gurna's description perfectly. I look for something that I know it's gonna be good for me in the long run, that I'm making the right choice and putting my faith in someone. The gap-toothed man went on. And that is? Deku asked passively, slightly fearing what the answer could be. The villain broker grinned. Promise, you got a lot going for you, kid. You know how to fight, you can move like a track star, and all that know-how you got about heroes and their quirks is a guaranteed goldmine. The gap-toothed man leaned back in his seat with confidence. Face it, kid. You're worth something. Deku gave a small smile. Jiren wasn't the touchy-feely kind, but the fact that he'd managed to impress the villain broker this much was an achievement he was certainly proud of. Thanks, just being honest. Jiren dropped his rundown cigarette to the ground and stomped it out before retrieving another. Now, back to the matter at hand. I got another job for you. Already, Deku groaned tiredly. The last job had really taken it out of him, with the bigoted band of thugs he worked with being half of the problem. You know what they say, ain't no rest for the wicked. Jiren smiled. Fine, Deku sighed in agreement. So, what's the job? Well, I can't exactly give you all the details, Jiren explained. The one planning it wants to keep this job on the down low. He doesn't want many people knowing about it. Sounds iffy, Deku deduced. True, Jiren agreed. But, in this line of work, you're bound to come across a shifty job or two. You're a smart kid. You should have known that it wasn't always going to be robbing banks and knocking over convenience stores, right? Jiren defended himself. Deku didn't like it, but the villain broker had a good point. Is there anything you can tell me about this big job? Well, I can't give you much. Jiren blew a puff of smoke before showing a grin. But it's got something to do with UA High. Deku's face dropped. UA High? The UA High? I ain't talking about any other. The gap-toothed man chuckled. You seem interested. Of course, Deku was interested. For the first decade of his life, he'd always dreamed of going to UA, the most prestigious hero school in all of Japan, to be trained by the greatest heroes in the nation, and go on to become a great hero himself. Life, as he had learned long ago, had a pretty twisted sense of humor. What's this job got to do with UA? Deku asked, desperate to know more. Sorry, can't give out any more on that matter, the villain broker clarified. But since we're such good friends, I can tell you that you won't be the only one joining in on this gig. A lot of other villains are gonna be joining in on this little endeavor. With everything that Jiren was saying, as well as what he wasn't saying, Deku was feeling more and more skeptical about all this. If you want to know more about it, there's gonna be a big powwow at an abandoned warehouse outside of town. Jiren took notice of the doubt on Deku's face before continuing. Look, kid, I don't blame you for being cautious, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime gig. You may never get another chance like it. So, are you in or out? Deku took a moment to speculate the proposal. He had always wanted to go to UA Academy, and it seemed like the only way he would even be able to set foot on his most dreamed of hallowed ground was to take part in an immoral venture like this. Not to mention the opportunity he would have to research the quirks and skills of any UA students he'd possibly come across. To know of their powers before they become pros would come in quite handy in the future. Then again, the whole unspoken operation seemed too vague and indistinct to have any faith in. For the likes of even Jiren to be so secretive about it told the young analyst that this was going to be an incredibly high-risk operation. It would most likely be extremely dangerous, but also the motives behind it would be immensely sinister. But he was smart enough to know that it was only a matter of time before he joined a job such as this. As Jiren said, it wouldn't always be small-time bank jobs forever. Sooner or later, he was going to have to get his hands dirty and do something truly immoral as a villain. Yet as he thought that, deep down inside of himself, a small ache made itself known in the center of his chest. Kid, yo, Deku. The quirkless child snapped his head back to the broker. Huh, where'd you go, kid? You've been muttering up a storm for the past 5 minutes. The gap-toothed man looked at the boy with concern. Oh, sorry. Deku smiled innocently. Jiren sighed before proposing his offer again. So, what do you say, kid? Ready for the big leagues? Deku stayed quiet for a little while longer until he came to a decision. What time is the meeting? Deku took in the sight before him with wide, bewildered eyes. Jiren said that there was going to be a large selection of villains that were taking part in this operation, but it looked like there was a small army of superpowered criminals scattered around the vast, empty accommodation. Just like your first day of school, ha, Jiren noted as he stood to the kid villain's side. All the other kids are either secluding themselves or making their own little huddle of friends. Yeah, except I feel more comfortable here than I ever did at school, Deku confessed. The gap-toothed man looked at the boy out of the corner of his eye, taking mental note of the small clue as to why the quirkless child turned to a life of crime. Well, tell you what, why don't you go try and make some friends? Could pay to have a few not-so-friendly faces on your side. Plus, it'd be a good chance to find some job offers after this operation's over. Deku gave the idea some thought. Sure, I guess I can do that. Good to hear, Gurn beamed as he turned to leave. Now remember, play nice with the other kids, listen to everything your teacher tells you, and I'll be back to pick you up later. Haha. Deku mocked back with a smile of his own. Once the broker was gone, the green-hooded villain decided to have a wander when he spotted one of the villains who had chosen to keep himself away from the rest. An enormous bulging beast of a man, wearing a stitched-together, dark green onesie with a bull-shaped helmet mask with 3 large horns sticking out of his head. Deku decided to make his way over to the bull man. The massive villain was busy sharpening a massive machete in his hands when he took notice of the boy approaching him. Hi, Deku greeted kindly. The bull man snarled, his nostrils glowing red. Up in the rafters of the warehouse, a single blood-red eye peeked through the fingers of a severed hand attached to the face of a pale young man. He glared down on the numerous villains chatting to themselves, surrounding the bunny-eared villain. Is this really the best you could find, Kurogiri? The hand man spoke in a raspy, spite-filled voice. I bet none of them is at their max level. There is no use in complaining now. Shigaraki Kurogiri, a living mass of dark cloud wearing a bartender tux and a large metal collar around what was supposed to be his neck, pointed out. The plan is set, and we have the numbers we need. If all goes as planned, this will be the day that the symbol of peace falls. Fine, the hand man growled as he slouched on the rail, leaving 2 fingers open to not touch the bar completely. A selection of other severed hands was clasped onto his forearms as he reached up and scratched at a red, raw spot on his neck ferociously. Besides, they're just the first wave. They're nothing compared to the final boss. Kurogiri looked over the various villains and noticed that there was a slightly large gathering in an area of the warehouse. He kept his burning yellow eyes on the center of the crowd, a small boy with a green hooded sweater talking to every villain that approached him. His eyes became fixated, almost as if someone else was looking through the eyes of the living cloud other than himself. Wow, so your quirk allows you to shoot laser beams out of your nose. That's amazing. Does the heat from the laser hurt the inside of your nostrils? Do you have to lean your head back to aim, or do they shoot to where you're looking? And what's with the cow-shaped helmet? The bull man was starting to get annoyed by the green-hooded boy's constant questions. He rose from the crate he was perched on, easily towering over the green-hooded boy. Anyone ever tell you that you talk too much? Before Deku could answer, he suddenly found himself ensnared by a multitude of gray snake-like hairs and hoisted into the air. The boy looked to see where the mysterious living hair came from. A woman wearing a dark purple pantsuit and a lighter purple striped shirt underneath. Looks like someone doesn't know how to mind their own business. Deku showed no sense of danger as he was raised off the ground, being more interested in the coils of hair that wrapped around him. Wow, a manipulative hair quirk. From how high you can lift me, it must be able to extend to about 20 feet, maybe more. Not to mention the amount of strength your hair fibers must have to lift me up in the first place. The bull man and snake hair woman looked at the strange boy like he was crazy, which from how he was behaving, didn't seem that far off. Hey, I've seen those bunny ears before. The 3 villains looked to see a man with the bodily structure of a dinosaur, with a fossilized head, stomping his way over and pointing a tiny arm at the suspended child. You're that green rabbit guy, aren't you? The bull man and snake hair woman looked back at the boy in shock. Deku gave a tired sigh. They're not bunny ears. But yeah, that's me. The dinosaur man laughed happily at his accuracy. I knew it was you. This guy's practically famous. He nudged at the snake hair woman and bull man with his little elbows. He's been all over the news, taking down heroes one by one. The snake-haired woman looked back at the boy, taking notice of his green hoodie and the 2 flaps of cloth stitched to the head. Oh, shoot, I think you're right. She then lowered the boy down gently before unwrapping her coils from him. Thank you, Deku responded kindly as he dusted himself off. Hey, is it true that you took down Kamui Woods by setting him on fire? The dinosaur man asked earnestly as he approached the boy. Technically, I set his wood tendrils on fire. It's not my fault his costume proved to be more flammable than it looks, the young analyst explained. The dinosaur man cackled with glee. I told you it was him. This kid can figure out a hero's quirk, what their weakness is, and then use it to bring them down. The snake hair woman and bull man suddenly felt quite nervous being near the kid villain. They too were aware of the infamous villain the news had been talking about, who can decipher a hero's vulnerability and use it to his advantage. After hearing so many stories about the green-hooded villain in the media, they had no intention of getting on his bad side. Hey, listen, kid. Sorry about grabbing hold of you like that. Hope I didn't hurt you or anything. The snake hair woman apologized with a forced laugh, hoping to ease whatever tension could be between them. Deku merely gave the villainess a warm smile. That's okay. Your hair is actually really soft. For some odd reason she couldn't fathom, the villainess felt a little flattered at that, doing her best to hide her reddening face with her sentient locks. Deku then looked to the bull man, who flinched when the boy turned his way. The young villain then gave a small bow. Sorry for asking you so many questions. I didn't mean to annoy you. No, that's okay. The bull man waved his hand in dismissal. Why, you can ask me whatever you want. An elated smile came to the boy's face as he opened his notebook once more when a familiar voice called out, Deku. The green-hooded boy looked to where the call came from and spotted a familiar face. Rock Slide. It was the four-armed, gray rock-skinned bouncer from the masquerade. The two had gotten to know each other quite a bit from the young villain's first appearance in the ring against Rappa. The two even spared against one another, forging a small kinship between them. Hey, Deku. Good to see you, buddy. The rock man, Rock Slide, came up to the young trainee, only to spot the two other villains surrounding the boy. These guys giving you trouble? No. Deku waved his hands in front of Rock Slide to stop him. I was just asking them about their quirks. They didn't do anything, honest. I was just asking Bronco here about his quirk. The bull man raised an unseen eyebrow at what the kid just called him. Bronco. Oh, sorry. Deku scratched the back of his head nervously. Sometimes, when I'm taking notes, I like to make up nicknames for people I see and what quirks they have. Judging by your costume and your laser nose quirk, I was thinking about calling you Blasting Bronco. Deku's voice shrunk as he explained, feeling the bull man's eyes bore into him. Blasting Bronco. The large villain thought the name over. I like it. Rock Slide gave Deku a hearty smack on the back, nearly taking the boy off his feet. Kid's got a sick imagination. It's how he came up with my nickname. Think you can come up with a name for me? The snake-haired villainess asked cockily, yet curiously. Deku placed a hand to his chin as he gave the question some serious thought. A light bulb seemed to go off in his head. How about Split Ends, with a Z? The villainess gave her new nickname a thought before smiling to herself. Not bad. Hey. What about me? The dinosaur man asked eagerly, almost like an excited toddler. Skullosaurus, Deku suggested. I love it, because I've got a skull, and I'm a dinosaur. The newly named Skullosaurus cheered as he waved his little arms. As the villains chuckled at the dinosaur man celebrating, Deku looked around at all of their faces. All these people were dangerous, deadly, and violent criminals, yet not one of them wanted to cause him any harm. While in his old life, on the moral side of hero society, he was insulted, beaten, blasted, put down and pitied by everyone. It would have been funny if it wasn't such a bad joke. Wait. Did somebody say Deku? The four villains looked to see the newcomer. A white-skinned, fish-faced villain, with gills in his neck and red streaks down his black head. You guys talking about the quirkless fighter in the underground? Rock Slide wrapped one of his multiple arms around Deku and brought him in close. Who do you think we're talking to? Skullosaurus, Split Ends, Bronco, and the Fash Man stared wide-eyed at the boy, struggling to register what the gravel man just said. Wait. This kid. The fish man pointed at the green-hooded boy. This is supposed to be Deku. Yup, it sure is. Rock Slide went on. Deku sighed. He figured he might as well show his face as he took off his mask and goggles. Hi there. The fish man blanched at the familiar sight of green messy hair and freckles. Holy cow, it really is you. The quirkless kid who took on Rappa. A moment of silence. Wait. You're quirkless? Skullosaurus asked the boy quizzically. Deku showed a proud, fearless smile. Yup, sure am. I heard a rumor that the rabbit was quirkless, but I never believed them. Split Ends chimed in. I mean, who could believe that a kid without a quirk could take on all those heroes and win? I'll tell you who. Nobody. All heads turned to see a villain wearing a skull-shaped helmet and military-grade armor stomping their way. You expect me to believe that this little twerp is the Green Rabbit and the quirkless fighter in the underground? Give me a break. Hate to disappoint you, but it's true, Deku interjected. I took my coach up on his offer to get me into the circuit, figuring it could help me get better at hand-to-hand combat. I'll admit, it's a little riskier for me since I don't have a quirk, but I think I'm doing pretty well, considering. Don't be modest, Deku. You've made a big splash in the masquerade. The crowd loves it when you step into the ring. Rock Slide objected to the boy's bashful attitude. Oh yeah, well, how's about you and me go a few rounds right here and now, punk? The Skullhead challenged as he cracked his knuckles. Rock Slide stepped up to the Skull Man with a fire in his eyes. You're gonna have to go through me first, bonehead. The Skull Man scoffed as he leaned around Rock Slide to taunt Deku some more. What's the matter? You gonna let your pal here do the fighting for you? I bet that's how you got your reputation in the first place. Letting guys with all the power do the heavy lifting for you, and you sit back and take all the credit. The quirkless child scowled as he reached behind his back, his hand coming close to grabbing his trusty taser knuckle. Silence. The warehouse went dead quiet. All heads turned to where the dry, venomous voice came from. Deku squinted his eyes to see the figure on the rafters. One he could easily make out, but the other seemed to be made out of complete shadow. The one he could see wore a ratty black long-sleeve shirt and slacks, with withered, shaggy ash-colored hair draping down from his head. Whatever he looked like was obscured by what looked to be a severed hand, clasping its fingers over his face, but Deku was able to make out a single, blood-red-colored eye gazing down at all the villains present. What disturbed him more than the single severed hand concealing the man's identity was the multiple other severed hands gripping the boy's forearms and the back of his head. It made for quite the disturbing sight, as many of the villains around the boy grimaced at the sight of him. Greetings to you all. My name is Tamura Shigaraki. The mysterious hand-man raised his arms in a grand gesture. And welcome ... to the League of Villains. The gathered criminals all began to mutter among themselves, wondering what the heck was going on. You have all been gathered here for one reason, and one reason only. The ash-haired man went on. The destruction of All Might. All the villains began to mutter apprehensively at the bold declaration. Deku's eyes were open wide, unable to believe what the hand-man, Shigaraki, had just said. The hand-man continued his monologue before he could lose any of the villains present. For too long, the so-called symbol of peace has looked down on the likes of us, flaunting his power, basking in the world's praise. He thinks he's untouchable. He thinks he's unbreakable. He thinks he can protect everyone, simply because he is here. But soon, we shall reveal his weakness to the world for all to see. The world will see All Might for the fraud he truly is. With our combined forces, we shall make the proud symbol of peace fall. Shigaraki maniacally giggled. The young analyst stopped writing, gazing back up at the maniacal hand-man with wide, bewildered eyes. Could it be possible that this lunatic knew All Might's deepest, darkest secret, that he was starting to lose his strength? And how do you plan on doing that? A villain that looked like a half-man, half-chameleon spoke up. I'm glad you asked. Shigaraki leaned down over the railing of the scaffolding. Deku noticed that when the hand-man placed his own upon the safety bar, he only gripped it with his thumb and 3 fingers, keeping one from touching the railing. The young analyst had picked up the fact over his villain career, that everyone with a quirk had a certain tick to their powers that kept them from causing unwanted damage. His quirk-deciphering mind immediately deduced that the reason this Shigaraki kept one finger lifted on each hand had something to do with his quirk. Our plan is to attack the top class of the prestigious UA Academy. Deku's focus was back on the hand-man's words in an instant, his eyes wide with shock. They will be secluded from the main campus at an isolated location they call the USJ. Word has it that All Might is to be teaching the class at that moment, which makes it the perfect time to strike. Silence filled the warehouse. Shigaraki looked around the vast hall of confused and doubtful faces. Out of the crowd of criminals, a villain that looked like a living paper doll covered with drawn-on eyes raised its hand. Shigaraki's one red eye narrowed sharply. Yes, yeah. Listen, I think I speak for all of us when I say that we're not exactly fans of All Might. The paper doll man got a few grunts of agreement around the room. But as much as I'd love to see the #1 hero brought down a peg, I don't think any of us could stand any chance against him, even if we all ganged up on him. But you see ... you're not going to be fighting All Might, Shigaraki interjected, gaining a chorus of confused muttering to fill the hall. The hand-man raised one arm and snapped his fingers. The entire warehouse shook. Heavy, thundering footsteps came to the ears of everyone present. All the villains started looking around for where the noise and the quaking floors were coming from. Deku found it difficult to keep his balance the stronger the ground shook. Shigaraki directed the crowd's attention to the far end of the warehouse. It was then that all eyes turned to where the villain was pointing ... and saw the single most horrifying thing they had ever seen. Holy, that thing's huge. Is that its brain? What the heck is that? Deku was asking himself the same question but was failing miserably to find an answer. The creature was gargantuan. Its brain was indeed exposed for all to see, sitting in the cranium of a beak-faced, fang-filled maw, with 2 wide-open bloodshot eyes that refused to blink ... if it even could. The only piece of clothing the beast wore was a pair of beige shorts, with a pair of skull-shaped knee pads covering his enormous legs. The rest of its dark blue-colored body was exposed for all to see, showing off the bulging, inhuman muscle that made up its ginormous body, which the creature's skin looked to be tearing apart just trying to hold all the overwhelming muscle together. The ghastly giant stomped through the crowd, the villains quickly scrambling out of the creature's path. It made its way to where Shigaraki stood on high, before turning about and faced the gathering of villains once more. This is the Namu, a genetic experiment composed of a plethora of uniquely chosen quirks, specifically designed to do one thing and one thing only: kill All Might, the hand-man declared, his visible eye twitching with sadistic glee. All the villains kept a vast distance from the grotesque monstrosity. Deku was still fathoming that such a thing could exist. A genetic experiment. How do you even begin to create something like that? How crazy do you have to be to even think of something like that? Once we invade the USJ, we shall immediately sick our secret weapon on the #1 hero, where it shall tear the self-righteous hero into a billion pieces with its bare hands. The hand-man declared hysterically, a manic, unstable grin hidden behind the hand grasping his face. If you're so sure that thing can handle All Might, Then why are we even here? A villain wearing heavy metal spiked wristbands and suspenders demanded, a handful of others agreeing with him loudly. That's the best part. Shigaraki gazed back down at the masses below him. While the number one hero has his hands full with the Namu, the rest of you will attack the poor, defenseless hero students. He'll have to choose between saving himself or the lives of others. The ultimate crossroads for a hero. The hand-man leaned over the railing, coming close to falling over the edge in his sadistic joy. I'm sure none of you here has any issues with killing a few kids, right? As almost every villain in the warehouse shared a dark, harmonious chuckle on the fact a pit had opened up in Deku's stomach. Attempting to kill All Might was one thing, but mass murder of students, children, this was too much. He was way out of his league, villain or not. There were some lines the green-hooded villain was not comfortable with crossing. Coming here was a bad idea. He had to get out of there, now. You're crazy. The hand-man stopped cold. His one visible eye looked down to where the outcry came from. A large burly man, wearing a black mask with red streaks over the eyes, wearing a black and red leotard, stepped forward with his arms crossed. Care to repeat that? Shigaraki hissed. Is anyone else here seeing how insane this all is? The burly villain looked around at all the faces staring at him. Killing All Might. Killing kids. That freaky thing. He pointed an accusing finger at the beast. This is completely insane. You gotta be out of your mind to go along with this. And I'm crazy for even showing up. Forget this, I'm out of here. The burly villain turned to leave the building but was abruptly stopped by a large swirling vortex of pure darkness blocking his path. From out of the portal came the League Master himself, trudging toward the burly villain like a zombie after its next meal. Deku and the rest of the villains looked back to the rafters, where they could see a figure made of the same shadow as the vortex standing, holding open another portal. No doubt the one Shigaraki used to get down to their level so quickly. I don't think you understand. The hand-man snarled as he drew closer to the black and red villain. You've already logged in ... and once you're in ... you're in. Shigaraki grabbed the burly villain's throat with his right hand. A cry of pain escaped from the man until his wails started to grow weaker, turning into pain-filled gargling. The man turned toward the rest of the crowd, clutching at his throat, where the flesh and bone of his neck were disintegrating into ash. Deku and the rest of the villain could only watch in utter horror as the burly villain reached out to them in search of help, only to collapse to the ground, his entire body poofing into gray dust the second he hit the floor. No one said a word as they stared at the pile of soot that once used to be a living human being. I hate it when someone tries to leave the game early. Shigaraki glowered at the mound of dust before stepping on top of it and walking up to the rest of the gathered villains, all of which took a drastic step backwards. Now ... does anyone else want to get banned? Silence, until a villain in the back gave a desperate cheer. The hall soon echoed with the roars and cries of villains, who either wanted to go along with the hand-man's plan so as not to end up like the poor soul on the ground, or were looking forward to attacking the school and bringing down the symbol of peace for good. And Deku couldn't believe what he'd gotten himself into. Katsuki Bakugo stared off into a random direction, barely listening to what 13, the deep space heroine, had to say. Rescue training ... what a waste of time. Right now, he and the rest of the extras of Class 1A, the top of the whole school, where he belonged, were at some special dome building called the USJ to practice saving lives or whatever. This is not what he signed up for. He's the kind of hero who's supposed to beat down bad guys, not save idiots who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The rest of the nobodies who made it into the class were hanging off of the bubble-headed hero's every word. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't block out their constant blabbering. He glanced a passing eye to two of his so-called classmates he'd smoked in one of their hero classes, a round-faced girl with bobbed and curved chestnut hair, who had an annoyingly sweet pair of permanently blushing cheeks. She wore a pink and black bodysuit with matching wristbands, helmet, and boots that made her look so sweet and innocent, it made him want to puke. Her power was to control gravity or something, he didn't care. The second was a real goody two-shoes girl with ginger hair, tied up into a left-sided ponytail that draped down her shoulder. She wore a stupid-looking light blue Chinese dress with gold trim, as well as a black eye mask, matching corset and combat boots. Her power was to enlarge her freaky hands to an abnormal size. Could be good in a fight, if she knew who to use them right. He thought back to the round of battle training he and the four-eyed class president had against the girly duo, a feral smirk appearing on his face. It wasn't even a competition. While he left Speed Geek behind with the prop bomb they were supposed to guard, Bakugo figured that it was a good time to show his class, as well as the number one hero who was teaching them, exactly what he was made of. It took All Might threatening him over the intercom with suspension for him to stop blasting his opponent. That was fine by him. By the time he was done, both girls knew who the top among them was. He'll admit, while he was busy showing those two who was boss, the image of a frightened, tear-faced, green-haired nobody came to mind. That didn't stop him though. In fact, it just motivated him all the more. After so much time had passed since his big disappearing act, Bakugo had to admit, he was starting to miss the little quirkless beansprout. He made the best punching bag. Testing out his explosions on Deku had been a real highlight to his day. Now that he was gone, he missed that feeling of dominance he'd get from pounding on him. His eyes darted to the gravity girl out of the corner of his eye. His sneer grew bigger on his face. Oh well, at least there's plenty more weaklings where he came from. Achako felt a pair of eyes on her and turned to where it was coming from. She flinched and looked away again as she saw the bomb boy gazing at her viciously. She let out a small yelp, catching the attention of Izuku Kendo, the red-headed girl with a left-sided ponytail she'd made friends with on the first day of school. Itsuka noticed the look of discomfort on the gravity girl's face. The big fist girl then noticed the class's explosives expert, Katsuki Bakugo, staring daggers at the two of them. Itsuka shot her own scowl at the boy, who scoffed proudly and looked away. Itsuka had an instant dislike for the bomb boy after their battle training and decided that if he wanted to hurt anyone in their class, he was going to have to get through her first. The big fist girl looked back to her friend and placed a friendly hand on her shoulder. Hey, it's okay. Don't let that jerk get to you. Why yeah, I know. The gravity girl gave a smile before it fell downward again. It's just ... he was really scary back then. Itsuka gave an uncomfortable sigh. I know, but just remember, that guy's got our homeroom teacher and All Might's eye on him. If he tries anything like that again, he'll land himself in real trouble. And that's when we'll get to really see him explode. The two girls shared a chuckle between them. Something funny about saving lives, girls? The two looked back to see their homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, aka the quirk erasing underground hero, Eraserhead, staring them down through his tattered black locks of hair with bloodshot eyes. Itsuka and Uraraka snapped to attention in an instant, not wanting whatever cockamamie punishment the ragged-looking man could come up with. And no, sir. Good. The quirk eraser turned back to the deep space heroine. Sorry about that. Please continue. As 13 went back to her speech, the home teacher noticed something that put him on edge in an instant. A dark swirling vortex appeared in the center of the USJ, growing larger and larger. Hey ... what's that? Ijiro Kirishima, a spiky red-headed boy, spotted the portal next, drawing the rest of the class's attention. Is this part of the lesson? As soon as the vortex had appeared, a lone figure covered in severed hands stepped out of the darkness, followed by a multitude of misshapen, multicolored newcomers who didn't look all that friendly. No, Eraserhead pulled down his trademark goggles and grabbed a handful of his binding cloth scarf. Those are villains. All the students gasped in shock and horror, all except Bakugo. The bomb boy looked at the oncoming horde of villains marching out of the darkness. A predatory grin creased across his face. Now, this was more like it. Deku stepped out of the dark void created by Kurogiri, the living cloud of smoke he'd learned the name of, and walked into the light. He took in his new surroundings with a slight glimmer in his eye. He never thought he'd have the chance to set foot on the grounds of the illustrious UA Academy. It would have been a dream come true if he wasn't here under such poor circumstances. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here. Shigaraki hissed in disappointment. Oh, well, maybe we can draw him out by killing a few kids. A chill ran down the green-hooded boy's back at those words. The way the handman spoke them was much too casual for the young villain's liking. He looked up to where the head of the operation was staring at. He could see a bunch of indistinct figures at the top of a large stairway leading to the main entrance. Just as the leader of the league said, there was no sign of an oversized being with two long hair strands sticking out of his head. The quirkless child was dreading running into his former idol after the soul-crushing encounter he had with him last year. But Shigaraki made it violently clear that no one here was allowed to walk out on the operation. So, he had no choice but to come along, lest he wanted to take the chance of having the League of Villains come after him. But to kill All Might, to have a hand in the assassination of the symbol of peace himself. All of a sudden, one of the distant figures came to the front of the group, before taking a giant leap down the stairs and hurling straight toward the enemy. Hey, someone's coming right for us. Ronko pointed to the approaching figure. Who the heck is that? I thought the only heroes we were gonna fight were 13 and All Might. Split Ends noted as she readied her hair for a fight. Who cares? A helmet-headed villain with gun barrels for fingers spat as he took aim. Just blast him out of the sky. As the figure became easier to see, Deku instantly recognized him. Guys, wait. That's... Eraserhead activated his quirk, as seen by his hair flailing in the air, and Split Ends' own wilting like a dead flower. The underground hero then wrapped his steel-weaved capture scarf around the three and yanked them in, knocking their heads together and rendering them unconscious in a matter of seconds. Eraserhead, the green-hooded boy, finished too late. He can cancel out your quirks just by looking at you. Good to know. A friendly voice spoke as a hand was placed on Deku's shoulder. Rock slide, the green-hooded boy inquired, glad to see a kind face in this difficult situation. I didn't sign up to beat up any kids, the four-armed rock man stated, before taking back his hand and cracking all 4 rows of his knuckles. but a pro hero like Eraserhead. Now that's more like it. Rock Slide charged forward toward the quirk-canceling hero. Hey, Eraserhead. Bet you can't cancel out heteromorphic quirks. I can't, the underground hero noted nonchalantly, before delivering a devastating punch into the center of Rock Slide's face. I can only cancel out operative or transformative powers. However, Eraserhead then ducked under a villain's sucker punch from behind, kicking him away into a gang in the distance. When it comes to tackling close-quarter enemies like you, it's best to have. Eraserhead slung Rock Slide over his head, letting the Rockman fall onto the heap of villains in a painful crash. Countermeasures. Whoa, Deku found himself in awe of the underground hero's fighting style. Forgetting about his inner turmoil for the moment, Shigaraki watched as Eraserhead rapidly dispatched his forces with ease, scratching his neck at an anxiously unhealthy pace. That stupid hero's building up quite the combo. Shigaraki, the children appear to be escaping. The living cloud suddenly informed the handman. What? Shigaraki snapped back to see the students heading back toward the main entrance. Don't let them get away. Shigaraki spat. They can't leave the building. We need them to lure All Might here. Understood. Kurogiri shrunk into his own darkness and disappeared. Deku saw the living cloud reappear at the top of the stairs, blocking off the class's escape, when suddenly a large explosion went off, consuming the living cloud. Deku's head snapped to the top of the stairs the moment the blast went off. That explosion ... the sound ... the smoke ... the flames ... they seem painfully familiar. All the boy's doubt and uncertainty about his current position were completely wiped away. Deku broke into a mad sprint, heading straight for the stairs. Eraserhead took down another batch of villains before laying his eyes on the green-hooded boy coming his way. After hearing Midnight's story about failing to foil an ATM bank robbery, he'd been paying attention to numerous reports from the authorities and the media, who could find the weak spot in a hero's quirk and use it against them. After hearing so much about him over the last 7 months, the underground hero was able to recognize him in an instant. The Green Rabbit. Deku, the quirk-canceling hero, activated his quirk, his hair standing on end. But as he aimed his gaze at the approaching villain, he was surprised to see no sign of hesitation or sudden loss of confidence in his body language. He threw a strand of his capture scarf toward the boy, but Deku proved to be more slippery than Eraser had expected. The green-hooded villain managed to dodge out of the scarf's path without slowing down. Eraserhead tried again, this time snagging a few villains to the side of him and flinging them toward the boy. The young villain merely jumped over each thrown villain, somersaulting in mid-air before landing on his feet and continuing his advance. Eraserhead refused to let the boy get past him. He rushed toward the oncoming rabbit villain, intent on stopping him in his tracks with a well-placed punch. However, at the last second, Deku got down on his knees and slid under the underground hero's incoming fist. For a split second that seemed to go on forever, the underground hero's bewildered eyes behind his goggles locked onto Deku's focused, dark-rimmed gaze behind his red-vised eyewear. Time caught back up with the two, as Deku sprung back onto his feet and continued his dash for the main entrance. No, Eraserhead cursed. He couldn't believe someone got past him. What blew his mind, even more, was that the boy was able to do so without the telltale signs of any quirk use. That brought him to the harrowing conclusion that Midnight was telling the truth. The Green Rabbit, Deku, really was quirkless. Here comes Skullasaur. The dinosaur man was dispatched in an instant by a lightning-fast kick to the head. This was no time to lose focus now. He may have let one villain get past him, but he swore that it was the only one that would. As he intercepted another band of rogues, he could only hope that his students still at the entrance and scattered across the USJ could handle themselves. His eyes gleamed red as he activated his quirk once more. This was going to be a long day. Deku recognized that explosion anywhere. It had to be him. Of all people, they let that cruel, vindictive, temperamental, pride-ridden sack of garbage into their school. Who was he kidding? Of course, they did. Aldria High must have painted up his recommendation to look as prim and proper as possible. They'd do anything for the precious golden boy. Never mind the fact that he beat and blasted a quirkless, defenseless child to the point where he felt like that was in the past. A manic smile split across the boy's face, hidden under his mask. Well, things were a lot different since high school now, and he and Kachin had so much catching up to do. The green-hooded boy made it to the top of the stairs, hoping to see a blonde-haired dirtbag with a superiority complex the size of Mount Lady. He was disappointed yet surprised to see a large dome of dark energy swirling around before him. A few students came jumping out of the arch vortex, rescuing a few of their friends as they did, before the whole dome disappeared. No, a boy with neat dark blue hair and glasses, wearing a white suit of armor, cried out in despair. He managed to rescue Achako, as well as another girl with light pink skin, black eyes with yellow irises, and fluffy pink hair with 2 antenna-like horns growing out of her head. It's okay, they're still alive. A student with a jagged gray hairstyle with a mask over his face, along with multiple limbs called out through a mouth where his right hand should be, while his left held up a large ear. I can hear them. They've only been teleported across the facility. Deku agreed with the multi-limbed student silently. Shigaraki explained his plan to all the villains taking part before the attack started. As soon as they saw All Might, the Hand Man would sick his secret weapon, the Namu, on the symbol of peace. While All Might had his hands full with the monster, the students would be separated and ambushed by the rest of the villains, putting All Might in a difficult compromise. Lose his life while saving the children, or let them die as he tackles the creature. Lose his life, or have his spirit broken. An ingeniously cruel plan. A boy with tape dispensers for elbows shot a strand at the living cloud, only for it to go right through him. Dang it, nothing we throw at this thing works. It just goes right through him. 13 had been quiet up until now until she turned to the bespectacled boy in urgency. Ada, you have to get out of the facility and warn the teachers of the attack. Ada, the blue-haired boy, looked at the deep space heroine in outrage. What? The school's infrared alarm system hasn't gone off, and there's no cell signal, meaning that some of these villains must be using their quirks to cut us off from the rest of the campus? 13 deduced. Our best bet is to have the fastest among us to get out of here and call for help. No, Ada argued back forcefully. I'm not leaving. I will not abandon my friends. These guys managed to get inside without tripping the alarm. That means that they had to get past the alarms outside the building as well. A well-built student with fat lips and a yellow bodysuit and mask explained. If you can get out of here, then they can't follow you, not without setting off the security outside. The tape-elbowed boy notified. This is what being a hero is about, Ada Tenya. Using your quirk to the lives of others. 13 declared. You can do it, Ada. Ochako piped up with encouragement next. Don't worry about us, we can handle this. Go for it, Mr. Class President. Don't you think it's rather foolish to talk about your plans in front of your enemy? Kirigiri lashed out with his dark form, only for 13 to retaliate with her quirk, Black Hole, and begin sucking his smoke into the eradicating abyss that was her power. It doesn't matter what we do if you can't do anything to stop us. Deku was impressed by the sight of the deep space heroine's quirk, but he turned back to see the spectacled boy, who was still stuck in his conflict of going for help or staying with his friends. From the look of his armor, the boy appeared to resemble the noble speed hero, Ingenium, either a die-hard fan or perhaps a relative. And if that was the case, then the boy must have some kind of super speed quirk. A light bulb seemed to go off in the young analyst's head as he reached for his taser knuckle. Perhaps the class president needed a little more motivation. The quirkless child hopped out of the way of Kirigiri's smoke and 13's vacuum and headed straight for the small group of students. No, 13 could only watch as the bunny-eared villain came out of nowhere and ran past her. Don't lose your focus, now, Kirigiri declared as he opened up a vortex behind 13, allowing the heroine's quirk to flow through him and out toward her back. 13 wailed in agony as she was nearly torn to shreds by her own quirk. 13, the pink-skinned girl, Mina, cried out to the deep space heroine, but then took notice of the green-hooded criminal coming their way. No, you don't. The tape boy shot out a stream of binding toward the boy. Deku easily grabbed hold of it and yanked the boy out of his way. The yellow-suited and multi-limbed student tried to intercept him, but the young villain merely used their heads as springboards and jumped over the two. He soared over Ochako and Mina's heads until he landed before Ada, blocking his path to the exit and protruding his taser knuckle. Try getting out of here now. Ada's stomach fell when the green-hooded villain stood before him. He should have moved when he had the chance. Kirigiri began to loom over the students, his eyes burning with malicious intent. Thank you for your aid, my friend, but it appears you are not needed here. I am fully capable of detaining these children myself. Wanna bet? Ada's eyes shot to Ochako, who had grabbed hold of the metallic collar around the living cloud's supposed neck. Activating her quirk, she flung the collar into the air, with Kirigiri going along with it. Go, Ada. The tape boy then shot a strand at the vortex man and swung him even further away. We can handle the smoke guy. Just get past him. Ada snapped his head to look back at the bunny-eared villain before him. Deku held his taser knuckle threateningly, pulling the trigger to emphasize his weapon's power. The spectacled boy recoiled at the villain's intent. However, he had finally pulled himself together. No matter how fast this scoundrel may have been, the little brother of Ingenium was faster. Ada broke into a high-speed sprint, charging for the villain blocking his path. He'd knock him out of his way if he had to, as long as he could get through that door. Deku failed to register how fast the boy was going, which made his plan all the easier to pull off. Throwing his training and practice in the underground ring to one side, Deku made the laziest, sloppiest swing with his knuckle he could do. It was child's play for Ada to swerve out of the hooded villain's attack and pass by him as if he were standing still. In the split second the two beside each other, the masked boy had whispered something small and hopeful in the speedster's ear. Hurry, the class president passed the bunny-eared villain, and rocketed out of the USJ, heading straight for the main campus, as Ito let his turbocharged legs carry toward his destination. He thought back to how he managed to avoid the hooded villain's attack, and yet he had the skill to get past Zero, Sato, and Shoji like it was nothing. He couldn't fathom it. But did that villain let him go to get help? The class president shook his head. There would be time to ponder on that later. Right now, he had to get to the rest of the teachers and let them know about the attack. He could only hope that he could make it back in time to save his friends. Deku watched the dust trail of the young speedster dissipate into the distance. He heaved a thankful sigh before looking back to the rest of the group. Achako and Mina, the pink-skinned girl, were by 13's side, while the tape-elbow, yellow-suited, and multi-limbed boys stood before the boy, ready for a fight. Guess I wasn't quick enough. Deku played off his failure as the bad guy he was supposed to be. The boy figured that it was only a matter of time until the spectacled boy reached the main campus. If Shigaraki was as competent of a strategist as he thought he was, once he got word of one of the students getting out of the building, then there was no point in sticking around when the rest of the heroes showed up. Deku sprinted forward at the 3 students, his goal to get back to the center of the facility. Don't let him get a. The tape boy, Zero, called out before the boys slipped by them. Way. As Deku headed for the stairs, he caught a glimpse of 13, laid out on the ground with her suit ripped apart. The 2 girls were huddled up by her side, looking over her wounds to see if there was anything they could do to help her. The brunette looked up at the green-hooded boy passing them by. Her tear-filled eyes contained a level of sorrow, pain, and fear that struck deep into the young villain's core. For the first time since he became a villain, Deku felt like the bad guy, and he didn't like it. The green-hooded boy kept up his pace as he bounded down the stairs. Once he made it to the bottom, though, he saw something that nearly made him tear off his mask and throw up on sight. Eraserhead, after taking down nearly every villain that had invaded the school, was now pinned to the floor, with his right arm broken and disjointed, in the grasp of the giant abomination that was meant to kill All Might. Eraserhead. I'll admit, it's a good name that goes great with your quirk. Shigaraki mocked as the beast took hold of the underground hero's other arm and squeezed. Crunch. AARRGGGHHH. But when you're pitted against raw power such as this, you might as well be quirkless. The handman giggled cruelly. Eraserhead attempted to lift his head, only for the Namu to grab hold and smash his face into the pavement. Deku grimaced at the sight. The young villain had worked with many gangs of criminals up till now, most of them being practically harmless. But the League of Villains, these guys were monsters. He prayed that the spectacled boy was as fast as the real Ingenium and that he got back here with support soon. Ribbit. The green-hooded boy turned to where the strange noise came from. At the edge of the flood zone, he could see 3 more students hiding in the water, watching the brutal display of their teacher being tortured with wide, fear-stricken eyes. A red-haired girl wearing a black eye mask, as well as another girl with long dark green hair, with the facial features of what looked like a frog, wearing a dark and light green diving suit with goggles on her head. The last of the 3 looked like a boy with grapes growing out of his head. His attention was drawn to the handman, where the living cloud appeared beside him. Apologies, Shigaraki, but I'm afraid one of the students managed to escape and go for help. Shigaraki went as still as a statue, not moving for an uncomfortable few seconds that felt like minutes. He then reached up to his neck and began erratically scratching at it again, bringing up his second hand and almost digging into his skin. Kurajiri, I'd turn you to dust if you weren't our ticket out of here. He relentlessly clawed at his neck like the madman he was made out to be until he suddenly stopped. We don't stand a chance against a whole swarm of heroes. Looks like the game's over before it could even begin. Guess it's time for us to go. They're leaving. The grape-headed boy in the water asked hopefully. He then broke down in quiet thankful tears as he latched onto the frog girl by his side. Thank heavens, they're finally leaving. Keep it down, Mainta. Itsuka hissed at the boy. The grape boy, Minoru Mainta, did as he was told and kept quiet. However, the frog girl, Tsuyuasui, felt the little grape boy give her chest a gentle squeeze. Looking at the boy's face, she noticed the distinct blush and flared nostrils on his face. With a stone-faced expression, the frog girl dunked the perverted hero student underwater, refusing to let him up no matter how much he flailed and gargled. Deku would have been glad to hear that they were retreating if it weren't for the large pit in his stomach that told him that something bad was about to happen. It grew even worse when the handman turned to the submerged trio. But before we do, Shigaraki spoke lightly, before snapping toward the 3 students and ran straight for them. Let's leave some dead kids behind for the symbol of peace to mourn. Deku dropped his stoic persona the moment Shigaraki descended on the children, reaching out a desperate hand toward him. No, it was too late. Shigaraki clasped all 5 of his fingers around Tsuyu's face, who showed emotion for the first time with a look of terror, and nothing happened. Deku was confused for a second until he figured out what had happened. Shigaraki realized what had stopped him from turning the girl into ash, turning back to glare at the one who stopped his fun. You're starting to get on my nerves. Eraserhead. The underground hero was miraculously still conscious. He had lifted his head and activated his quirk at the last second, stopping Shigaraki from dusting the poor girl. The Namu retaliated by grabbing the teacher's head and slamming it to the ground once more. The Hand Man then turned his attention to the green-hooded villain who called out to him. And you. The Hand Man began to stalk his way towards Deku, seeming to completely forget about the 3 students he was about to kill. Tsuyu stayed frozen in shock for a while longer until she took a sharp intake of breath to regain herself. Itsuka held her by the shoulders for support, while Minda was finally let up for air, ironically gasping for his life like a fish out of water. Deku felt every nerve in his body screaming at him to run, but refused and stood his ground as the leader of the league lumbered his way over to him. Where do you get off? Telling me what to do? We don't have much time. Deku attempted to change the subject. The student that got out has a super speed quirk. It's only a matter of time until he gets back with. I don't care about that. Shigaraki seethed as he grabbed hold of Deku's neck, leaving one finger off from touching. Deku grasped onto the hand, afraid to pull it off as it might accidentally lead to him getting dusted. You and the rest of the peons. The leader of the league motioned to the scattered unconscious villains around the area that Eraserhead dealt with, are nothing more than a bunch of mindless, ignorant NPCs to me. When I tell you to do something, you do it. When I want to kill some kids, you don't get in my way. And if won't go along with the system ... then I'll be more than happy to delete you. Deku struggled in the madman's grasp as he slowly reached for his taser knuckle behind his back. He should have figured that his life as a villain would be a short one. But if he was going to go out like this, then he was at least going out taking a swing at this psycho. Kaboom! The front doors to the USJ came flying down the stairway. Shigaraki took his hand back from Deku's neck to shield his eyes from the dust and debris. Deku rubbed his neck of the cold, clammy feeling of Shigaraki's fingers and looked up at the destroyed entrance. In the blooming smoke came a towering figure, with 2 tall stands at the top of its head. As it made its way inside, the students near the entrance grew smiles of joy, and some began to shed tears of relief. The figure stomped forward, its steps echoing and shaking the entire facility. He may have been the one to have crushed his dreams. He may have been the one who left him alone when he needed him most. He may not have been the hero he always envisioned him to be. But Deku would be lying if he said that he wasn't happy to see him. Children ... have no fear. The symbol of peace, the number 1 hero, the one and only All Might, came into vision with the angriest face the green-hooded boy had ever seen him make, and ripped the tie off from around his neck. For I am here. Deku and Shigaraki stared up at the number 1 hero. One had wide, shaking eyes with a mix of awe and fear in his chest. The other had a narrowed gaze filled with spite and hatred. The Hand Man stepped away from the green-hooded villain as he kept his one eye on the symbol of peace. Finally, Player 1 has entered the game. A few of the villains who were still standing looked up to the mighty hero, a newfound feeling of dread coming over them all. It's him. It's actually him. A villain stated as he shook within his spiked shell. I've only seen him on TV, but ... wow, he is really big. A villain with stitches across his entire body stuttered with trembling knees. A villain with a mohawk shook himself out of his petrified stupor and put on a brave face. See, come on, guys, snap out of it. There's still a whole bunch of us left. If we all gang up on him, then maybe we can. In the blink of an eye, All Might came down from the entrance and stuck every last villain still on their feet unconscious, stopping as he reached the bloody and beaten Eraserhead. Forgive me, Aizawa. I wasn't here when I was supposed to be. All Might look over the underground hero's injuries. What cruelty you've suffered at the hands of these scoundrels. The symbol of peace looked in the direction of Shigaraki, the Namu, and Deku. The green-hooded villain played under the look number 1 hero gave them. His signature smile was gone. He now wore a furious scowl on his chiseled features. It was like looking into the face of an angry god, who had come down from his holy domain to smite the wicked for harming his subjects. It was enough to make Deku instantly regret becoming a villain. As fast as he took out the remaining grunt villains, All Might swooped in and grabbed hold of the children in the water. Deku threw his arms up to shield his eyes, while Shigaraki lost the hand that was clasped over his face. Itsuka, Tsuyu, and Minda found themselves standing on dry land before they could register what just happened. The great boy looked around himself in utter befuddlement. Wait, what the? Children, take Mr. Aizawa and head for the entrance. All Might ordered, his piercing blue eyes trained on the remaining villains sternly. I will handle the rest. Deku's eyes were fixated on the furious symbol of peace until he caught Shigaraki out of the corner of his eye. He had his right hand over his exposed face, twitching erratically as he stumbled over to his masked hand on the ground. No. That wasn't supposed to happen. He picked it up and placed it back on his face. Classic hero nature. Punch first, ask questions later. The Hand Man mocked casually as if his mental breakdown was immediately halted by putting his hand back on. You're fast, All Might. Too fast to keep up with. And yet, somehow ... you seem slower at the same time. As the leader turned his head to sneer at the symbol of peace, Deku got a good look at what the leader of the league's face looked like without his cover. Dry, flaky skin, wrinkled dark eyes, capped lips curled up into a manic smile. The green-hooded villain could have easily mistaken him for a zombie come back from the dead. Could it be that maybe ... just maybe ... you're losing your strength? A cold chill ran down the back of Deku's neck. Did Shigaraki know about All Might's weakness? Is this why he put this whole plan together? If he did, how'd he find out? Did someone else tell him? How many others knew about this? As Deku recoiled from the bombarding questions in his mind, All Might rushed the three villains, crossing his arms before him. Carolina, Namu, Shigaraki ordered passively. The grotesque Goliath stepped in front of him, with a speed that seemed to rival the #1 hero himself. Smash! All Might swung his arms forward, chopping the monster across the chest, the impact causing a shockwave that everyone felt. The mighty hero looked at the creature before him, who showed no sign of injury and merely stared at the man with its disturbingly blank eyes. Suddenly, the monster lashed out at All Might, trying to wrap its muscular arms around him for a bone-crushing bear hug. All Might retaliated by ducking down and leaning back, then using his position to spring forward and deliver a devastating right to the belly of the beast. But the Namu stayed on its feet. All Might was stalled with shock until he tried another high-powered punch aimed at the monster's exposed brain. But once again, the creature stayed standing. What in the world is this thing? That thing is what will finally finish you off, All Might. Shigaraki gloated confidently. You're going to have to put whatever dwindling power you have left into destroying it before it destroys you. All Might zipped behind the beast and grabbed it by its waist. Thanks for the advice. He then swung himself backwards, bringing the Namu with him until he plunged the monster's head into the ground. The amount of force behind the attack shattered the earth, causing a geyser of dust and debris to erupt from the impact. Whoa, that was all that Deku could say as he watched the spectacle of power. But deep in his gut, Deku worried that the Namu may prove too much for the symbol of peace to handle. He had to guess that the reason All Might was late for his own class was because he was using what power he had earlier that day, saving lives and keeping up his appearance as the #1 hero. It was a tight pot that the mighty hero had put himself in. After all of his feats and victories, All Might had built up an image of always being able to save anyone and everyone, and that as long as he was here, all would be well. The boy could see it on the awe-inspired and relieved faces of the students around him. But the mighty hero's reputation was a double-edged sword. If he was to, hypothetically, fall in the line of heroism, Deku could only imagine the fallout of society. Panic and fear would flood the streets. Villains would take the symbol of peace's downfall as an invitation to run rampant, with no All Might to put them back in line. It would be chaos. Pure, unfathomable chaos. And that was exactly what the League of Villains was after. AARRGGH. Deku whipped his head back to the struggle between All Might and the Namu, seeing something that took time for him to register. All Might was stuck in his suplex pose, holding onto the Namu by the waist with its legs in the air. However, the Namu appeared to be cut in half, with its head and arms coming out of the ground beneath the #1 hero and digging its claws into his ribs. The reason for the ghastly creature's strange position was thanks to Kurogiri, who had opened a vortex where the Namu's head would have hit the ground, allowing it to reach up for the mighty hero and sink its grip into his body. So, you thought you could stun him and deal damage while he was in the ground, did you, All Might? The hand-man laughed giddily. Well, it wouldn't have worked if you did. Namu's as strong as you, perhaps even stronger now that you're losing power. I can't stand having blood in my vortex, but at this moment, I'm willing to make an exception. The living cloud remarked, looking down at the trapped symbol of peace. All I have to do is wait for our Namu to drag you halfway into my portal, and once I close it up, you'll be split in two. As the symbol of peace struggled to find a way out of his dire situation, Deku was frozen at a distance, watching with wide, vacant eyes. Was this happening? Was All Might really going to die? The idea was so unbelievable. His mind recalled the last time he met his hero his former hero. That day, at the top of a stray building, when the man Izuku Midorya looked up to and dreamed of being like, showed his true form, told him the truth of his power and said the one thing that caused him to let go of his dream for good. It's good to have dreams but you should accept the reality of your situation. I'm sorry but you can't become a hero. Those words still stung even after a whole year. Deku clutched at his left arm, an inner turmoil taking him over as he asked himself questions that he'd been avoiding for a long time. Did he hate All Might? Did he want him to suffer, just because he said something the quirkless child didn't want to hear? Did Deku want him to die? Kaboom! Whatever answers the green-hooded boy was coming to were immediately blown away, as a huge explosion snatched his attention, causing him to look back at the struggling symbol, and who had just flown onto the scene. And everything in the quirkless child's vision turned red. Kurogiri had been tackled to the ground after taking a blast from a spiky blonde-haired boy with red eyes, and a malicious smirk on his face. He wore a black tank top with an orange X on the front and a pair of black pants with matching combat boots. He wore a black face mask over his eyes, tied off at the back with two wingtips that looked like comic book-style explosions protruding out of his hair. But the most noticeable part about the boy's outfit were the two large gauntlets shaped like frag grenades on his arms, where his hands could be seen sticking out of the pin tops. Katsuki Bakuo sneered down at the Vortex man beneath him. Not so fast, Smokey. Deku's attention was taken off of his old tormentor when he saw a path of ice make its way toward the Namu, freezing its body on contact. The cold trail led back to a boy with white and red-colored hair, with the white on the right and the red on the left. What stuck out the most about the boy, more than his hair color, was the foul-looking scar that took up his entire left eye. He wore an all-white uniform, from his button dress shirt, slacks, and combat boots. It was clear that he was the one who froze the Namu, as the entire left side of his torso was covered in ice. He kept his stone-cold gaze on the creature, with his right eye being a warm red, but his left scarred eye being a striking icy blue. So, your friends were telling the truth. You really are here to try and kill All Might. Shoto Todoroki spoke in a tone as cold as his quirk. Shigaraki caught something out of the corner of his eye and sprung out of the way. A boy with wild, spiky red hair took a swing at the hand man, his entire arm looking like jagged rock. He wore an armored brace that went over and under his shoulders, a face guard that covered his forehead, nose and chin, a pair of black baggy pants with a belt with a large red R as a buckle, a dark red waist cape with a torn edge, and matching color boots. Dang, I missed. Tajiro Kirishima cursed as he glared at the hand man. How can he even see out of that hand mask whatever it is on his face? All Might felt the sudden chill, figuring it was young Todoroki who had frozen the beast holding him. With a hefty amount of force, All Might pulled himself free of the frosted fiend and leapt to a safe distance beside the children who'd saved him. We're not just going to stand by and let scum like you kill the symbol of peace, Shoto announced as he raised his left hand, ready to let loose another blizzard. Shigaraki took in the sight of the trio of students before chuckling. Well, look at you. Aren't you just an impressive little party? Not only did you beat back our enemy waves, but you even captured our teleporter. Kurogiri attempted to get up, but Bakugo slammed him back down with sadistic glee. Don't even think about warping out of here, gasped back. That collar of yours is part of your actual body, am I right? You use all that smoke of yours to hide your physical form. He lowered his head closer to the mist man's face, his hand on the villain's collar crackling with explosive energy. If you so much as flinch in a way I don't like, I'm gonna blast you into vapor. Geez, Baku bro. The spiky redhead grimaced. That's not very heroic, don't you think? The crazed hand man placed his real hands together in a calm, docile manner. Well, my dear future heroes, from the looks of things, it seems like it's game over for us. Except, the hand man looked over to the frozen trapped creature. Namu, the biological beast, then began to pull itself out of the vortex, its frozen half breaking as it moved. Soon enough its entire right side shattered to pieces. But as soon as it did, the monster started to grow back entirely new limbs from its muscle fiber in a matter of seconds, right before the students' and heroes' eyes. All Might was struck dumbfounded by the grotesque spectacle as he grasped at his bleeding side. What the devil is this thing? I thought you said its power was shock absorption. Yes, but I didn't say it was Namu's only power-up. Now did I? Shigaraki snarkily commented. He is a biologically engineered weapon with a whole plethora of quirks, and its one sole reason to exist is to kill you. Shigaraki's words were nothing but white noise in Deku's ears. He wasn't even paying attention to the quickly recovering Namu, as his focus was completely on the bomb boy who was only a few feet away from him. His brain began to replay every single horrid memory that had to do with him and the foul-mouthed hero in training. How he made Izuku's life a living nightmare for 12 years. How he made him feel weak and worthless every day since he was diagnosed as quirkless at the tender age of 4. How he used to blast him with his quirk, relaying the fact that he was strong and Izuku was weak. How he gave him his precious, irreplaceable nickname. Face it, you'll never be a hero, Deku. Never. The sound of his old tormentor's laughter echoed in the quirkless boy's head until finally he couldn't stand it anymore. Now if you don't mind, I'd like to have my teleporter back, Shigaraki declared as he raised his hand toward Bakugo, still pinning Kurogiri to the ground. Namu, kill high. A blur of green whizzed past Shigaraki before he could finish. Before Bakugo, Kirishima, Shoto, or the symbol of peace could realize, the proud hero in training was suddenly bashed in the face by the sole end of the bunny-eared villain's boot. Kirishima and Shoto were too slow to react, as Bakugo went barreling across the plain until rolling to a stop. All eyes were locked onto the bunny-eared villain who stood over Kurogiri, his visor directed toward the boy he'd just booted in the face. Bakugo slowly started to get up, his palms starting to smoke as a low growl came from his bared, snarling teeth. The bomb boy looked back at the villain who'd caught him off guard with a wide, twitching, bloodshot glare. Bakugo then felt something wet and cold on his lip. He reached up and wiped his mouth before looking at what was on his thumb. Blood. His blood. The bunny-eared villain just made him bleed his own blood. If looks could kill, then the seething glare Bakugo shot the green-hooded villain would have reduced him to a charred smear on the ground. Deku rose from his position, staring back at his old-school bully with narrowed, dark-rimmed eyes. I've always wanted to do that. Shigaraki looked on at the green-hooded villain who talked back to him after he kicked the bomb boy away from Kurogiri. Does that NPC have a glitch or something? The living cloud disappeared then reappeared by the handman's side. Apologies for getting caught, Shigaraki. I was too focused on All Might and I let my guard down. Don't let it happen again, the leader of the league ordered. All Might stared bewilderedly at the villain who struck down young Bakugo before anyone could do something. Observing his outfit, he quickly recognized the infamous villain that's been all over the news. Is that the Green Rabbit? Why is he here? Kirishima snapped out of his stupor first and charged at the green-hooded villain with a raised fist. Why? Deku dodged out of the way of the skin-hardening boy coming at him at the last second. Ijiro threw multiple swings at the bunny-eared bandit, missing every time as the villain swayed past every one of his blows. Deku dodged one more punch, then launched his own at the red-headed boy's chest. Only to feel the sensation of punching a brick wall. Oh, Kirishima grinned. Gonna need to hit a lot harder than that if you want to crack this shell. The skin-hardening boy then rammed his shoulder into the green-hooded boy, knocking him back a few steps. Deku was about to retaliate until he felt a stinging chill come over his right leg. Looking down, he saw that his whole foot was encased in ice. He looked back to the scarred boy, who glared at him with unimpressed eyes. Where do you think you're going? Die. Deku turned back to see Bakugo rocketing toward him, using his open palms as makeshift thrusters to launch himself at the young villain. The bomb boy then shot a hand forward, letting loose a blast that blew Deku out of the ice and sent him skidding across the ground. The quirkless villain groaned in discomfort. Yup, that takes me back. The bomb boy's roars let Deku know that he was coming for him again. Getting to his feet, the bunny-eared boy barely had time to dodge another vengeful blast from his old bully. Bakugo continued to fire blast after blast at the young villain, but Deku was able to hop out of his explosion's path. I know who you are. You're that green rabbit guy the news won't shut up about. The bomb boy spat as he kept up his explosive attack. You think you're so great just because you took down a few has-been heroes? Well, take a good look at what a real hero looks like. As Bakugo threw his right hand forward, Deku intercepted and grabbed hold of his exposed arm. Katsuki was taken by surprise as the bunny-eared villain yanked him off his feet, over his shoulder, and slammed him on his back. Hard. Bakugo gasped in pain and looked up to see the green-hooded villain looking down on him, his goggles hiding a pair of narrowed, dark-edged eyes. You're no hero. The villain finished his counter-argument by punting the bomb boy in the stomach, with enough force to make him roll over, grasping his stomach with a growl. Deku took a moment to look down at the sight of the prideful boy's agony. So, this was what it was like to be the one on top. He liked it. Get away from him. Deku snapped around in time to see Kirishima coming at him. The red-haired boy threw a rock-hard punch at the young villain, but Deku sidestepped out of the way. He grabbed hold of the boy's outstretched arm, gripped him by his shoulder, and dragged him into a spin before tripping him up and sending him sprawling to the ground. What sounded like shattering glass met his ears next. He turned to see a stampeding glacier heading his way, courtesy of Shoto standing at a safe distance. Deku surprised the scarred boy as he charged for the rampaging ice, jumping up and running across the craggy ice formation until he closed in on Shoto, delivering a devastating kick to the boy's chin. As Deku landed on his feet gracefully, he looked back to the 3 hero students he just downed, including Bakugo himself. He didn't make a strategy like he would with any heroes that would try to stop him in the middle of a heist. He just ran in without a plan and took them all down with nothing but skill and instinct. The 3 heroes in training started to get back up, and Deku was looking forward to seeing what he could do against all 3 of them. Call him crazy, but he believed he could do this. No, how dare you? All Might was about to leap toward the green-hooded villain when the League's mutant monster came out of nowhere and swung his massive fist at the number 1 hero. All Might barely had time to throw up his arms and block the attack, which sent him skidding across the area until he hit a wall. The symbol of peace was stunned by the amount of strength the monster had. To push the likes him back with just a single punch spoke volumes of how truly powerful this hideous creature was. Not so fast, All Might. You don't have time to complete a side mission right now. Shigaraki gleefully gloated. You've got a final boss to die to. Back to the Battle of the Youths, Kirishima was the first to attack the young villain again. Deku reached for his taser knuckle, and after sidestepping his wild haymaker, rammed his weapon into the hard-skinned boy's chest. This time, he was able to cause the red-headed student some damage. ARGH. While the boy's guard was down, Deku delivered a few more zaps, before whacking him across the face with the blunt end of his knuckle. Before Kirishima hit the ground, Deku heard the telltale noise of crackling ice heading his way. He turned and saw another glacier wave heading his way. The green-hooded villain dived out of the way and dashed toward the scarred boy once more. Same trick with no difference. And people think I'm crazy. Todoroki shot out another stream of ice, following after the young villain as he ran along the side and closed in on him. Shoto was astounded at how this villain could stay ahead of his attack. Deku finally got up close to the scarred boy, who made a futile attempt to strike him. The bunny-eared villain easily evaded his fist and threw his elbow into the ice boy's jaw, sending him tumbling to the floor. Deku saw Bakugo coming at him from a mile away. The boy had snarled like a mad dog as he threw his exploding fists at the bunny-eared villain, who ducked and weaved past all of them. After experiencing Bakugo's abuse for such a long time, Deku was more than familiar with the bomb boy's fighting prowess, and after his rigorous training by Rappa, the young analyst was surprised by how much Bakugo telegraphed his attacks. The bomb boy more than likely did so on purpose, all to show off in front of whoever was watching. Deku batted one of the boy's gauntlets out of his face, letting Katsuki's charged explosion hit nothing but air. Predictable and sloppy. What did you just say? For some reason, Bakugo didn't take kindly to Deku's criticism. Kirishima and Shoto both pulled themselves together, then rushed in to help Bakugo take on the green-hooded villain together. All three hero students ganged up on the one villain that had proved to be a bigger handful than the rest of the whole army of criminals that attacked them. Deku ducked, weaved, dodged, blocked and parried every punch, kick and blow sent his way. His vision became a blur as he whizzed to face the hard-skinned, ice-powered, and explosive heroes in training, one after the other. Deku then saw a window of opportunity to cause the trio some damage. As the three students lunged forward with their quirks activated, Deku simultaneously tripped Kirishima into Todoroki, shoved Todoroki into Bakugo, and knocked Bakugo into Kirishima, causing all three to hit the other with their quirks. The trio of heroes in training went flying across the area. Bakugo lifted himself up off the ground, the left half of his body covered in frost. Watch where you're aiming, half and half. You okay, Shoto? Kirishima grunted as he propped himself up. Sorry about ramming into you like that. It's fine. Todoroki lifted his head at the bunny-eared villain who just took them all down. Again, Deku took in the sight of each of the heroes in training he just outwitted. He almost couldn't believe it. He was winning. He was actually winning. Against three hero students, which an incredibly powerful quirk each, at once. He was winning against Bakugo. It was enough to make the quirkless child break out into a fit of mad, raucous laughter. He lifted his head to the heavens, laughing like a lunatic for all to hear. His frenzied merriment became so loud, it echoed across the whole USJ facility. Hero students near and far could hear the reverberating howling of happiness and were chilled to the bone by the frightening sound. After a disturbingly long while, Deku began to come out of his frantic happiness. He then turned to face Bakugo once more, whose face was a mix of perplexed anger. The green-hooded villain decided to raise his arm toward the bomb boy and gestured with his hand for him to come get some. Bakugo's eyes flashed with white-hot rage. That does it. The bomb boy picked himself up off the ground slowly. When he was back on his feet, he raised his right arm and for the handle of his grenade gauntlet with his left, hooking his finger through a small pin. His expression turned from enraged hostility to a manic, menacing smirk. Kirishima shot to his feet the moment the bomb boy took his stance. His mind brought up the mock battle between Bakugo, Ida, Ochako, and Itsuka, and how the bomb boy utterly laid into the girls without mercy. It was at the end of the fight when All Might had to threaten Katsuki with suspension that he made the exact same stance. And just like back then, he had a really bad feeling about what the bomb boy intended to do. Katsuki, wait. His plea was too late. Bakugo pulled the pin. A wave of flaming death was fired from the bomb boy's gauntlet. The searing hot surge hurtled toward Deku, who was too late to get out of the blast's way. Throwing his arms up in a last-ditch effort to protect himself, he took the eruption head-on. The explosion sent a shockwave out across the dome for all to feel. Kirishima and Shoto were beside themselves with shock and awe. Geez, Bakugo. The hard-skinned boy managed to find his voice first. Were you trying to kill him or something? As the flaring heat began to subside, Bakugo smirked at his victory. Please, if he was tough enough to take on the likes of us all at once, then he should be tough enough to handle a blast like that easy. And if not, then I guess he wasn't so. Nice gear. Bakugo froze. He whipped his head around to where the voice came from. However, the smoke from his attack was still thick in the air, blanketing the area in an unseeable fog. As Bakugo tried to peer through his own smoke, Deku managed to sneak up behind him and grab him from behind. He wrapping his right arm around the bomb boy's neck and with his left, pinned the bomb boy's left gauntlet to his chest in front of him with the glove section pointed right up at his face. I see the support classes of UA are still the best in all of Japan. Bakugo would have blasted the bunny-earned villain off his back, But the way he had him held made it so that if he were to let off an explosion, he'd catch himself in it. And that fact irritated him to no end. Let me guess ... The explosive sweat from palms gets stored into these gauntlets, allowing you to let them off in one gigantic blast like that one, Deku deduced as he nodded his head at the explosion that was recently unleashed. You always did like to put on a good show. I don't know who you think you are, but if you don't let me up in the next 3 seconds, I'm gonna. Bakugo's threat was cut off when the villain reached for his gauntlet with his right hand. Paying close attention to the pin sticking out of the handle, a feral grin appeared on the young analyst's face underneath his mask. I wonder if you're tough enough can take what you dish out. Bakugo could only turn his head and snarl into the villain's visor. All of a sudden, the ground quaked beneath their feet, causing them to look at where the small cataclysm came from. All Might and the Nama were engaged in a test of strength, each of them clasping the other hands in a clash of dominance. Shigaraki was giggling up a storm as he watched the symbol of peaceful struggle. Look at you, still putting up the act of the brave hero. You go around, making yourself seem like you're invincible, that you can get away with beating down us poor, lowly commoners. Let's face it, you're just a glorified poster boy for this rotten society, able to get away with as much violence as you want. You're no better than us. The Nama groaned as it pushed the mighty hero back a few inches, the symbol of peace grunting in reaction. Don't give me that. You're not doing this because of some self-righteous purpose. This is all just some twisted game to you. You're loving every bit of this. The handman then broke out into a fit of unhinged cackling. You got me. This is a game, and I am loving every moment of this. Deku watched the conflict from afar, keeping Bakugo in his grasp. He hated to admit it, but Shigaraki was right. If his hypothesis was correct that the number one hero had been using his strength beforehand, then All Might was practically running on fumes. Could this be it? Was All Might really going to? Toshinori grimaced as the wound in his side let itself be known with a harsh sting once more. How could he not have seen that coming? If he was still in his prime, he would have slipped out of that tight spot like it was nothing. The knowledge of his impending end weighed heavy on his mind. Oh, how he hated getting old. But that wasn't important right now. This ugly mook was proving itself to be quite the handful. And on top of that, he only had about a minute left in his All Might form before he completely ran out of power. If he pushed himself any further, it could mean his end. But that's what he was here for, wasn't it? How was this any different from his life before? Putting himself in the path of danger for the sake of others, shining a light of hope to all who needed it, fighting back for forces of evil, and striking down injustice wherever it stood. And he still had work to do. While he was fighting this freak of nature, the boy who showed him the spirit of a hero 1 year ago was still out there. And he had to find him, and tell him that he could still become the hero he wanted to be. To become the next great hero after All Might. That is what he became. That is who he is. That is why he is the world's #1 symbol of peace. All Might smacked the beast's arms away from him and began to rain down a thunderous hailstorm of fists. The Namu tried to fight back, keeping as much pace with its target's blows as it could. But All Might proved to be much faster and stronger than the handman hoped not to be. The flurry of brutality caused a shockwave that hit everyone present in the teeth. Deku managed to keep hold of Bakugo throughout the whole ordeal, but his eyes were glued to the fight, and he couldn't tear them away even if he tried. I can't ... get in there. Kurogiri groaned as he tried and failed to morph himself to Namu's side. But the whipping wind of the fight was too powerful for him. You said one of this thing's powers was shock absorption, right? The #1 hero called out to the leader of the league, as he slowly started to beat the beast back. That means that there's a limit to how much punishment this monster can take. The Namu managed to land a lucky punch on the symbol of peace's bleeding side. All Might felt his mouth fill with warm red. But that strike only helped to give him another boost of adrenaline. So, you were made to destroy me, were you, big guy? To take me on at 100% of my power. Shigaraki flinched. He did not like the sound of that. Then I'll just have to go beyond my limits. All Might continued to wail on the monster, his fists flying even faster as he pushed on. Deku was in complete awe. Even with his wounds, even with his power dwindling, he was still giving it his all. And he wasn't just throwing his fists at random, either. Every one of them was a calculated target, and each one was over his natural limit. It made the quirkless child remember why he became a fan of the symbol of peace in the first place. With a mighty pulled-back fist, All Might swung into the beast, sending it crashing across the field. The Namu got back on its feet, only to collide with All Might once again. A real hero always finds a way ... to turn a bad situation around for the better. The symbol of peace delivered a devastating dropkick into the monstrosity's mangled face, sending it airborne. All Might shot up to the Namu and grabbed hold of the creature's arm, spinning at a high velocity. He threw the beast down to the ground, causing it to crash into the earth like a meteor coming out of orbit. To always make sure that justice prevails. Everyone was dumbstruck at the awe-inspiring feat. Deku was slowly starting to let his hold on Bakugo slacken. All Might then landed on his feet before the Namu, as it began to rise up from the gravel once more. Here at you we have a saying that inspires future heroes to give their all. All Might felt his power surge into his fist, pulling it back for one last attack. Go beyond. Plus ULTR. The symbol of peace plunged his fist into the Namu's belly. Time seemed to stop for a few moments, as if reality was taking a moment to register the amount of power in the hero's feet. And once it did, the Namu was shot into the air like a rocket ship to the moon. Its thick hide struck the dome roof of the USJ, and the force of All Might punch helped to push it through the ceiling and out into the open air. The sounds of the Namu screeching started to drift away as it slowly disappeared into the wide blue sky. All Might heaved heavy breaths after his climactic finish. In my prime, I would have taken down that beast with 5 blows alone. He stood back up straight, his signature grin glimmering in the smoke of the demolished facility. But it took 300 blows to send that creature flying. I'm starting to think I'm getting too old for this. Shigaraki's wide astonished eye turned into a bitter sharp slit. That's cheating. He then started to flail his arms around, throwing a fit like a toddler would when denied what he wanted. That's cheating. He's supposed to weak. Master said he's supposed to be weak. Now, hacks. I call hacks. Deku ripped his gaze away from his former idol and back at the raised hand man. Did he say master? Wasn't Shigaraki the leader of the League of Villains? A tired groan came to his ears next. He turned his attention to a few of the downed villains still on the ground. Realizing his position, he retightened his hold on the bomb boy and called out to the defeated villains. Rock slide. The 4-armed rock villain eyes shot open when his name was called. What? Brano, Split Ends, Skullosaurus. The green-hooded villain cried out. Anyone that can move, move. We gotta go. He then whipped his head to the living cloud. Mr. Vortex. Kurogiri turned his attention to the bunny-eared boy who came to his aid. Make a portal, quick. We gotta get out of here. The young villain ordered. What does he think he's doing? Shigaraki growled as he pointed at the green-hooded upstart. I'm the one in charge here. I tell you. He's right, Shigaraki. Kurogiri defended the boy, taking the seething hand man by surprise. The rest of the heroes will be on us in a matter of time. We must leave, now. Shigaraki couldn't believe what he was hearing. His frustrated mind began to spill with overflowing inane thoughts as he ripped into his neck once again. Did he have any leeway around here? The living cloud created a large portal behind himself, as some of the other villains started waking up and picking themselves off the ground. Oh, I don't think so, Kirishima declared as he rushed for the bunny-eared villain, only to stop dead in his tracks as the young analyst jingled the pin of Bakugo's gauntlet, still aimed at the snarling boy's face. The green-hooded boy warned as he kept his prisoner close. One false move ... and the firecracker goes off, for good. He's bluffing. Get him, Bakugo barked. But Kirishima didn't have it in him to take that chance. No, All Might grunted as he tried to make his way over to the young villain. But after his draining battle with the Namu, he was barely holding it together. If he made any move, he would reform into his true form. He didn't want the world to see him for what he was, but he couldn't stand leaving young Bakugo to these merciless fiends. He clenched his mammoth-sized fist in frustration. He was caught. A handful of villains started making their way toward the vortex, walking around the green-hooded boy and his hostage. Shoto wanted nothing more than to turn those smug, smirking convicts into villain sickles, but he too couldn't take the chance of Bakugo's head getting blown off, no matter how much the temperamental time bomb seemed to be asking for it. This reminds me of what happened to you last year. The bunny-eared villain mocked the bomb boy in his grasp. When that sludge villain got a hold of you, and none of the heroes had the guts to come rescue you. A joyful chuckle escaped his masked lips. I remember the look in your eyes. You were so scared. You don't know a thing about me. Katsuki roared as he tried to wrestle himself out of the young villain's arms. Oh, I beg to differ. The green-hooded villain argued back as he tightened his grip. I know how you regard everyone in your life as extras. How you love to lord your power over others. How you relish in breaking people down until they don't have the will to fight back. The boy had to take a moment to calm himself, breathing heavily after his rant. Deku then chuckled as he started backing up toward the vortex, dragging his old bully with him. Kirishima and Shoto followed, but kept at a safe distance so as not to agitate the villain holding their hot-headed bomb boy. What I'm getting at is what would happen if all your classmates, your teachers, your parents, what if everyone knew ... just what kind of a poor excuse of a future hero you really are? The bomb boy was now utterly ticked off and completely confused. Who the heck was this freak? Shigaraki was visibly shaking with rage at this point. Kurogiri noticed this and knew that when the young master got like this, he was bound to do something incredibly foolish. Shigaraki, we need to. I'm the one in charge, here. The handman's raspy voice ripped through the air. All eyes snapped toward him as he broke out into a mad dash at the bunny-eared villain and his prisoner. If you're just gonna stand there and lag over killing that brat, then I'll kill him myself. And you with him. Deku could do nothing but watch as Shigaraki came racing toward him, his right hand stretched out. Bakugo tried to tear his way out of the villain's grasp when the crack of gunfire went off. The crazed leader of the league stopped dead in his tracks, shrieking in pain as he clasped at his hand, which now sported a freshly made bullet hole. The young villain whipped his head around and up to the main entrance where the shots came from and was glad to see his lazy attempt to stop the spectacled boy was not in vain. Class President of 1A, Tenya Ida, reporting for duty, the super speed boy declared as he stood at the top of the large staircase. I have returned, and I brought help. That he did. The hero staff of UA Academy were lined up, side by side, and were looking ready for a fight. Snipe, the quick-draw hero, had his trademark pistol drawn and was no doubt the one who put the bullet in Shigaraki's hand. Tarnation, the cowboy hero quipped as he blew the smoke from his gun. These varmints really got the drop on us. What naughty boys. Midnight licked her lips sadistically as she snapped her whip in anticipation. Don't they know these kids aren't old enough to play rough yet? The villains who were on their way to Kurogiri's vortex were frozen in place, until a brave, but ignorant bunch of them decided to try and rush the recently arrived heroes. Present Mike, the radio hero, sporting a leather jacket, a blonde backwards pompadour, and a special crafter stereo collar around his neck, stepped forward. Present Mike unleashed his quirk, sonic voice, and blew the oncoming enemies back down the stairs with his booming vocal cords. As the villains tumbled back down the steps, Deku turned back to all the villains still around him. We gotta go, now. None of them needed to be told twice. All the villains who knew they were outmatched ran for the portal, hopping in and disappearing into the darkness. Shigaraki gave the bunny-eared boy a scathing look from behind his hand mask, then walked into the vortex next. Deku backed up toward the portal next, dragging a seething Bakugo with him. This isn't over. You hear me? When I find you, and I will, I'm gonna blast you into so many pieces, they'll be finding you across the whole country for a millennium. Deku looked down at the seething bomb boy, his eyes cold and calculating. There's no need for that. He then leaned down, staring deep into his former tormentor's eyes. I'll come for you. See you soon. With that final word, Deku kicked the bomb boy away and jumped into the vortex. As the hard-skinned and ice-powered boys made their way to the fallen Katsuki, he shrugged away their helping hands as the portal began to dissipate until it was completely gone, like it was never there to begin with. The battle was over. Bakugo could only turn his head and snarl into the villain's visor. All of a sudden, the ground quaked beneath their feet, causing them to look at where the small cataclysm came from. All Might and the Nama were engaged in a test of strength, each of them clasping the other hands in a clash of dominance. Shigaraki was giggling up a storm as he watched the symbol of peaceful struggle. Look at you, still putting up the act of the brave hero. You go around, making yourself seem like you're invincible, that you can get away with beating down us poor, lowly commoners. Let's face it, you're just a glorified poster boy for this rotten society, able to get away with as much violence as you want. You're no better than us. The Nama groaned as it pushed the mighty hero back a few inches, the symbol of peace grunting in reaction. Don't give me that. You're not doing this because of some self-righteous purpose. This is all just some twisted game to you. You're loving every bit of this. The hand-man then broke out into a fit of unhinged cackling. You got me. This is a game, and I am loving every moment of this. Deku watched the conflict from afar, keeping Bakugo in his grasp. He hated to admit it, but Shigaraki was right. If his hypothesis was correct that the number one hero had been using his strength beforehand, then All Might was practically running on fumes. Could this be it? Was All Might really going to? Toshinori grimaced as the wound in his side let itself be known with a harsh sting once more. How could he not have seen that coming? If he was still in his prime, he would have slipped out of that tight spot like it was nothing. The knowledge of his impending end weighed heavy on his mind. Oh, how he hated getting old. But that wasn't important right now. This ugly mook was proving itself to be quite the handful. And on top of that, he only had about a minute left in his All Might form before he completely ran out of power. If he pushed himself any further, it could mean his end. But that's what he was here for, wasn't it? How was this any different from his life before? Putting himself in the path of danger for the sake of others, shining a light of hope to all who needed it, fighting back for forces of evil, and striking down injustice wherever it stood. And he still had work to do. While he was fighting this freak of nature, the boy who showed him the spirit of a hero 1 year ago was still out there. And he had to find him, and tell him that he could still become the hero he wanted to be. To become the next great hero after All Might. That is what he became. That is who he is. That is why he is the world's #1 symbol of peace. All Might smacked the beast's arms away from him and began to rain down a thunderous hailstorm of fists. The Namu tried to fight back, keeping as much pace with its target's blows as it could. But All Might proved to be much faster and stronger than the hand-man hoped not to be. The flurry of brutality caused a shockwave that hit everyone present in the teeth. Deku managed to keep hold of Bakugo throughout the whole ordeal, but his eyes were glued to the fight, and he couldn't tear them away even if he tried. I can't get in there. Kurogiri groaned as he tried and failed to morph himself to Namu's side. But the whipping wind of the fight was too powerful for him. You said one of this thing's powers was shock absorption, right? The number 1 hero called out to the leader of the league as he slowly started to beat the beast back. That means that there's a limit to how much punishment this monster can take. The Namu managed to land a lucky punch on the symbol of peace's bleeding side. All Might felt his mouth fill with warm red, but that strike only helped to give him another boost of adrenaline. So, you were made to destroy me, were you, big guy? To take me on at 100% of my power. Shigaraki flinched. He did not like the sound of that. Then I'll just have to go beyond my limits. All Might continued to wail on the monster, his fists flying even faster as he pushed on. Deku was in complete awe. Even with his wounds, even with his power dwindling, he was still giving it his all. And he wasn't just throwing his fists at random, either. Every one of them was a calculated target, and each one was over his natural limit. It made the quirkless child remember why he became a fan of the symbol of peace in the first place. With a mighty pulled-back fist, All Might swung into the beast, sending it crashing across the field. The Namu got back on its feet, only to collide with All Might once again. A real hero always finds a way ... to turn a bad situation around for the better. The symbol of peace delivered a devastating dropkick into the monstrosity's mangled face, sending it airborne. All Might shot up to the Namu and grabbed hold of the creature's arm, spinning at a high velocity. He threw the beast down to the ground, causing it to crash into the earth like a meteor coming out of orbit. To always make sure that justice prevails, everyone was dumbstruck at the awe-inspiring feat. Deku was slowly starting to let his hold on Bakugo slacken. All Might then landed on his feet before the Namu, as it began to rise up from the gravel once more. Here at you we have a saying that inspires future heroes to give their all. All Might felt his power surge into his fist, pulling it back for one last attack. Go beyond. Plus ULTR. The symbol of peace plunged his fist into the Namu's belly. Time seemed to stop for a few moments, as if reality was taking a moment to register the amount of power in the hero's feet. And once it did, the Namu was shot into the air like a rocket ship to the moon. Its thick hide struck the dome roof of the USJ, and the force of All Might punch helped to push it through the ceiling and out into the open air. The sounds of the Namu screeching started to drift away as it slowly disappeared into the wide blue sky. All Might heaved heavy breaths after his climactic finish. In my prime, I would have taken down that beast with 5 blows alone. He stood back up straight, his signature grin glimmering in the smoke of the demolished facility. But it took 300 blows to send that creature flying. I'm starting to think I'm getting too old for this. Shigaraki's wide astonished eye turned into a bitter sharp slit. That's cheating. He then started to flail his arms around, throwing a fit like a toddler would when denied what he wanted. That's cheating. He's supposed to weak. Master said he's supposed to be weak now. Hacks. By Cole Hacks. Deku ripped his gaze away from his former idol and back at the raised hand man. Did he say master? Wasn't Shigaraki the leader of the League of Villains? A tired groan came to his ears next. He turned his attention to a few of the downed villains still on the ground. Realizing his position, he retightened his hold on the bomb boy and called out to the defeated villains. Rock Slide. The 4-armed rock villain eyes shot open when his name was called. What? Brano, Split Ends, Skelosaurus. The green-hooded villain cried out. Anyone that can move, move. We gotta go. He then whipped his head to the living cloud. Mr. Vortex. Kurogiri turned his attention to the bunny-eared boy who came to his aid. Make a portal, quick. We gotta get out of here, the young villain ordered. What does he think he's doing? Shigaraki growled as he pointed at the green-hooded upstart. I'm the one in charge here. I tell you. He's right, Shigaraki. Kurogiri defended the boy, taking the seething hand man by surprise. The rest of the heroes will be on us in a matter of time. We must leave, now. Shigaraki couldn't believe what he was hearing. His frustrated mind began to spill with overflowing, inane thoughts as he ripped into his neck once again. Did he have any leeway around here? The living cloud created a large portal behind himself, as some of the other villains started waking up and picking themselves off the ground. Oh, I don't think so, Hiroshima declared as he rushed for the bunny-eared villain, only to stop dead in his tracks as the young analyst jingled the pin of Bakugo's gauntlet, still aimed at the snarling boy's face. The green-hooded boy warned as he kept his prisoner close. One false move ... and the firecracker goes off, for good. He's bluffing. Get him, Bakugo barked. But Kirishima didn't have it in him to take that chance. No, All Might grunted as he tried to make his way over to the young villain. But after his draining battle with the Namu, he was barely holding it together. If he made any move, he would reform into his true form. He didn't want the world to see him for what he was, but he couldn't stand leaving young Bakugo to these merciless fiends. He clenched his mammoth-sized fist in frustration. He was caught. A handful of villains started making their way toward the vortex, walking around the green-hooded boy and his hostage. Shoto wanted nothing more than to turn those smug, smirking convicts into villain sickles, but he too couldn't take the chance of Bakugo's head getting blown off, no matter how much the temperamental time bomb seemed to be asking for it. This reminds me of what happened to you last year. The bunny-eared villain mocked the bomb boy in his grasp. When that sludge villain got a hold of you, and none of the heroes had the guts to come rescue you. A joyful chuckle escaped his masked lips. I remember the look in your eyes. You were so scared. You don't know a thing about me. Katsuki roared as he tried to wrestle himself out of the young villain's arms. Oh, I beg to differ. The green-hooded villain argued back as he tightened his grip. I know how you regard everyone in your life as extras. How you love to lord your power over others. How you relish in breaking people down until they don't have the will to fight back. The boy had to take a moment to calm himself, breathing heavily after his rant. Deku then chuckled as he started backing up toward the vortex, dragging his old bully with him. Kirishima and Shoto followed, but kept at a safe distance so as not to agitate the villain holding their hot-headed bomb boy. What I'm getting at is what would happen if all your classmates, your teachers, your parents, what if everyone knew ... just what kind of a poor excuse of a future hero you really are. The bomb boy was now utterly ticked off and completely confused. Who the heck was this freak? Shigaraki was visibly shaking with rage at this point. Hirajiri noticed this and knew that when the young master got like this, he was bound to do something incredibly foolish. Shigaraki, we need to. I'm the one in charge here. The handman's raspy voice ripped through the air. All eyes snapped toward him as he broke out into a mad dash at the bunny-eared villain and his prisoner. If you're just gonna stand there and lag over killing that brat, then I'll kill him myself. And you with him. Deku could do nothing but watch as Shigaraki came racing toward him, his right hand stretched out. Bakugo tried to tear his way out of the villain's grasp when the crack of gunfire went off. The crazed leader of the league stopped dead in his tracks, shrieking in pain as he clasped at his hand, which now sported a freshly made bullet hole. The young villain whipped his head around and up to the main entrance where the shots came from and was glad to see his lazy attempt to stop the spectacled boy was not in vain. Class President of 1A, Tenya Ida, reporting for duty, the super speed boy declared as he stood at the top of the large staircase. I have returned, and I brought help. That he did. The hero staff of UA Academy were lined up, side by side, and were looking ready for a fight. Snipe, the quick-draw hero, had his trademark pistol drawn and was no doubt the one who put the bullet in Shigaraki's hand. Tarnation, a cowboy hero quipped as he blew the smoke from his gun. These varmints really got the drop on us. What naughty boys. Midnight licked her lips sadistically as she snapped her whip in anticipation. Don't they know these kids aren't old enough to play rough yet? The villains who were on their way to Kurogiri's vortex were frozen in place until a brave but ignorant bunch of them decided to try and rush the recently arrived heroes. Present Mike, the radio hero, sporting a leather jacket, a blonde backwards pompadour, and a special crafter stereo collar around his neck, stepped forward. Why, Present Mike unleashed his quirk, sonic voice, and blew the oncoming enemies back down the stairs with his booming vocal cords. As the villains tumbled back down the steps, Deku turned back to all the villains still around him. We gotta go, now. None of them needed to be told twice. All the villains who knew they were outmatched ran for the portal, hopping in and disappearing into the darkness. Shigaraki gave the bunny-eared boy a scathing look from behind his hand mask, then walked into the vortex next. Deku backed up toward the portal next, dragging a seething Bakugo with him. This isn't over. You hear me? When I find you, and I will, I'm gonna blast you into so many pieces, they'll be finding you across the whole country for a millennium. Deku looked down at the seething bomb boy, his eyes cold and calculating. There's no need for that. He then leaned down, staring deep into his former tormentor's eyes. I'll come for you. See you soon. With that final word, Deku kicked the bomb boy away and jumped into the vortex. As the hard-skinned and ice-powered boys made their way to the fallen Katsuki, he shrugged away their helping hands as the portal began to dissipate until it was completely gone, like it was never there to begin with. The battle was over. It had been a few days since the League of Villains attack at the USJ, and Deku was still exhausted. After he and what was left of the League of Villains managed to escape, winding up at a dimly lit hole in the wall bar, Shigaraki was livid. He tried to take out his frustration of losing his precious monster out on him. Only for the gang of villains the green-hooded boy helped to defend him when the handman tried to go for his neck. It came as quite a surprise to the quirkless child when all these hardened criminals and convicts protected him from the leader of the league. He couldn't remember the last time someone had his back, most likely because no one ever did. It was enough to make the young villain shed a few tears. Kurogiri was the one to calm the crazed disintegrator, claiming that Deku did all that he could to stop the super speed student from escaping, as well as freeing him from the grasp of the explosion boy, which gave them the chance to escape. Shigaraki, in a rare moment of rational thought, decided to just kick Deku and the rest of the villain out, declaring them all useless casuals who didn't deserve to be a part of his party. Needless to say, no one was unhappy with walking away for the short-lived League of Villains. The Vortex Man opened a pathway back to the warehouse where they were all first hired. Before Deku could follow the rest of the villains out of the rustic tavern, the living cloud stopped him for a moment. I apologize on behalf of Shigaraki's temperament. He still has much to learn. I also feel indebted to you for coming to my hour of need. If there is ever a time you believe my services would be of use, do not hesitate to contact me through Mr. Jurin. I would be more than happy to return the favor. Usually, it was other criminals seeking him out for his help in their crimes, but to have someone offered to help him, it was an utterly bizarre concept to him. Though, if Deku had to be honest, he didn't want anything to with the League again. They were far too extreme for his liking. The young villain made a mental note to have a few words with Jurin the next time they met. Being tricked into taking part in the assassination of a worldwide icon, as well as a classroom's worth of kids, was not his idea of a living. And now, a 20-hour nap and a hot shower later, here he was, sat in front of his multiple computer screens, eating microwave katsudon and checking up on the latest news. So far, they've allied him with the League of Villains, something he was not fond of, and how he was amid the few villains that managed to escape. Principal Nezu, the head of the previously believed impenetrable school, has held a press conference to notify the public that they will shy away from this offense. Deku Miyagi, a middle-aged anchorman with a large horn sticking out of the left side of his forehead, with a small stump on the right, spoke while the image on the screen switched to the sentient animal standing at a podium before a large gathering of reporters. Before I begin, I would like to publicly commend the bravery and sacrifice of not only All Might but of Eraserhead and 13, who risked their very lives to protect the next generation, Nezu declared strongly, as flashing cameras and microphones were aimed at him. We are relieved to announce that they shall both make a complete recovery, and will continue to teach the next generation of heroes for many years to come. Deku sagged in his chair as relief washed over him. What happened to both Eraserhead and 13 was a travesty, something he wouldn't wish on his worst enemy. Well, almost. I speak on behalf of myself and the rest of my staff, that we refuse to let this League of Villains intimidate us into stopping what we are doing at this school, the sentient creature declared. That being said, I am happy to announce that the UA Sports Festival shall continue to be held within the next 2 weeks. As the media erupted into a tirade of questions, badgering the intelligent animal for more information, Deku stared at the screen in astonishment. It was a bold move to continue to hold the sports festival after everything that went down. But he supposed that this was also the school's form of retaliation. The UA Sports Festival. Deku remembered all the times he used to watch the spectacle on TV, cheering on the next generation of heroes, dreaming of the day he'd be up on that stage, showing the world his quirk and what he could do with it, taking the first big step into becoming the hero he always wanted to be. Another rotten joke at his expense. Mr. Nezu. A young woman wearing a dark blue pantsuit and unbuttoned white shirt thrust her microphone toward the principal. Suki Monogatari, NHA News. Can you guarantee that the festival will be better protected than the USJ? We are enlisting a large number of heroes, as well as the police force, to act as security for this event. If the villains wish to try something once again, we will be ready this time, the sentient creature clarified. In the chorus of reporters fighting to gain his attention, Nezu pointed out a man with curly black hair and glasses, wearing a beige suit jacket, with what appeared to be a camera lens sticking out of his hand. Tanio Tokuda, Juzo News. Aren't you afraid that you are pushing the children into the festival a little too suddenly? What if they're still shaken from the recent attack? We believe that the festival shall help our students recover from their endangerment, as well as bring some normalcy back into their everyday school lives, Nezu answered, keeping his calm in the bombardment of flashes and voices. We all look forward to showing you the best and brightest our school has to offer, as our students are eager to show you all what kind of heroes they shall be in the future. Deku slumped back in his chair, letting the noise of the news report blur in his ears. No doubt Bakugo would be pleased as punch to be taking part in the sports festival. And after what the young villain did to him at the USJ, it would be the perfect time for him to piece his chipped ego back together. Bakugo. He had gotten away with so much. When he found out Izuku was quirkless, he took it as an open invitation to torture and torment him, all because he could. As they grew, the beatings only got worse. No matter what he did to Izuku, no one called him out on it. Not even the teachers. His parents barely did anything, figuring that it was just two friends roughhousing. It grew so bad, he began to fear going to sleep, terrified to see the blonde blaster in his nightmares, laughing as he pounded on Izuku, relishing in his tears and cries for help, burning his skin with every strike, thanks to his devastating power. He labeled Izuku with a name that would haunt him for his entire life. And now he was at UA, studying with heroes, learning to better his quirk, living Izuku Midorya's dream. Face it, Deku, you'll never be a hero. Never. The quirkless boy curled into himself and wrapped his arms over his head. Stop it. Awa, is Deku gonna cry? Go ahead, you quirkless baby. Cry your eyes out. Leave me alone. Go ahead, Deku. Hit me. Push me back with your quirk. Oh, wait, that's right, you don't have one. I didn't do anything to you. No wonder your dad bailed on you. If I ever had a quirkless kid, I'd leave him behind, too. Stop it. If you want to be a hero so bad, take a swan dive off the roof. Maybe you can be reborn with a quirk in your next life. Deku shot up and grabbed his keyboard, fueled by pure anger and agony. He slammed it into one of his numerous monitors, sending it crashing to the ground, taking a few plugs and wires with it. As the screen fizzed and frazzled, his shoulders shuddered with every heavy breath he took. He stared bloodshot eyes into the open air. After a while, he was able to get a hold of himself, wiping his face of sweat and stress. He looked down at the wrecked monitor. The image on screen frozen on a shot of the grand and majestic UA Stadium, where the sports festival had been hosted ever since the school was first erected. Heroes of the future? What would you think if you knew about their past? The moment those words left his lips, Deku's mind sparked to life. A plan started to lay itself out before him. His eyes grew wide as it continued to unravel, showing more impossibilities. As the formula drew itself out, a smile began to grow on the quirkless villain's face. A chuckle bubbled up in his throat, then he laughed. And laughed ... and laughed ... and laughed ... and laughed. He suddenly stopped. He then grabbed his keyboard in a flash and began typing at a blinding speed. He looked up a plethora of pages and images and hit the print button like there was no tomorrow. While his printer started churning out papers, he zipped over to his backpack and removed every journal he had and started ripping out pages. When his printer stopped its operation, he dashed over and took up every freshly inked document. Once he had everything he needed, he scurried over to a stray wall and began sticking, gluing and taping papers to the surface, linking them together with strands of red string. After 2 hours of work and planning, he stepped back to admire what he had created. And it was beautiful. A gentle rapping on wood drew gentle from his book and tea. Heaving himself out of his lounge chair, he made his way to the front door of his apartment, hideout, and looked through the peephole. His mustache lifted upwards in a smile as he spied a familiar mess of green hair. The flamboyant thief threw the door open and snatched his second protege up in a hug. Deku, my boy. Hey, Mr. Gentle. Deku wheezed. As sorry I haven't been in touch. The elasticity man spared the boy of any further crushing and placed him back on his feet. We were worried sick. Worried? What for? The young villain asked quizzically. Deku. A sudden collision to the boy's right leg caught Deku's attention. Looking down, he spotted La Brava, hugging his leg tight and glaring up at him with a rather adorable pout. You scared the heck out of us, you big dummy. Scared you? What do you mean? What are you talking about? The boy was beyond confusion. The dazzling duo dragged the boy inside, closing the door behind them from any prying eyes. La Brava took the boy's hand and dragged him over to her laptop, bringing up a news report on the USJ attack on screen. This is what we're talking about. Oh, right. Deku rubbed the back of his head bashfully. Guess I forgot. Must have slipped my mind. What with all the craziness going on? You tried to kill All Might. The boy's athletic mentor shouted. And a whole class worth of students. That is not what I trained you for. Gentle, wait. I can explain. Deku pleaded desperately. Gentle and La Brava both stood side by side, with folded arms and sour looks on their faces. Deku didn't know what was going on when Gentle spoke. Well, we're waiting. Oh, right. Sorry. This has never. No one's ever. Deku stopped his babbling and cleared his throat. See, it's like this. The young villain told his side of the story. How he got caught up with the League of Villains. How he was forced to attack the school under Shigaraki's threat of death. And how he did everything he could to stop anyone from getting hurt. By the time he was done, Gentle and La Brava were stunned. My word, that's just barbaric. The flamboyant thief declared as he fell back into his comfy chair. He really killed a guy right in front of you. The pig-tailed girl whimpered, with Deku giving her a somber nod. That hand guy must be crazy or something. I'm just glad to be out of there. Deku relented. There's no way I want to get caught up in any more of their plans. I'm so glad you made it out in one piece, Deku, my boy. Gentle declared as he stood from his seat and pointed to the sky. I propose a spot of tea to celebrate your safe return. I second that. La Brava jumped with joy. You know what? I'd love a cup. Deku chuckled. Glad to be back with two villains he was happy to call his friends. As the three settled down into a private tea party, Deku took a sip from his cup before speaking. Actually, Gentle, there was something I wanted to talk to you about. What's that, Deku my boy? Gentle inquired as he poured a cup for a swooning La Brava. You know how I've been working with criminals in minor heists for the last year, right? The young villain explained as he helped himself to a biscuit. Gentle nodded. Yes, indeed. And I am so proud of the progress you've made on your path of villainy. Thank you, the boy chuckled. But, you see, I'm thinking of branching out a little, pulling a job of my own making. That sounds splendid, Gentle exclaimed with outstretched arms, spilling tea from the pot in his hand and not seeming to care. It will be your next step in becoming a true villain. Yeah, Deku agreed as he took another sip. But the thing is, I'm not going to be able to pull it off on my own. I need help ... and I was hoping. Gentle was on his knees and staring up at Deku with wide, watery eyes. You want me to take part in your first official heist? Ooh ... yeah. Deku answered through the awkward situation. My dear boy, I'd be delighted. Gentle hopped back onto his feet, laughing joyfully as he placed his hands on his sides broadly. I was also hoping that La Brava would want to help as well. Deku offered the pig-tailed girl. Where Gentle goes, I go. The tiny vandal gave the boy a wink and a thumbs up. You've got yourself a hacker, Deku. Great. The boy beamed. Oh, there's one more thing. I figured I'd take you up on your offer, and was wondering if you could help me make a new villain costume. The elasticity man gasped, his face creased with a gleeful grin. He suddenly drew the back of his hand to his forehead. Catch me, La Brava. I feel faint. Gentle, the pig-tailed girl cried as she rushed over to cushion the flamboyant thief's fall. Deku smiled at the two antics. I've got some ideas, but I need to get the materials for it first. Of course, dear boy. Take all the time you need. Gentle waved as La Brava struggled to hold the man up from under him. And where would be getting these materials, if I might ask? For the first time since he arrived, Deku's face skewed up into a scowl. Someone who owes me an explanation. Okay, in my defense, I didn't know that they were planning on trying to assassinate All Might with a giant, mutant, monster thing. Jiren explained with his most charming smile. Nor did I know that they were gonna try and kill a bunch of kids in the process. Deku said nothing as stared at the gap-toothed man angrily down a dark ally with folded arms. Jiren kept his grin up until he decided that it wasn't going to work. Come on, kid. Don't look at me like that. Tell you what, next time I find you a gig, I'll be sure to know all the facts firsthand. That would be nice ... but I'm not here for a job, Deku stated as he reached into his pocket and procured a piece of paper, handing it to the man. I'm looking to do a little bit of shopping. Jiren took the list and looked over it. Let's see here. Kevlar, carbon fiber, impact-absorbing foam. Another taser knuckle. The broker looked back at the boy before him. Geez, kid, you thinking about going to war or something? Something like that, Deku answered ominously. I'm also gonna need you to get in touch with a few people for me. Oh, thinking about putting a crew together, are we? Jiren smirked slyly. Sure, I can do that. Anyone you got in mind? Team Reservoir Dogs. They said they'd have my back, no matter what. I want to see if they meant it. Deku noted as an uncomfortable expression came to his face. Also ... the League of Villains. Jiren froze for a moment. Really? I thought you'd want nothing to do with those guys after everything that went down. I don't, the young villain made clear. I just want you to talk to one of their members for me. Kurajiri. Jiren was taken aback by the boy's newfound brashness. The incident at the USJ must have given him some thicker skin. But the gap-toothed man wasn't complaining. He smirked as he caught a glimpse of the steel in the green-haired boy's eyes. Sure, I do that for you, and get what you need. But it's not gonna be cheap. It's gonna cost you a pretty penny. A large duffel bag of cash was thrown to the broker's feet. Jiren was startled by the sudden move. He looked back at the young villain. And not that he would ever admit it, but the steel in the boy's eyes was starting to rattle him. That should be more than enough. But there's also the predicament of my service fee. Another duffel bag of cash landed in front of the man. Jiren looked from the two bags filled with cash to the boy. The young villain was making it clear that he was not here to mess around. The broker figured that right now, it was best to play it straight. Well, that great. Pleasure doing business with you, kid. I'll have what you need by the end of the week. Deku's hardened expression immediately changed to a sweet smile. Great. That gives me plenty of time to get some practice in. Practice for what? Jiren asked as he pushed his glasses back up straight. The only answer the young villain gave was his kind smile turning sinister. Drunk Lee and Master Beast, a masked wolfman, went flying across the steel cage ring, slamming into the fence and collapsed to the floor in a defeated heap. Their opponent bellowed with laughter as he towered over them proudly. Come on, guys. Is that the best you can do? Rappa challenged as he got back into his fighting pose. This was supposed to be a spar, you psycho. Master Beast growled as he picked himself up, nursing his sore shoulder. You're not supposed to fight at full force, Drunk Lee pointed out as he rubbed his aching ribs. Oh, please. What better way to get better at fighting than to have a real bout? The long-armed brawler declared as he bashed his gloves knuckles together. Come on, one more round. I know you got it in you. I don't think they're up for it, coach. A voice called out. Rappa and the two bruised combatants looked to see Deku walking their way, his backpack slung over his shoulder. But I'd be more than happy to take their place. Deku, Rappa cheered as he made his way out of the ring, allowing Drunk Lee and Master Beast to let out a sigh of relief. What's up, little man? Haven't seen you around here much. Thought you were throwing in the towel. Wouldn't dream of it, coach. Deku grinned. In fact, I was hoping you could teach me a thing or two. Right now. Sure thing. Rappa patted the boy on the shoulder, which felt more like a punch to the young villain. Master Beast was being a bit of a sore loser anyway. I'll bet he'd be happy to be your training partner. No, Rappa, Deku shook his head. He placed his backpack down, opening it up to retrieve a roll of sports tape. I want to train ... with you. The long-armed brawler was astounded to hear the boy's declaration. But it only made way for a predatory grin to spread across his masked face. No kidding. I've got a big job coming up, and I want to be at the top of my game, Deku explained as he wound a few strands over his hands. Think you can get me there? Drunk Lee and Master Beast heard that and thought the kid must be suicidal. The masked martial artist was the one to voice his concern. Master Deku, I beg you to reconsider. Though you have proven yourself to be a formidable opponent in the ring, there is a reason why Rappa is the champion of the masquerade. Can it, Lee? Rappa shot back. If the kid wants to step up his weight class, who am I to say no? Drunk Lee and Master Beast got out of the ring while they still clouded, making way for the long-armed brawler and his eager pupil. The two took a moment to warm up, with Rappa rotating his double-jointed limbs. It's only fair to warn you, kid. I don't plan on going easy on you. That's fine. Deku stretched his legs before putting up his fists. Nothing's ever been easy for me. Rappa smirked. The trainer and trainee then rushed for each other and started what was no doubt Deku's most grueling training session yet. Naomasa Tsukachi, a high-ranking detective in the Musutafu Police Department, leaned back in his chair after being hunched over for far too long. He had taken off his signature beige trenchcoat and matching fedora, hanging them both on a rack beside his office door. He had just come back from his assembly with the hero staff of UA, including his longtime friend and idol, All Might. As he ran his fingers through his short black hair, a knock came at his door. It's open. Azio Tanuma, a fellow detective and Tsukachi's partner, stepped inside with a piping hot cup of coffee in both his hands. Hey, figured you could use a pick-me-up. Thanks. This paperwork is killing me. The high-ranking officer smiled as he took the offered cup and drank down the warm bitter liquid. Azio gave his partner a moment to enjoy his beverage before asking, So, how'd it go with the heroes? I told them everything we were able to fig up about the League of Villains ... or lack thereof. The young detective expressed after taking his cup away. We couldn't find anything about this Shigaraki character. No name, no quirk registration. It's like he didn't exist until that day. The same goes for his accomplice, the portal maker, Kirigiri. Freaky, the laid-back detective commented as he looked over the documents scattered across his partner's desk. Mugshots of nearly every villain that took part in the attack, as well as eyewitness reports from the students who were caught in the middle. UAS got some tough kids this year, able to hold their own against a whole army's worth of villains like that. You said it. Tsukachi agreed with a proud smile. These kids were brought face to face with the horrors that real heroes deal with regularly, and were able to last so long. I'm just glad the teachers made it in time. Tell me about it, Azio remarked until he spotted a tint of light green underneath all the paperwork. Brushing the papers aside, he saw a security image of a familiar pair of bunny ears and a green hood. Whoa, hold the phone. The green rabbit was there. Yeah, I was as surprised as you are. Tsukachi nodded. I got witness reports from all the students, telling me how he took on 3 of their strongest classmates and somehow came out on top. He even managed to take one of them hostage, which gave him and some of the villains time to escape. Always one step ahead, as usual. Man, that is one wascally wabbit, Azio cracked, putting on a cheesy grin to go with his terrible joke. Tsukachi buried his face in his hand, yet couldn't help the grin that refused to leave. After the moment passed, Tsukachi picked up the picture of the green rabbit, looked at it closely. There's something else. One of the students, Tenya Ada, told me that he tried to get out of the facility and call for help, but the green rabbit stopped him. Tsukachi explained. Ada ... wait, like Tensei Ada, the turbo hero, and Ginium. Azio blanched. The same. Turns out he's his older brother, the strict detective revealed as he rubbed his chin. Tenya has the same kind of super speed quirk as his brother, so it was easy for him to get past the rabbit and escape. But, the laid-back detective inquired with a raised eyebrow. Tenya wasn't sure himself, but he told me that he could have sworn that the green rabbit ... let him go. Tsukachi unveiled. What? No way. Azio waved off in disbelief. The kid got past him because he was faster, plain and simple. He was probably shaken up from the incident and couldn't think straight. Not that I could blame him, I guess. The strict detective agreed, but wasn't all that convinced. The Green Rabbit had been on the department's most wanted list for near to a year now. Ever since his debut on the internet for bringing down death arms, the mysterious marauder had gone on to foil and immobilize every hero who's attempted to stop him by figuring out their quirks, deciphering their weakness, and using it against them, all in a matter of moments. Who's to say that he could have stopped Tenya Ida if he wanted to? And if that was the case, then why did he let him go? So, you managed to figure out who he is yet? Ezio asked, taking a sip from his own cup. Afraid not. Tsukachi shook his head. But I do have a theory. That's so. The laid-back detective raised a curious eyebrow. Well, your hunches have always turned out to be spot on. Yeah, but this is the first time that I hope that I'm wrong. The strict detective grimaced. Ezio slowly lowered the cup from his lips. Okay, Naomasa, if you're trying to scare me, then you're doing a good job. Tsukachi brushed more of his papers aside until he found a file buried beneath the pile. Opening it up, it revealed a missing person report, as well as a picture of a soft-faced preteen boy with fuzzy dark green hair, freckled cheeks, and a warm yet anxious smile. Isn't that the missing quirkless kid you were put on to find last year? Ezio inquired. Yeah, Tsukachi answered sullenly. I know it's been forever since his disappearance, and usually, when it comes to missing people without a quirk, it mostly ends with an unhappy outcome. Ezio closed his eyes in grief, knowing exactly what his partner was talking about. But you should have seen his mother that night, Tsukachi explained as he turned to the laid-back detective in his seat. She was beyond distraught, like her entire world was falling apart. I couldn't help but swear that I'd find him and bring him home, or at least find out what happened to him. Ezio nodded respectfully. He then looked between the picture of the missing boy and the security photo of the Green Rabbit. His mind put the dots together, snapping his attention back and forth between the two images in disbelief. Wait, Naomasa, don't tell me that you think that. When I got the call and headed over, I spoke with the mother, Izuku Midorya, about what her son enjoyed doing. The strict detective detailed. She told me that he liked to make notes about heroes and their quirks, hoping that it would come in handy one day if he ever got his own. But, Sue, that's just, come on, a quirkless person, a kid at that, being a villain? Ezio babbled. That's a little. I know, it's beyond far-fetched, the high-ranking officer clarified. But like said, it's just a theory. You can't deny that it could be a possibility. How he was able to foil the likes of Death Arms, Slugger, and Kamui Woods. Please don't bring up Kamui Woods again. It took the fire department forever to put him out. At least he made out okay. Ezio shivered at the horrifying memory until he got back on track. But, come on. He took up the picture of the missing boy's bashful face. Maybe yes, maybe no. Tsukachi took up his pen and gently tapped it on the surface of his desk. I paid a visit to the boys' middle school and asked the staff a few questions. They gave the boy a lot of praise, but I could sense that they were all hiding something. What, you mean like quirkless prejudice? Ezio queried, a pit opening up in his stomach. Wouldn't be the first time, Tsukachi confessed. Not only that, but the attack on Yue led me to my second run-in with Katsuki Bakugo. He and Izuku used to be classmates back in Aldera, going back as to when they were toddlers. And there's no way that that's pure coincidence, the laid-back detective pointed out. I agree. When I first questioned Bakugo about Midoriya back at Aldera, he came off as the exact opposite of what the teachers described him to be, the strict detective stated. Every time I asked him about Midoriya, he'd react with hostile disinterest, claiming that he didn't care about him in the least. Surprised he made it into UA at all, with that temper of his. Don't hero schools look into kids' backgrounds before enrolling them? The laid-back detective questioned. They do, especially UA, Tsukachi noted. But Aldera must have painted up the boy's record to look pristine enough to get him in. Any chance they can get to have a rising star coming from their school? I don't like this. Ezio rubbed his head with a grave look on his face. He then pointed to the innocent-looking boy in the picture. If that cinnamon bun of a kid really is the rabbit, then it sounds to me that he had plenty of reason to snap. My gut's been telling me the same thing. But like I said, Tsukachi picked up the picture of the missing child, smiling shyly back at him. I really hope it's wrong. If I have to tell Ms. Midoriya that her son has become a villain that sent over 35 heroes to the hospital, it just might break what's left of her. Inko stood at the stove, frying up another helping of her son's favorite food in the kitchen. The area looked as disheveled as she did, with dirty dishes piled up in the sink and food stains strewn across the counter. Her lifeless eyes stared down at the slab of breaded pork in the pan. Figuring that was long enough, she lifted the cutlet out of the bubbling oil and onto a plate, with a waiting pile of steaming rice on the side. She picked up the plate and made her way out of the kitchen and into the dining room. Missing posters with her son's face on them were scattered across the table, nearly making her lose her appetite. Deciding that eating around all of them would be too much for her, and moving them would just as painful, she made her way to the front room sofa and turned on the TV. Maybe a small distraction would do her some good. This is NHA News with Deku Miyagi. The screen revealed a middle-aged man with a large horn sticking out of the right side of his forehead, with the stump of another to his left. Good evening. Our top story for tonight. The illustrious hero school, UA Academy, was attacked by a radical group of criminals calling themselves the League of Villains. Oh dear, Inko gasped softly as she took a bite of her dinner. Her heart went out to the poor children who were caught in the crossfire as the reporter went on, and felt great relief that they were saved by the hero teachers and All Might at the last second. She thought about how Izuku always wanted to go to that school. If he had been there, he probably would have been caught up in all that horror. Guess it was a good thing that his quirk never. She dropped her head in an instant, cursing her mind for thinking such a horrible thing. The fact that he didn't have a quirk was the reason he wasn't here, eating by her side. Her eyes started to become misty, remembering that her child being quirkless wasn't the only reason why he ran away. It was because of her ... She refused to believe in him. It was all her fault. Out of the 72 villains that were a part of the heinous attack, only 9 were able to make their escape, including the now-known ringleader of the League, Shigaraki Tamura. The image of the Hand Man came to view on screen. However, Inko was too busy berating herself once more for her failure as a mother to notice. We don't have much information regarding 7 of the other villains who were able to escape, but reports have shown that the infamous Green Rabbit was among the small army of villains that attacked the school's unforeseen scenario junction. The anchorman continued as an image of the green-hooded villain came up on the screen next. Inko was able to wipe most of her tears away in time to see the mysterious marauder that had been making a name for himself since last year. She had been keeping up with the strange criminal's actions like the rest of the nation, but never paid much attention as she was more fixated on finding her son and surviving the influx of depression that weighed on her. She always found the villain to be quite odd. He always knew how to fight back against any of the heroes who went after him and always found a way to beat them, as if he knew how their quirks worked with a single glance. His costume was quite strange as well. The long green ears stitched to his hood almost reminded her of. She shot up from her seat, knocking over the coffee table and her dinner in the process. She ran up to the screen and brought her face up close to the TV, trying to get as much of a close look at the villain on screen. It couldn't be. There was no way. She must be going mad with grief. But that outfit, it looks just like. The frantic mother tore her way across the apartment, making her way to the one place where she'd been avoiding since her baby's disappearance. She nearly ripped the door to Izuku's room off its hinges, not caring a little about the cloud of dust that met her on her entry. Making her way to her son's desk, she opened up his drawers, searching desperately for something that would make the puzzle inside her head fit together. Inside the bottom drawer, she found what she was looking for, a stack of Izuku's old journals. Digging through the pile of aged papers, she pulled out one of the books and turned to a page, and let the booklet fall from her trembling fingers. She brought her shaking hands up to her face, covering her mouth as she began to sob large droplets of fear, disturbance, and relief from her wide, quivering eyes. At the top of a crudely drawn sketch was the written title, Hero Costume Design No. 1. The image below, drawn in felt tip, was a dark green figure with 2 long, stretched-out strands of dark green sticking out of the sides of his head. Izuku ... my baby. Over the next 2 weeks, Deku put himself through vigorous training at the hands of Rappa, obtained the materials he needed from Jurin, and had the help of Gentle in designing his new and improved costume. He even had La Brava teach a few complex hacking techniques to break into the most highly advanced systems out there. Never had either of the 4 seen the young villain so determined. It was clear to them all that whatever the quirkless child was planning, it was big. So, what are you guys doing here? La Brava pointed rudely at the red-masked thug before her. When we got the call that Deku needed us, there was no way we were going to turn him down. Mr. Red exclaimed proudly. When one pup howls, the rest of the pack comes running. That's how we roll in. Team Reservoir Dogs. The gang of multicolored masks cheered in unison. The pigtailed girl raised a perturbed eyebrow. She, Gentle, and the street gang were gathered together at the warehouse where the underground masquerade took place. Deku asked if he could use it for his plan, and Rappa was more than happy to allow him access. So, where is Deku, anyway? La Brava demanded as she looked around the vacant space. Deku is most likely making last-minute preparations before telling us his plan, Gentle informed as he opened a thermos of tea and poured himself a serving. You have to grant him some patience, my dear. This is his first heist as a real villain, after all. I guess ... but I still wish he'd hurry up. the pigtailed girl complained as she waved a hand in front of her face. This place smells like prehistoric gym socks. As soon as she said that, a door on the other side of the room opened up. Deku came stumbling out, holding a large board and legs in his hands, careful not to trip over himself. Sorry I'm late, everyone. I was just getting everything ready. No need to apologize, dear boy. We were more than happy to wait. The flamboyant thief chuckled kindly. Yeah, what Fansipin said, Mr. Yellow bellowed, causing a tick mark to appear on the elasticity man's forehead, and having to hold back La Brava by her collar to stop her from attack the large brute. As Deku made his way over to the collection of criminals, his smile faded a little as he took in who was here. Well, thank you all for coming, but it looks like not everyone showed up. As soon as his words left him, a dark portal appeared to one side, scaring the daylights out of the dogs and La Brava collectively. From out of the vortex came Kirigiri, as sharply dressed and intimidating as ever. Apologies for being late. I was held up with an important matter. That's okay, Kirigiri. I'm just glad you made it. Deku waved with a forced smile. He honestly wasn't comfortable with having to hire one of the League of Villains for his plan. But the Vortex Man's quirk was too beneficial to ignore. Besides, Kirigiri was more negotiable between him and Shigaraki. It was pretty much a lesser of two evils situation. The young villain then brought a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat, gaining all of the gathered villains' attention. Thank you all for coming. I'm not usually one to call in a favor from others, but with what I have planned, I couldn't think of anyone else who could help me in making this happen. Before we begin, I must tell you now that this job I have in mind is going to be incredibly risky. If none of you wants to take part in it, I completely understand and can get up and walk away right now. We've been wanted criminals for the past 5 years. Deku, my boy, this changes nothing. Gentle gave his pupil a supportive thumbs up. I want to see what you've got cooked up, Deku. It's gotta be good if Gentle's this excited. La Brava hopped with anticipation. It's like we said, Deku dude. Once you're part of the pack, we got your back. We ain't going nowhere, Mr. Red declared, with the rest of Team Reservoir Dogs howling in agreement. Deku smiled at the street gang's funny sense of loyalty, until he turned to Kirigiri, who took a moment before speaking. I am interested in what you have devised for your first endeavor, Mr. Deku, and I shall offer whatever aid you wish of me, so I can repay my debt. Thanks, Kirigiri. The boy looked over at all of the present people that came to help him, people that he would never be ashamed to call his friends. Thank you all. All right. Now that we've got all that out of the way, what's your big plan, Deku? La Brava urged to know, hopping on her seat next to Gentle like in barely restrained eagerness. Who are we gonna be knocking off? Deku revealed a wicked, maniacal grin across his face, taking nearly everyone by surprise. The UA Sports Festival. Gentle dropped the cup of tea in his hands, La Brava dropping her jaw beside him. Team Reservoir Dogs were reduced to gaping fish. Kirigiri's glowing eyes shined a little brighter in intrigue. Everyone. Deku went to his board stand and lifted the parchment, showing a title that both confused and disturbed everyone now taking part in his plan. Welcome to Operation Swan Dive. Fireworks popped and burst in the wide-open blue sky. Fleets of people flooded the ground of UA Academy, making their way toward an enormous white-walled, open-roofed collegium. Snack bars and merch booths littered the outside of the large arena as energetic music pounded in the background, getting the people all the more excited for the day's events. Good moo warning, Japan. A loud, obnoxious voice boomed over the speakers. This is Present Mike, your favorite radio host hero, coming to you live from UA Academy's very own sports festival stadium. Joining me as always is my partner in stopping crime and ever-famous life of the party, Eraserhead. How did I let you talk me into this again? The monotone voice of the quirk stopper sounded out. Ain't he a riot, folks? The voice hero ignored the question entirely. Looks like we got a real huge turnout this year, folks. Fans are piling into the arena as we speak, and I'm willing to bet they're all just as eager for the action to start as I am. Fans were piling into the school grounds in droves, leading all the way from the stadium, all the way back to the main entrance of the academy itself. Ticket takers at the front gate scanned passes for hopeful customers eager to get in. We've got a great show coming up for all you happy listeners and viewers out there. Mike continued to excite the crowd already inside the stadium, causing them to yell and shout in exhilaration. Our students revved up and ready to show you all what they're made of. Get ready for a clash of quirks, fight of future heroes, an unrestrained, no-holds-barred, superpowered scrap. So don't you dare turn that dial. You don't want to miss a single piece of the action. A distance away from the front gate, a gaggle of dark figures stood in the shade of a stray building's shadow cast by the sun. A mismatched pair of a tall, elegant-looking man and a small pigtailed girl. A pack of masked deviants. A man who looked to be made entirely out of dark smoke. And a young boy with wild, fuzzy dark green hair. All right, let's go. 3 days before the festival, Deku stood before his team in the masquerade gym, turning the large paper of his stand over to show them the first step of his plan. Step 1, infiltration. Gentle, La Brava and I will make our way inside the academy and make our way to the sports festival stadium. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 pieces of decorative paper. I bought all 3 of us passes so we could get in. Wait a minute. La Brava cut in. You bought tickets? I thought this was supposed to be a heist. Aren't we supposed to sneak our way inside? After the USJ attack, the school will be on high alert for any sign of trouble, Deku explained. The police and local heroes have been hired as an extra precaution to make sure nothing happens. It's not just a sports festival this time around. It's the school making a statement that they have everything under control. Making our way inside through natural legal terms is our best bet. Though, we're gonna have to wear disguises so we don't draw attention, Deku noted as he rubbed his chin. Not to worry, my boy. I already have the perfect disguises for me and my La Brava. We'll be practically invisible, the flamboyant thief declared. Oh, Gentle, you always think of everything. The pigtailed girl swooned as she laid her head in the man's lap, who smiled as he brushed her light red hair caringly. Those guys are kinda weird, Mr. Blue deduced, with the rest of the dogs nodding in agreement. Honestly, I've met stranger, Kirigiri clarified. Okay, great. Deku smiled as he got back to his plan. Once we get to the front gate, we'll need to blend into the crowd as much as we can. So, try not to do anything to make us stick out. Yes, sir. The dazzling duo saluted. Deku had to admit, Gentle and La Brava weren't doing anything to draw attention to themselves. Their disguises, on the other hand. While the young mastermind wore a casual green sweatshirt, black shorts, and a face mask, the dazzling duo's outfits came off as a little more formal, and unfortunately, they were having the opposite effect of drawing attention from everyone around them. Gentle was draped in a heavy beige trench coat, over his signature black coat with his high collar tucked down. A black, wide-brimmed hat sat over his silver hair, and a face mask over his mouth to cover his mustache. La Brava was dressed in a light purple cape coat with a dark purple woolly scarf around her neck. A pair of thick, purple lens sunglasses sat over her eyes, with a white hat the same design as her Gentle's, with a dark purple feather sticking out of the top. Deku was glad his face was hidden. However, not for it hiding his identity, but to conceal his beet red face. Are you all right? I mean, my dear nephew, Gentle quickly corrected. Oh, yeah, I am all right, uncle, Deku answered back, keeping to the persona he came up with for the 3 of them. You must be so excited to go and see the sports festival, eh, sweetie? La Brava asked in a sweet, polite tone as she took the boy's hand in her own. I sure am, auntie. Deku looked down at the pint-sized hacker and smiled, only to let out a small yelp as the girl gave his hand a slight, but tight, squeeze. The smile was still on her face, but there was something greatly dangerous behind it. Is everything all right here? A gruff, growly voice drew the 3's attention. Before they stood a large creature that looked to be half man and half dog. His skin was covered in light brown fur, with a mane of blonde hair flowing out his head. He wore a black sleeveless jacket with orange fur trim, with matching boots and slacks. Deku instantly recognized him as the hunting hero, Hound Dog. Yes, sir. Deku played off with a nervous laugh. He pried his aching hand out of La Brava's grip and gave it a little shake to ease the pain. I'm just excited to be at the sports festival with my auntie and uncle. We never get to spend time together like this. Hound Dog kept his skeptical gaze on the 3, causing Deku to break out into an anxious sweat. Was he going to be caught? Was his plan going to fall through before it could even begin? No, that couldn't happen. Not after everything he put him through. Hey, Yue, forgot to lock the front door again. The 3 disguised villains and the hunting hero looked out at the open road to see a gang of masked boys in a banged-up white truck. They laughed and jeered at the crowd, making faces and spouting as many insults as they could come up with. Deku mentally sighed in relief. The dogs were doing their part of the plan perfectly. Okay, Reservoir Dogs. The young villain beckoned. Don't worry, Deku dude. We got this, Mr. Red called out. You want us to rough up security? Mr. Blue declared. Crash through the wall with our truck. Mr. Yellow bellowed. Whatever it is, we got your back, Mr. Green stated proudly. Yeah, Team Reservoir Dogs. The gang chorused together. I need you guys to cause a distraction, was the quirkless boy's order. Silence. What? Mr. Red slumped. That's it. I wanted to bust some heads. Mr. Green pouted. And I just got this new crowbar, too. Mr. Blue sagged as he let his newly purchased weapon clatter to the floor. This sucks. Mr. Yellow dropped on his butt in depression. Sorry, guys, but you'd stick out a little too much if you came into the stadium with us, the young mastermind reasoned. But don't worry, I'll make it up to you. Oh yeah, how's that? Mr. Red demanded. Deku went to his backpack and fished out a pile of small card. While doing my research on heroes, I often come across images that, while not suited for the public, would be much desired by those with cultured tastes. Deku flipped the cards and revealed them to the gang. They turned out to be photos of famous pro-heroines in rather provocative poses and postures that would make any man's blood run hot. And the dogs were no exception. Hoo-wee, check out Midnight. Mr. Red howled as he grabbed the photo of the rated M heroine. Is that you, Obami? Oh, man, what a babe. Mr. Blue swooned at the image of the snake-haired woman. No way, dude. Ryukyu's way hotter. And way cooler. Mr. Green argued back. Mount, lady. Mr. Yellow sighed dreamily. What a bunch of pigs. Going googly-eyed over some hero floozy. Some people have self-respect. La Brava chided as she picked a mound of rice from a lunchbox and held it up to her beloved idol. Open wide, gentle. The flamboyant thief did as told and took the bite. After chewing it eccentrically, he gave the pigtailed girl a thumbs up. Delicious as always, my dear. But being fed from your hands would make any dish divine. Oh, gentle. The little hacker swooned. All the while, Kurogiri watched to the side, his smoke-covered face passive as always. I would be lying if I said that I have faith in your comrades, Mr. Deku. Besides, if you wish to get inside the stadium, why not allow me to create a vortex? We can't take that chance, Kurogiri. After the USJ attack, there's no doubt the teachers, heroes, and police will be on the lookout for anything that resembles your smoke, Deku deduced. But don't worry, I'll get to your part of the plan soon enough. As the living cloud gave a patient nod, Deku turned back to the gawking gang. So, guys, all I need you to do is cause a disturbance at the front gate of UA. It should help with me, Gentle and La Brava handing in our tickets and getting inside all the easier. Think you can do that? Sure, man, whatever you say. Mr. Red waved him off as he continued to stare at the naughty photo of Midnight, a sliver of drool escaping his gaping lips. Might want to be careful. Wouldn't want another villain to sneak in and waste one of your kids. You think you can protect all those people when you couldn't even look after one of your own classes? Maybe they're just gonna leave everything to All Might like they always do. UA, more like Bo. Why you? Hound Dog growled before he got down on all fours and sprinted in their direction. Oh, shoot. Mr. Red panicked as he turned to Mr. Green. Drive. Mr. Green did just that, speeding off in their truck with Hound Dog on their tails. Deku let out the breath he was holding. The line started moving again, bringing the three to the ticket takers. Once they handed in their passes, they came up to a security check. An officer came up to them with a large tray. Could I ask you three to empty your pockets and hand over your wallets and electronic devices? The green-hooded boy smiled innocently behind his medical mask. Of course, Deku, Gentle and La Brava handed over their wallets and phones and placed them in the tray. The officer placed the tray in a large scanning device, with another officer looking at the screen for any abnormality. While their belongings were being checked, the three were lead over to a full-body scanner. Deku assumed that they must have imported these devices from a nearby airport. UA wasn't leaving any plugs open for any villain daring enough to try something. Once the three made their way through the scanner, their belongings were finished being looked over. All right, you're all clear. Sorry for the inconvenience. That's okay. Deku smiled kindly as he took back his phone and wallet, along with Gentle and La Brava. The three left the entryway and walked in with the rest of the crowd. Beneath Deku's mask, a smile cracked across his face. We're in. As patrons made their way inside the large stadium, a middle-aged couple made their way inside, in awe of the grand structure around them. As Kitsuki Bakugo walked with her arm around her husband, she turned to him with a proud smile. Wow, look at this place. Our boy really made it to the big time. Huh, he sure did, hun. Masaru stuttered under his wife's brash voice. He looked behind him before raising his hand to the glycerin woman's ear. But, are you sure it was a good idea to bring Inko along? You know that our son and hers didn't exactly get along. Well, I had to do something, honey. Mitsuki chided back quietly. You should have seen her the night when she called me over a week ago. She was telling me that the Green Rabbit, that villain who's been running around town, is actually Izuku. Oh dear. Masaru chanced to look back at the woman following slowly behind, barely trotting along as she fiddled with her handbag, and darted her head around as if hoping to see someone in the endless crowd of people swarming in. She was even about to go to the police about it. But I managed to talk her down, Mitsuki explained. If she went barging in, claiming that her son was the villain who took down Death Arms, Kamui Woods, X-Less, and was part of the attack on the school, she'd look like a man-woman. I had to do something to help her get her mind off things. And this was all I could think of. Fair enough. Masaru sighed. I can't imagine what she must be going through. I promised her that after the sports festival, we'd go see the detective who took Izuku's case, but right now, she needs a break. The glycerin woman then turned back to Inko and called her over. Hey Inko, what's the hold-up? We gotta find our seats before the show starts. I'm coming. The levitation woman called back as she trotted up to her old friend. But, are you sure I should be here, Mitsuki? If Izuku is the poor woman couldn't even say it. She shook her head before skipping over the painful theory. I really think I should go to the police and tell them. this instant. Inko, I'm not saying I don't believe you, but this is a bit of a stretch, don't you think? I mean, Izuku, you're Izuku, running off to become a villain of all things. Come on, Mitsuki claimed in her usual boisterous tone. The levitation woman looked down at the floor with sullen eyes and a forced smile on her face. Yeah, I guess you have a point. Mitsuki saw this and immediately felt regret. She unlinked herself from her husband and walked over to her old friend, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Listen, Inko. Once the sports festival is over, we'll both go to the authorities and tell them all about this. What do you say? Inko looked up, a tiny spark of hope in her eyes. Oh, really? Really? The glycerin woman beamed as she wrapped her arm around Inko and dragged her along. Now, come on. I want to see my boy blast the competition out of the water. Please, stop shouting, honey. You're drawing attention. Masaru pleaded as the three made their way to their seats. Down in the stadium's locker rooms, students of the illustrious hero school were suiting up and warming up for their upcoming debut as future heroes. All the students were clad in the school's specially designed gym uniforms. A mix of anxiety, excitement, and determination filled the air. This was their first step into showing the world who they were and what they could do. And it took everything Ochako Uraraka had to stop herself from throwing up. Hey, Ochako. The gravity girl turned to see Itsuka coming her way, and was immediately comforted at seeing one of her friends. Hey, Itsuka. Nervous? The big hand girl asked the obvious question with a chuckle. Like you wouldn't believe. The gravity girl giggled, but also kind of excited. I never thought I'd make it here. I always wanted to be a part of the sports festival, but now that I'm here, what's wrong? The big sister of Wana inquired. Come on, you can tell me. It's just ... what if my quirk isn't good enough? The gravity girl confessed. I mean, it didn't help much in the battle scenario against Bakugo and Ada, and I didn't do all that much in the middle of the whole USJ thing. The brunette shivered at the awful memory. What if I don't deserve to be here? Don't say that. Itsuka took her friend by her shoulder and forced her to look her in the eye, taking the gravity girl by surprise. You, as well as everyone here, earned the right to be here, and you did more than enough at the USJ. You protected 13 and helped Ada get out of the building. If there's anyone here who deserves to be called a hero, it's you. Ochako felt the weight on her chest lift at the supportive girl's words. Thanks, Itsuka. I needed that. The redhead gave her friend a wink and a thumbs up. Anytime. Move it, round face and balloon hands. Both girls leapt out of the way as Katsuki Bakugo stormed his way past the two, his scowl looking deeper than it usually is. Hiroshima came running up behind him and stopped before the two girls. Sorry about that. Bakubro's just a little ... on edge. That's all. As the skin-hardening boy turned and followed after the bomb boy, Ochako and Itsuka looked at the fuming hothead of the class. Is it me, or is Bakugo a little more sensitive than usual? Ochako whispered to the girl, not wanting Katsuki's rage to be directed toward her if he heard. He has been a lot more unbearable these last few weeks, Itsuka commented. Ever since the USJ, he's been extra calm as of late. I guess being held hostage by that villain must have shaken him up something fierce. Will you stop following me around, Fang Face? The roar of Katsuki drew the girl's attention toward him. Bakugo was seething at the crimson-haired boy, who held his hands up in defense with a friendly smile. Relax, Bakubro. I get that you're nervous, but nervous? I ain't nervous. I'm gonna win this whole thing. The bomb boy blasted for all to hear. All you extras better stay out of my way if you know what's good for you. And if we don't. All heads snapped toward the white and red-haired loner of Class 1A. Shoto stood from the wall he was leaning on and made his way to the fuming blonde. The scarred boy stood face to face with the bomb boy, his cold, hard stare clashing with Bakugo's raging, bloodshot glare. What happens when we won't stay out of your way? The ice wielder asked once again. Bakugo's snarl turned to a feral smirk. Then I'm gonna blow all you losers out of the way. So, on second thought, please get in my way. I'd love the publicity. You're not the only one who wants to prove himself, Bakugo. I've got my own reasons to show the world what kind of hero I will be. And if I have to take you down a few pegs to do so ... then so be it. Todoroki made abundantly clear. The two powerhouses of the top class of UA stood face to face. All others present watched them from a distance, fearful of getting too close. After a few more seconds of tension, the two turned away simultaneously, letting everyone release the breath they didn't know they were holding. Is it just me, or did it just drop a few degrees in here? Kyoka Gyro, the punk rock girl of the class, with short dark purple hair and earphone jacks growing out of her earlobes, voiced as she rubbed her suddenly cold arms. Hey, Itsumi. Ochako spoke up, unable to tear her eyes away from the two resolute competitors. Yeah, Ochako. Itsumi answered, having the same problem. Is it too late for me to forfeit? The gravity girl asked with a fearful quiver in her voice. I think so. The big hand girl replied dejectedly. Back with the three disguised villains, they made their way around the stadium, pretending to be the loving elder couple with their sweet little nephew. Deku kept a lookout for which heroes were on patrol of the event, wanting to be aware of who he may have to deal with. Can you believe it, Gentle? We're actually in UA Academy, La Brava remarked giddily. Yes, my dear. Indeed, we are, the flamboyant thief remarked back, yet lacked the usual eccentric flair his voice usually carried. The pig-tailed girl noticed this and voiced her concern. Is something wrong, Gentle? The man caught himself when his partner in crime asked him that. He shook himself out of his melancholy and put on a bright smile for the young girl. Oh, of course not, my dear. I'm just overwhelmed by the grand spectacle around us. I know what you mean, Gentle. I used to dream of coming to this school when I was a kid, Deku admitted as he took in the surroundings, foregoing the need to scout possible threats. Really? Gentle inquired with great curiosity. Whatever stopped you from the elasticity man mentally kicked himself for being so forgetful and ignorant. I am so sorry, my boy. I didn't mean to. It's fine, Gentle. The boy looked back and smiled at his athletics tutor. It happens all the time. No, that's not what The man stopped and collected himself for a moment before speaking once more. What I meant to say, my boy, is that with how skilled and intelligent you are, it's enough to make one think you actually do have a quirk. Deku snapped his head back at the man from the odd-sounding compliment. Wait, what oof? The young villain forgot to look where he was going and ended up bumping into none other than Death Arms, who was patrolling the stadium's inner sanctum with Kamui Woods and Mount Lady by his side. Oh, sorry about that, kiddo. You all right? Ooh, yeah, the boy quickly replied. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. The young analyst then got an idea to help his and his friend's secret roles look more believable. He threw his hands up to his face and gave an overdramatic gasp. Oh my gosh, you're Death Arms. And that's Kamui Woods and Mount Lady. I am such a huge fan. Can I get a picture? Oh, of course, Mount Lady sweetly answered. Who am I to say no to my adoring public? It would be an honor and a pleasure, young one. Kamui Woods bowed before making his way beside Deku, while he pulled out his phone and adjusted the angle with all three heroes around him, with Death Arms in the back. And, Mr. Death Arms, I am so glad to see you back on your feet, after that horrible incident you had with the Green Rabbit. The young villain slipped in, his mask hiding the devious grin on his face as he said that. The heavy-lifting hero's smile faltered for a moment. Deku could practically see the strain in his forehead as he kept his grin up for the camera. Yeah, thanks. After the flash went off, the three heroes left the three guests to continue their patrol, with Death Arms having a little more stomp in his step. Deku waved the heroes off before turning away. All right, let's get back on track. The villain trio made its way toward a secluded utility closet. After making sure the coast was clear, Deku and La Brava made their way inside while Gentle stayed outside to keep watch. Once inside the broom closet, Deku pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He waited a few moments as it rang until the other line picked up. Kurogiri, we're in position. A vortex opened up before the two after the brief message. La Brava instinctively grabbed Deku's hand and hid behind his leg as the living cloud appeared before them. Kurogiri lifted his arms, revealing Deku and La Brava's backpacks. The security at the event is going to be tight. Too tight for us to try and sneak our gear in. That's where you come in, Kurogiri. Deku pointed to the living cloud. I believe I understand where you're going with this, Mr. Deku, Kurogiri gathered. While you and the others make your way into the stadium, you shall find a secluded area where I shall phase in with your equipment in hand. Right you are, Deku grinned. He lifted the parchment to reveal a large blueprint of the stadium itself. From what I could gather online, there should be a utility room on the northeast side of the facility, which will be out of sight from heroes and security. We'll sneak our way inside, and I'll contact you so you can teleport in. I'm afraid there's a slight miscalculation to your plan in that regard, Kurogiri pointed out. I need to know the proper coordinates of the location before I use my quirk. Without knowing where I'm going to be, I could end up phasing into a wall for all I know. I may be able to split myself in half with my quirk, but I would like to bring myself back together if you please. Right. Deku frowned as he tapped his chin, thinking deeply. He snapped his fingers as something came to him. La Brava, how hard would it be to make a tracking device on our phones? About as hard as Fat Gum's belly. The pint-sized hacker chirped. I could hook up our phones with a tracking program that can go unnoticed from the latest in security scanners, and let Smokey over there get a read on us. Easy. Perfect. The boy beamed as he turned back to the Vortex Man. Will that be enough to help you get in? I believe so, the living cloud concluded. He turned to the small girl and gave a gracious bow. I thank you for your aid, Ms. La Brava. You, yeah, don't mention it. She stuttered as she looked away. Out of all the friends Deku had made, this one was no doubt the creepiest. Thanks, Kurogiri, Deku commended. You made sure no one saw you, right? I was at the disclosed location you suggested. As you said, there wasn't a soul to see me. the Vortex Man noted as he handed the children their things. Deku laid his bag down and opened it up for a final check. A malicious grin spread across his face. Everything he needed was still there. The new costume he created with the help of Gentle's tailoring skills, and during getting a hold of the materials, was folded up and ready to be worn. He couldn't wait to get it on. La Brava took a moment to look over from her bag with her laptop and a mess of wires toward the boy leading the operation, having a good idea of what he was smiling at. "How's it looking in there, my boy?" Gentle called out to his pupil in concern. "It's a little snug ... but it's exactly what I wanted it to be," the boy answered back, a joyful tone in his currently muffled voice. Gentle and La Brava were waiting by their bathroom door for the boy to come out and show them his new and improved costume. It had been a few minutes, and the pigtailed girl would be lying if she said that she wasn't chomping at the bit to see what it looked like. "Come on, Deku. It's been forever. We want to see it." Okay, I'm coming out now," the young villain announced as the doorway opened. Deku stepped out, dressed in his brand new villain costume, and La Brava did something she would only reserve for her beloved Gentle. She blushed. "My word," the Elasticity Man exclaimed in astonishment. "Deku, you look magnificent." "Ah, really?" the shy green bean inquired as he rubbed his left arm nervously. His outfit was obstructed by the darkness of the bathroom's lack of light, but it did nothing to hide the detail of his new look. "You mean it?" "Of course, I mean it," the flamboyant thief declared proudly. "Go on, La Brava. Tell him what you think." The tiny hacker shook herself out of her sudden stupor, making the red on her cheeks flush away. Yeah, you look great, Deku. Almost as good as my Gentle." The boy gave a small, bashful smile and a chuckle as he rubbed his green-colored locks. "Thank you. I think that's the first time anyone's ever complimented him on how I look." The girl's blush came back with a vengeance. Since when did Deku start to look this ... cute? La Brava came out of her daze when Deku began fishing through his backpack, a look of panic on his face. Where is it? Where is it? No. I couldn't have found it." The young villain pulled out a small, dark green flash drive. The way he grew alarmed at the small device's misplacement was enough to tell the pigtailed girl how much that drive meant to him. It was as if everything relied on that small, little implement. "Remember what I told you to do with this, La Brava?" Deku questioned as he handed the tiny appliance to the pigtailed hacker. "Kinda hard to forget after you made such a big deal of it," the girl commented as the drive was placed in her hands. "All right, La Brava. I've got one of the most important jobs of all for you," the boy clarified. Finally, the little hacker threw her hands up in exasperation, glad to know that her skills will put to use in this plan. "So, what do you want me to do?" "I want you to hack into the sports stadium broadcasting network and play the video that's on this flash drive." Deku revealed the device from his pocket, handing it to the girl so she could give it a look over. "Wait, that's it?" the pigtailed girl queried in confusion and slight outrage. "You just want me to play some stupid home video on the jumbo screen? This video is a considerable part of my plan. Without it, everything I'm aiming to accomplish will fall through." Deku informed, a slight hint of danger in his voice. "I need you to make sure that once the video is playing, that no one tries to cut the feed or attempts to play over the footage." He then reached out his hand for the girl to give it back. A little shaken from his unexpected dark tone, La Brava gave the flash drive back, when the boy suddenly knelt down and placed his hands on both her shoulders, looking her straight in the eye. "I know you can do this, La Brava. I wouldn't count on anyone else with this job. You're the best hacker I know." The pigtailed girl felt her face heat up a little, only to give a cocky smirk and swipe his hands away. "Please, I'm the only hacker you know." "But, thanks." Deku smiled as he stood back up and walked back to his paper board. He looked down at the flash drive in his hand, his eyes turning narrow and focused. He gripped it tight in his hand, almost as if he was praying that everything would go as he envisioned. "It had to. You want me to start getting set up?" the little hacker asked as she slipped her cape over her backpack. "No, we have to wait until the first event of the festival begins," the young analyst advised. "Once everyone's attention is drawn, it will give you the window to start hacking into the network." La Brava gave an understanding nod. Deku turned back to the living kid who brought them their gear. "Thanks for your help, Kirigiri. I'll let you know when it's time to make our retreat." "Understood." The Vortex Man nodded as he opened another portal behind him and stepped through it. "Good luck, Mr. Deku." Deku and La Brava then exited the utility room, met up with Gentle and made their way toward their seats to keep up their appearances as normal citizens. After finding their row, and an awkward moment of squeezing past a sea of fans and watchers, the trio took their seats, just in time for the festival to begin. "All right, folks, the moment you've been waiting for has finally arrived," President Mike announced over the intercom. "Our first competitors are making their way out into the arena. Let's give our brave and bold students a round of applause." The classes of UA made their way out onto the field one after another, From support gear designed to general studies, the students received generous acclaim from the crowd, but Deku had a feeling that this would be nothing compared to what the top class of the Great Hero School would receive. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here they are, the rising stars of the hero course. Please welcome to the stage, Class 1A. The masses of people erupted into a chorus of cheers and roars of praise. The top class of UA marched out of the inner halls of the stadium and into the sun, revealing themselves for all to see. Flashing stars went off in the crowd as photographers caught as many shots of the future heroes as they could. And there, in the middle of the small band of heroes in training, was Katsuki Bakugo, looking disinterested in his surroundings, with his hands in his pockets and a scowl on his face, as if he couldn't care less of what the world thought of him. The quirkless child continued to wear his medical mask to conceal his face, and it was a good thing, too. For when Deku saw his old torturer and tormentor, a ravenous, vicious, unhinged grin split across his face. His plan was nearly set. Only a few more pieces needed to be put together before his operation was put into action. Deku waited this long ... he could wait a little while longer. Wow, there are a lot of people here, huh? Achako pointed out with a nervous quiver in her voice. I've never had so many people's attention before. I suppose this is another form of training, Ida noted by her side. Once we become full-fledged heroes, we'll have the public's eye on us, meaning we'd have to be at our best at all times. Our best. Right. The gravity girl gave a smile but lowered her gaze to her feet. Ever since the mock battle with Bakugo, not to mention the USJ incident, Uraraka had been losing more and more confidence in herself. And now, she was expected to perform in front of not just this enormous crowd, but to everyone watching at home, including her parents. Her parents. The girl slapped herself on her rosy cheeks, surprising Itsuka and Ida by the odd action. What was she doing? Wallowing in her self-pity. She needed to remind herself about why she was here. This was her first step towards paying them back. To become a hero so successful and famous, she'd make a fortune. She was well aware of how shallow that sounded, but as she said to the big-hand girl and the spectacled speedster, it was all for the sake of her parents. They had sacrificed everything for her, whilst barely getting by in their small-town construction business. Once she was a hero and made enough money, she could give her parents the easy life that they more than deserved. Oh, Achako, you all right? Itsuka asked, concerned with the fresh red hand marks on her friend's face. Yup, just getting myself fired up. That's all. The gravity girl grinned. All right, let's do this. Deku watched as the students lined up with a feeling of envy running through him. Every year, Izuku would watch the sports festival, imagining what it would be like to stand in the same rows as them, showing the world what he could do and what kind of hero he would be. It was a bittersweet sensation to be here, watching the spectacle from a different point of view. The snap of a whip drew everyone's attention toward a stage platform, where the M-rated heroine, Midnight, stood tall and confident in her signature lacy outfit. Line up into your classes, children. It's time for the sports festival athlete's oath. The young analyst smiled as he saw the knockout gas knockout, remembering their encounter at the ATM bank a few months back. He was happy to see that she hadn't let the failure deter her from being a hero, not like a fair number of others he'd crossed paths with and left feeling sore in more ways than one. Ugh, it's Midnight. La Brava grimaced at the sight of the woman. Is she supposed to be the referee or something? Why does she have to wear such a smutty outfit as her hero costume? It's to throw her enemies off guard, the young analyst clarified. By dressing so provocatively, she can cause her opponents to lose concentration, thereby letting her quirk to do the rest. Not to mention, she needs to have as much exposed skin to allow her quirk to work. I still think she looks smutty. The pigtailed girl merely pouted at the information told to her. But I guess that's what all guys are into, huh? The green-hooded boy turned her toward the girl when she said that. The crestfallen look adorned her face until she looked up at her beloved. Except for, of course, my darling sweetheart. Indeed, my dear. Gentle played the part of an aged-old husband as he took the girl's hand in his own. No other woman could fill my heart as you do. A few surrounding members of the crowd felt slightly uncomfortable at the public show of affection. Deku smiled underneath his mask at the small performance. The crack of Midnight's whip drew his attention back to the femme fatale on the podium. And here to give the oath this year is Class 1A's very own representative, Katsuki Bakugo. The quirkless child's eyes narrowed in on the bomb boy like a scope. To think, they were allowing the likes of him to give a speech that was supposed to inspire and motivate the student. His eyes turned hard and lethal as the disinterested delinquent trudged his way up the platform and stood before the microphone. To all of my fellow students and competitors, thanks for being my stepping stones toward fame and fortune. All of the students, bearing Class 1A, exploded into hateful jeers and threats at the explosion boy, who took it all with a pinch of salt as he strode back down the steps without a care in the world. But Deku could see what the boy was really thinking, what he was really feeling. The bully had a snarl on his face. The failure he suffered back at the USJ had done a number on his pride. His inner foundation of confidence had suffered a severe blow, putting a crack in his arrogance and superiority. The boy had tasted defeat, and he was not in the mood for seconds. Deku's grinned maniacally underneath his mask. Too bad. Well, wasn't that a spirited declaration? Midnight attempted to lighten the mood, snapping her whip toward the large jumbotron behind her. Now, without any further ado, let's start the first event. The crowd roared in approval, giving Deku the chance to look back to the pint-sized hacker and give her a knowing nod. La Brava nodded back, then took a moment to clear her throat. Please excuse me, honey. I need to go to the ladies' room. Not at all, my dear. Go right ahead and take your time. Gentle replied just as animatedly. The tiny girl shuffled her way through the row of patrons, her backpack concealed beneath her cape. Once she got out, she gave the two a quick wave before making her way up the stairs. Her designated location, the UA Stadium Data Center. Shota Aizawa kept his dark-rimmed, bloodshot eyes on Katsuki Bakugo as he made his way back to the rest of his class, barely considering the jeers and threats thrown at him. From the way his eyes were narrowed to slits, Present Mike could easily tell that his best friend was not impressed with his explosive student. Well, folks, that's one way to spark up some motivation. Hisashi Yamada, aka Present Mike, declared with a forced laugh. Let's give the kids a moment to limber up for the first event. In the meantime, let's hear a few messages from our sponsors. The Sonic Voice hero switched his mic off before turning to his partner. Geez, Shota, that Bakugo kid of yours seems like a real handful. You don't know that half of it. The Quark Eraser confessed. Ever since the start of the semester, he's been picking fights with just about anyone who looks at him cockeyed ... or even just looks at him. Sheesh, reminds me of Sensoji, back in the day. Hisashi leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed behind his head. He used to hound you and your quirk every chance he'd get. Always wanted everyone to know he was the best. Yeah, he and Bakugo are like two mirror images, but Bakugo appears to be a lot more temperamental, Eraserhead commented, thinking back to the abuse he took from the now famous Mr. Blaster, back when they were both students of the famous hero school. He's been on the lookout for others to flaunt his superiority over, someone to kick around whenever he needs a confidence boost. When I got word about how he went overboard in mock battle class from All Might, I took a look at his letter of recommendation from Aldera High. It described Katsuki as a well-behaved student who gets along well with others. You gotta be kidding. Present Mike frowned at the revelation. There's no way they could have wrote that after having him for 3 whole years. Not unless they were deaf or blind. Or they were trying to get a pupil with a promising quirk into the most elite hero school in Japan to earn bragging rights. Shota mused. Happens all the time. I also delve a little deeper into the school's background. Apparently, they've had a student go missing in the past year. Izuku Midorya. Quirkless. Off man. Hisashi frowned. The loudspeaker hero was more than aware of the kind of prejudice and discrimination quirkless people were succumbed to in society. Do you think Katsuki had something to do with it? Dunno ... but I've got a gut feeling. Eraserhead mused. I was gonna have Nezu take a deeper look into this, but then the USJ attack happened, and we've been swamped ever since. Well, your gut's rarely been wrong before, so... Mike was interrupted by the light on his desk beeping, telling him that they were about to go back on the air. He scrambled back into place before switching his mic back on and putting on his joyful persona once more. Hey there, folks. Welcome back. Eraserhead. Anything you want to say to your precious little students? Shota heaved a tired sigh. Whatever the situation was with Bakugo was going to have to wait. After the festival, he'd go meet with Nezu about the boy and see what should be done. But for now, he had to get through this unholy nightmare. Deciding to attempt to humor his old friend, he leaned into his mic, up close to his mummified mug. Don't screw up. Aw, geez. Mitsuki frowned as she put a hand to her face. That boy just couldn't help himself, could he? I don't know whether to be proud or mortified. Oh, what the heck. Go get him, Kiddo. Mitsuki, please. Masura pleaded. You're making a scene. Oh, come on, honey. The glycerine woman laughed. Don't be such a stick in the mud. You need to loosen up a little, right, Inko? Huh. Oh, yeah, I guess. The lonely mother answered back, lacking more enthusiasm than the distraught husband. She was too busy looking down at the bomb boy who used to be Izuku's best friends. Until the news about her son got out, Inko had a feeling that something was going on between those two. There were days where her son would barely say a word, where he'd come home with the smell of smoke coming off of him and his clothes looking slightly singed. She tried to get him to talk to her, but he always put on a forced smile and tell her that everything was all right. If she had to guess, Mitsuki's son had been bullying her boy, going as far as to blast him with his quirk regularly. She should have said something when she had the chance. She should have talked to Mitsuki about what was going on. But instead, she just left Izuku be, and never pressed on the matter. Like the coward that she was, Inko would admit, losing her baby was her fault. But some of the blame also belonged to the scowling little blonde boy who stood on the grounds. Inko gripped at her purse, the leather squeaking underneath the pressure of her tightened fingers. Inko, the levitation woman snapped out of her thoughts when her name was called. Yes. You okay, Han? The bomb boy's mother asked with concern. You've been staring into space for a while now. Oh, no, I'm fine. Inko answered with a quick smile. I'm just really getting into the festival. Izuku would always wake up early in the morning to catch the opening ceremony. He always wanted to be here. Mitsuki gave the woman a small smile, glad to her old friend starting to enjoy herself, even if just a little. That's lovely, Inko. Who knows, maybe he's watching it from somewhere right now. The lonely mother showed a small smile of her own as she turned back to the event. Yes, maybe. Deku had already pulled out his notebook and clicked open a pen in his hand, ready to start taking down notes before the first event started. The qualifying challenge was an obstacle course that stretched around the entire stadium. This was the stage where only the best of the best would make it to the next round, while the rest were taken out of the games. It was where the future heroes would be separated from the future sidekicks, as it were. As soon as the race began, Deku was off and riding. The race itself was an insane gauntlet of giant robots, pitfalls, and even a minefield of all things, all while competitors put their quirks to the test, using them to either hinder the competition or give themselves a boost to the lead. The scarred boy used his ice powers to freeze the competition right out of the gate, creating a path of frost to skate across to give himself the upper hand. Bakugo, on the other hand, utilized his blasting quirk to propel himself through the air, like a human missile. As much as Deku hated to admit, he was impressed with such resourcefulness. However, there was one student whose inventiveness stuck out the most to the green-hooded boy. A girl around his age, with a pink dreadlock hair and an excitable personality, tore across the track with a strange apparatus on her body. If he had to guess, the girl was a part of the support gear designing class. It struck a chord inside the boy as he watched the girl zip across the field like a fly on a string. This girl seemed to have a genius level of knowledge, yet lacked the physical capabilities of the rest of the students. Could she possibly be? No, the boy shook his head. There was no way that a girl who could create such impressive tech could be quirkless. She must have some kind of power that allowed her to create such amazing gear. But even if that was the case, it also showed something that everyone wasn't seeing, except him. A girl without a quirk as flashy or powerful as Bakugo or the scarred boy, yet was armed to the teeth with enough support gear to more than make up for it. If she could make it this far on her ingenuity alone, who's to say a quirkless person couldn't do the same? I agree. Deku snapped up from his book to see Gentle smiling at him behind his mask. Darn it, he must have been muttering out loud again. The boy felt mortified. A whole year being a villain, and he still couldn't kick his old bad habit. If given the chance, and given the right training and support... who's to say a quirkless hero would be impossible? The quirkless boy let the elasticity man's words sink in, contemplating them for a while until he turned back to the race. He had a blank expression as he watched the rest of the first event. A quirkless hero could be possible... but the world would never let it happen. As the race came to its end, it was the ice wielder who took first place. Deku smirked. He could only imagine how much coming in second would hurt the bomb boy's pride. He might as well have come in last. This would do wonders against his self-absorbed mindset and humongous ego. This will help. The data center of the massive arena was the motherboard of the whole structure. Everything from the lights, cameras, event tech, terminal and transmitting network ran through this one room. Dozens of gigantic server computers stood in an organized row, humming as they processed data and broadcast the event across the whole nation. From the ceiling of the computerized room, an air vent came loose and collapsed to the floor with a clatter. La Brava, out of her disguise and in her usual attire, poked her little head out of the vent, her pigtails dangling down from the gravity. Seeing that the coast was clear, the petite felon wriggled her way out of the ceiling and landed on the floor gracefully. She reached up to her ear and activated the communication device to the ringleader of the plan. Deku, I've found the data center of the stadium and I'm about to hack in. You want me to play the footage when I do? Negative, La Brava. The young villain's voice came back. Gentle still needs to do his part. Just get piggyback on the security cameras and TV footage for now. I'll let you know when to play the footage. Right. The tiny hacker answered back with a nod. Figuring the spot where she landed was good enough, she pulled out her laptop, a mess of wires, and Deku's flash drive. Using her keen eye for tech, she spotted the broadcasting, jumbo screen, and radio servers. She wired up her computer to each of the oversized computers and opened up her laptop. Le Brava smiled. She had been dying to match her hacking skills against the iron wall that was UAS online security network. She had spent many a sleepless night designing the perfect viruses to break through to the mainframe. And now, at long last, Deku had given her the chance. Hey, Deku, You still haven't told us what's on this drive of yours, the pigtailed girl commented as she hooked up her laptop to the giant processors. The boy on the other end grew hesitant on how to answer the girl's query. Well, it's something like Gentle's videos. I figured that this would be the best chance for me to introduce myself to the world and show them I'm not afraid to be who I am. Really, that's great. It's wonderful to know I'm not the only one to be inspired by Gentle. The tiny felon swooned as she typed away at her keyboard, coming up to her first obstacle, the UA mainframe firewall. La Brava laced her fingers together and gave them a crack. This was gonna be fun. Why yeah, Deku agreed with a forced smile. I think we should keep to radio silence for a while now. Let me know when you're in. He took his finger away from his ear and looked back to the festival when he heard the sound of sniffing to his side. He looked back to see Gentle with tears in his eyes, with his mouth no doubt trembling with withheld sobs. I inspired you to show your face to the world and declare your pride in being a villain. I'm so proud to be your teacher, my boy. The elasticity man then collapsed on the young villain's shoulder, crying his eyes out. Patrons looked back at the odd pair once more, with Deku this time apologizing for his uncle's exaggerated behavior. Sorry, he gets emotional at festivals. The awkward moment was broken when Midnight announced the beginning of the next event, the classic cavalry battle. A team made up of 4 students picked someone to be at the top of a horse formation, with one of their teammates being the rider. The rider has a headband worth a certain number of points, and taking the headbands off of other teams earns you more. The team with the most points at the end of the event wins. The students down on the field began to make their teams. Almost none of the other competitors wanted to team up with Shoto, the ice wielder. After coming in first place in the obstacle course, he was given the headband with the most points out of them all, 10 million points. Surprisingly, Shoto was immediately swamped by the others, begging to be on his team. Out of the crowd that swarmed all over him, the scarred boy chose Denki Kaminari, a boy with blonde hair with a black streak with the power to conduct electricity. Momo Yoyazura, a girl with a long black ponytail, could create just about anything from her body. And Tenya Ida, who he recognized from the USJ with his speed quirk. All in all, not a bad combination. The quirkless boy began to take notes about how the combination of their quirks could give them the upper hand in the battle. All the while, Gentle watched the boy go, muttering up a storm and riding at inhuman speeds. A small smile made its way to his face. You truly are amazing, my boy. Deku looked up from his notes and over to his uncle, who was giving him a proud smile underneath his face mask. What do you mean? From how you write and can watch others with such close detail, it's almost as if you had a quirk of your own this entire time. Gentle chuckled heartily. The boy was surprised to hear such praise again from the man, putting on a warm smile of his own under his face cover. Maybe if I was a little dishonest, I could have probably taken the entrance exam and made it into UA. Oh, come now. You wouldn't do something as vulgar as lie, the flamboyant thief declared. What makes you say that? The young villain queried with a raised eyebrow. Because you're too good to do so, the elasticity man clarified cheerfully. Deku looked at the man for a while before turning back, a humorless chuckle escaping his lips. Too good to lie, huh? So, tell us, my boy, what will we be stealing? Huh? Deku turned to the flamboyant thief with confusion. This is supposed to be a heist, correct? That must mean that we are to steal something. Gentle explained like it was obvious. So, tell us, what is it that we shall be taking at this grand event? Deku took a moment to think the question over, before giving his crew a smile before revealing the outcome of his plan. He reached for the next parchment of his board and lifted it over. We will be stealing ... the sports festival gold medals. The reveal of the spoils awaiting them at the end of the operation was enough to make the crooks rise into a fit of cheers and celebration. That's brilliant, my boy. Gentle rose his cup in a toast. Think of how much we could make with one of those. Mr. Red grinned as he imagined holding one of the valuable trophies in his hands. We could get a new truck. No, a van, Mr. Blue declared ecstatically. We could buy out a whole pizza joint with that kind of dough. Mr. Yellow licked his chops as he rubbed his belly, already tasting the blend of cheese and tomato in his mouth. We're gonna be rolling in it by the end of this job. Mr. Green rubbed his hands in anticipation of the wealth they were sure to collect. As the dazzling duo and the pack of dogs let their excitement get a hold of them, Kurogiri kept his eyes on the mastermind of the operation. He noticed that while the boy was smiling, his eyes looked to be more sullen than usual. It was as if he had just committed something he deeply regretted. Something behind the living cloud's glowing yellow eyes told him that there was much more to this plan than Deku was letting on. So much more. Deku had done a lot of dangerous and despicable things since he'd become a villain, but it was a rare occurrence for him to feel guilty about any of them. This was one of those rare moments. He shook himself out the heavy thoughts on his mind. He couldn't let anything weigh him down now. He closed his book and got up from his seat. Could you let me past, Uncle? I need to stretch my legs. Oh, of course, my dear nephew. The flamboyant thief scooted himself up as much as he could, letting the green-hooded boy walk past him. Take your time. Deku gave him a small wave before making his way up the steps. He looked at the smiling, cheering faces of all the fans present as he walked up the stairs. And here he was, a known criminal walking amongst them, his mind far away from the festivities going on. It was kind of funny how everyone had their own little world going on, without anyone else knowing about it. Then again, he supposed he always felt like this, a stranger in a world where he didn't seem to belong. How no one could truly know him, at least not yet. He thought back to his flash drive, now in Lebirava's small, capable hands. A small smile came to his face, as well as a pained look in his eye. He thought back on how he came upon the contents of the small device for his plan only a few days ago. Two boys, one with long light brown hair, the other with curly black hair, strode down the road after another long, dragged-out day of high school. "Man, our teacher's such a slave driver," the brown-haired boy complained. He stretched out and extended his fingers down into his pant pocket and retrieved a small box of cigarettes. "Can you believe how much homework he gave us? And we have to have it finished by tomorrow. Tell me about it." The black-haired boy took one of the cancer sticks from the carton offered to him. "I bet Bakugo doesn't have to put up with stuff like this at UA. He's probably learning how to fly with his quirk or something. Yeah, or maybe he's getting trained on how to beat up villains." The long-fingered boy laughed as he lit up the fag in his mouth. He put in a lot of good practice on that Deku kid. Bakugo had used his favorite nickname for Izuku so much, the rest of their old class either believed it was the quirkless boy's actual name or joined in on the one-sided joke. Since the green-haired boy never spoke up about it, or couldn't, they all went ahead and kept calling him it. "Yeah," the long-fingered boy chuckled as the two turned down a vacant alleyway, out of sight of anyone who could have been passing by them. "Can you believe that guy up and ran away? How's he supposed to be a hero if he just runs away from a fight?" "I have a better question." The two high schoolers snapped their heads toward the end of the alley where the deep, digital voice came from. Standing down the narrow path, shrouded in darkness, was a figure with a glowing red visor over his eyes and a hood over his head. Two long flaps of cloth flowed down from his head, making him look oddly threatening and unearthly. "How's someone supposed to fight back when they have anything to fight back with?" The black-haired boy screwed his face up at the stranger's words. "Huh, the heck are you, weirdo?" The stranger started to walk out of the shadows, showing his dark green sweatshirt and hood, his face mask and goggles. When the boys took in the full view of the newcomer, the black-haired boy dropped the cigarette from his gaping lips. The long-fingered boy rose his hand shakily as he pointed at the infamous villain who'd been all over the news for so long. Is that you by Maki?" the villain sang as he approached the quivering pair, raising his arms in a grand gesture. "So good to see you again. It's been far too long. How do you know our names?" Maki, the black-haired boy, stuttered as he and his friend backed away from the approaching bunny man. Yet, with how much they wanted to run, they were frozen in fear, stuck in place as the villain who had defeated a vast number of heroes stepped closer and closer. "Oh, come on, guys." Their fear skyrocketed when the villain took his hood off and removed his mask and goggles. "How could you forget one of your old friends?" The eyes of the quirkless child's former bullies and Bakugo's forgotten followers bugged out of their heads. Their jaws dropped in horrified awe as the infamous Green Rabbit revealed himself to be their old punching bag. Deku," Maki blurted out loud. "That's my name." Deku reached behind him and retrieved his trusty taser knuckle. He held it up to his face and switched it on, the bright blue sparks illuminating the cruel, vicious smirk on his face. "Don't wear it out." The quirkless child lunged at the two boys, who could nothing but scream. 5 minutes later, both Yubai and Maki were laid out on the ground. Their faces were covered in bruises and cuts. Their uniforms were torn and singed. Yubai, the long-fingered boy, who seemed to be the only one of the two still conscious, peeked through his swollen eye at the quirkless boy who he used to gang up on, going through his and Maki's phones. Deku chuckled to himself at the footage he was seeing on the tiny screen. "And here I thought you guys deleted all this to avoid getting caught. Guess you were too proud of yourselves to let precious memories like these be forgotten." Yubai couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was that really Deku? The same quirkless little nerd who couldn't fight back to save his life. He was a villain now. He was the Green Rabbit. But that's insane. That would mean that he was the one who beat Death Arms, and Kamui Woods, and Xless, and... It was that moment that Yubai remembered every awful thing he helped do to Izuku. The color in his face drained away. And if one had a super-smelling quirk, they would have noticed the scent of freshly wet pants. For the first time in his life, Yubai felt true, honest to all might, regret. Deku chuckled some more as he pocketed the phones in the pocket of his hoodie. "Thanks for the phones, guys. These are gonna come in real handy for what I've got planned." Izuku, Yubai managed to speak, only to receive an unrestrained kick to the face. The smash of pain was enough to make the long-fingered boy start blubbering on the ground. "You know that's not my name anymore." The young villain reached down and grabbed Yubai by his collar. He lifted the boy, forcing him to bring his tear-soaked face to his freckled, ferocious one. It's Deku. The rabbit-eared boy took a moment to enjoy the sight of Bakugo's old tailcoat rider whimpering and bleeding, before throwing him back to the ground and walking away, leaving his old bullies in a puddle of their own blood and tears. As Deku strolled down the alley, he put his mask, goggles, and hood back on, but couldn't remove the smile from his face if he wanted to. Catching up with Yubai and Maki felt good. Real good. It was a shame Tsubasa wasn't around anymore, moving away with his family when they were 6. He would have loved to pay back the winged brat for all the times he and Bakugo liked to play bombs away with him. Oh well, hopefully, karma has caught up with him up to now. Besides, that pudgy, flying numbskull was nothing compared to his main target, and as good as it was to pay back Yubai and Maki after all this time, it was going to feel positively heavenly when he caught up with Bakugo. Now, all he had to do was get the rest of what he needed. And his smile faded away when he remembered where he had to go. It was the dead of night as Deku picked the lock of a certain apartment building on the outskirts of Musutafu. With gentle hands and careful technique, he opened the front door to his old home with a quiet click. Cautiously stepping inside and closing the door behind him, he surveyed the place he once called home. Remembering which of the floorboards creaked, he snuck his way down the hall until he passed his old room. He frowned at the All Might nameplate hung up on his door, before refocusing and heading toward the lounge and dining room. The place was strewn with about in a mess, much to Deku's surprise. Usually, the house was spotless. He couldn't understand why his mother would let things go when he wasn't around anymore. Surely, her life would have become easier without him. He put the questions to the back of his head. He had to focus on why he was here. Steeling himself and swallowing a nervous lump in his throat, he arrived at his destination, his mom's room. With steady, yet shaking hands, Deku opened the door and slid it open. A large mound rose and fell gently underneath a thick duvet on the bed. It took everything Deku had to not break down in tears at seeing his mother again. Izuku wanted nothing more than to wake her up, tell her he was home and that he was sorry for everything. But Deku knew better. He made his choice, and now he had to live with it. Besides, he'd bring nothing but trouble to his mother again. And worse now that he was a villain. There was no going back. Not after what he's done. And what he planned to do. Speaking of which, he turned his gaze toward her bedroom closet. He circled the bed, carefully opened the wardrobe and rifled through his mother's endless supply of clothes. After digging through a mound of shirts and cardigans, he found what he was looking for. A box with the words "Precious Memories" written on the top. Opening the box, he saw several photo albums and VHS tapes stored inside. He fished through the pile until he found the few tapes he needed. He placed the rest back inside and closed the closet up once more, making it seem like he was never here. As he stood back up, he took one last look at his sleeping mother's face. Deep in peaceful sleep, he noticed the deep, dark bags under her eyes, a clear sign that she had recently been crying. What would she be crying about? Surely it wouldn't be ... over him. No, there's no way. Not after having to deal with a quirkless handful like him for so long. It must be something else. Maybe she got into another argument over the phone with Dad. The boy's face turned sour. Wonder what he thought of him running away. He shook himself out of it. He didn't have time to deal with this. He had to leave, now. Giving his mother one last wistful look, he silently snuck out of her room and closed the door behind him. By the time Inko would awake the next morning, her son would be long gone, leaving nothing behind in his visit. Deku shook himself out of his melancholy for the umpteenth time. There was no point in wishing for what could have been anymore. He was a villain now, and once he put his plan into action, everyone would know it. And they'd know exactly why he became a villain in the first place. At least one part of the reason. The young villain was so caught up in his inner argument, he failed to see where he was going and bumped into someone. Whoever it was dropped the serving of nachos and soda in their hand. The quirkless boy quickly shot down to the ground to save what was left of the meal. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Not to worry, young man. The green-hooded boy's blood froze. He'd recognize that voice anywhere. After giving his video of saving an entire plane's worth of people about half of its over 1 million views, watching every interview he ever took part in, being his lifelong fan since he was a child, and remembering his soul-crushing words on that fateful day, it would be too difficult not to. The quirkless child looked up from the mess on the floor and into the sunken, dark eyes of the shriveled form of his former hero. Tashinori, also known as the symbol of peace, All Might, smiled down at the boy. What's wrong, lad? You look like you've seen a ghost. I am impressed with how well thought out your plan is, Mr. Deku. However, I believe that there is an element that you have yet to mention, All Might. At Kurogiri's mention of the iconic #1 hero, the gathered crooks all groaned in unison. Of course, how could we forget? Gentle brought a hand to his face in despair. He's supposed to be a professor of UA Academy now, and will be more than likely partaking in the festivities with the rest of the staff. And any villain even thinking of pulling a stunt at the festival wouldn't have a snowball's chance against Endeavor with the #1 hero around. La Brava lamented until she realized who she was talking about. Oops, sorry, Deku. That's okay. La Brava, the young mastermind, pardoned kindly. All Might does have the effect of making villains think twice before committing any crimes. Then why bother? Mr. Red chimed in. No offense, Deku, but if All Might's really going to show up there, then this whole thing's a bust before it can even begin. The rest of Team Reservoir Dogs nodded in agreement with their fearful leader. Deku closed his eyes with a sigh. He should have known this would happen. All Might was a presence that loomed over the heads of many hardened criminals. It was one of the main reasons why the concept of the symbol of peace was able to hold hero society together. But no one, not even All Might, was going to stop Deku from enacting his plan. Look, I understand that with All Might being at the festival, the chances of my plan going off without a hitch are devastatingly slim, the young villain commented, taking note of the downcast looks on his team's faces. But I wouldn't even try to do this plan myself if I didn't have a decent escape plan. Escape plan? Gentle perked up at the mention of a way out if things got out of hand, especially with All Might involved. Deku nodded, glad to see some enthusiasm come back to his crew. Yes, however, I'm afraid that, once again, it counts on you, Kirigiri. I expected as much, and there is no need for you to feel guilty, Mr. Deku. The Living Cloud reasoned. Am I correct to believe that you wish for me to use my powers the same way I did back at the USJ when my master's plan failed? Pretty much, Deku shrugged. If I think that my plan is at risk in any way, I'll contact you. Me, Gentle, and La Brava will then meet up with you at the same location where you'll drop off our gear. We'll also use the same tactic when the plan is successful, and we need to make our getaway. Understood. The Vortex Man bowed. Wait, you mean ... we'll have to walk through him? La Brava grimaced as she chanced to look at the Living Cloud. Kirigiri looked back, his blazing eyes piercing into the pigtailed girl's terrified pupils. As the little hacker quivered, Gentle laid a comforting hand on her shoulder, snapping her out of her fear. Do not fret, my dear. If it comes to it, I shall hold you close and wade us through the darkness together, the flamboyant thief declared charmingly, shooting the girl a wink. That was enough to cause the girl to swoon and fall into the elasticity man's lap. Oh, Gentle, you'll always be my light in the darkness. Those guys are weird, Mr. Red commented dryly, the rest of his gang nodding in approval. Deku looked around at his team, glad to see them full of life once more, as glad as he was to have an escape plan in mind if his plan went astray. He hoped that he wouldn't have to use it. His plan had to work ... it needed to work, and no one, not even All Might himself, was going to stand in his way. Deku was starting to regret his choice of words back then, as he was staring up at the withered form of the symbol of peace himself. Toshinori kept his smile on but began to notice that passers-by were looking at them strangely. The deflated number 1 hero cleared his throat as he offered the boy a hand. We seem to be making a bit of scene, young one. How's about I help you up? Huh? Oh, yeah. Deku took the offered hand and let the number 1 hero help him up. As Toshinori lifted Deku off his feet, straining a little in his weakened state, he noticed the mess of crushed chips and cheese on the boy's green hoodie. Oh, I am terribly sorry, my boy. And no, it's fine. A young villain waved off, wiping down his disguise. His efforts only lead to a large stain being left on his outfit. It'll come out in the wash. Maybe so, but I still feel bad. The slim symbol of peace mumbled as he rubbed his bony chin. He snapped his fingers when an idea popped into his head. Allow me to make it up to you. How about an item from the snack bar on me? Deku blanched. It didn't seem like All Might had recognized him yet, but he certainly didn't want to risk it by sticking around. And no, that's okay. I couldn't. Nonsense. It's the least I could do. Toshinori endeavored as he smiled and hiked a thumb at the nearest food stall. The young villain frowned a little at All Might's persistence but felt his stomach grumble as the smell of fried and battered food hit his nose. Toshinori laughed. It seems that your stomach betrays you, lad. Come, anything you want, on me. Sure. Deku resigned himself as he followed the withered number 1 hero. If he tried to leave now, he'd risk gaining the suspicion of the symbol of peace and put his whole plan in jeopardy. And that was something he couldn't let happen. Not after coming so close. He had no choice but to play along with the spindly man's wishes. This was not going to be easy. How's the takoyaki? The withered symbol of peace asked the boy. It's great, thanks. The nervous child spluttered, munching slowly on his deep-fried octopus balls. Toshinori smiled, galled to hear it. So young. Oh, how rude of me. Here I am, forcing my goodwill on you, and I haven't even introduced myself. The slim symbol of peace reached over the table and offered his hand. Call me Mr. Yagi. I'm a faculty member at UA. Nice to meet you. The boy anxiously reached out and took his in a small shake. I'm Uzagi, Midori Uzagi. Pleasure to meet you as well, young Uzagi. The withered number 1 hero grinned. Deku inwardly blanched. He made up that fake name on the spot. There was no way All Might could have bought it so easily. Was he messing with him? Did he know who he was and was just humoring him? Did he already call the authorities and was making sure he didn't run away? This was bad. He had to contact Kurogiri. He had to warn Gentle and La Brava. He had to. Are you all right, Uzagi? Do you need a drink or something? Deku snapped out of his racing thoughts, quickly shaking his head. And no, sorry about that. I have a bad habit of getting caught up in my head. That's quite all right, young man. Toshinori waved off as he took a bite of his fresh new batch of nachos, enjoying the taste of the cheesy, savory snack. The young villain took a calming breath. If this was any other time, any other place, any other situation, Deku would be over the moon with utter joy and excitement, sitting at a table, face to face with All Might, the world-renowned superhero that cemented hero society itself, eating a serving of deep-fried squid balls while at the exhilarating UA Sports Festival, which had been known to be more exciting and influential than the Olympic Games. Now, however, all he could feel was dread. Deku had silently hoped that All Might would be anywhere but the festival, possibly halfway across the city helping those who needed it. Guess no villains wanted to risk having the symbol of peace after them after the USJ incident, but that just put his whole plan in danger. All Might could ruin everything he was aiming for with little to no effort. However, the young villain had a theory about what had happened to All Might after his gruesome fight with the Namo. When the #1 hero succeeded in sending that monster flying, he was looking worse for wear. Being one of the only few who knew of his declining strength, it wouldn't be wrong to figure that he was exhausted after that battle, meaning that there was a chance that his well of power might be running dry. If Deku had to guess, he was probably holding back from transforming into his hero form so he could make an appearance at the reward ceremony at the end of the festival. It was a high gamble, hoping that the symbol of peace was running low on his godlike strength. But it was a gamble Deku was willing to take. He'd come so far now, and there was no way he was going to let anyone, not even All Might, scare him away. So, young Uzagi, are you here with anyone? Toshinori asked kindly. Oh, yeah, my aunt and uncle. Deku answered as normally as he could manage, trying to keep the quiver out of his voice. They got me tickets to go see the festival for my birthday. I always wanted to go see it in real life, ever since I was a kid. That wasn't a lie. Izuku always loved watching the sports festival on TV, snuggled up in his All Might blanket, with a bowl of his favorite cereal, All Might O's, and seeing all the amazing up-and-coming heroes take the stage and show the world what they were made of. He always dreamed of taking part in the games themselves one day as well. The withered #1 hero smiled at the boy's words. Well, I'm glad your dream came true, young Uzagi. Deku kept himself from visibly flinching at the careless comment from his former idol. If he only knew ... well, he would soon ... as would everyone else. A large explosion caught the two of them by surprise, the nervous boy nearly jumping out of his seat. Deku looked out to the field and saw the students, all grouped up and in their horse formations, charging at one another as if they were in a real battle to the death. Well, looks like the cavalry battle started. All Might commented as he watched the carnage take place. All of the students were putting their quirks to the test to gain the upper hand. Whether it was to grab as many headbands as possible, slow down the opposing teams, or completely hinder them. The grounds had become an utter war zone, and the crowd was loving it. A pretty good metaphor if you ask me. Toshinori looked to the masked boy before him, curious at his odd choice of words. Those with quirks more functional and flashy, making others hold them up as they show off and fight others just as talented to be the best. The green-hooded boy described the chaotic clash on the grounds. It pretty much sums up what hero society has become in this day and age. The withered one for all user was astounded by the boy's deduction of the battle taking place, but couldn't help but show a melancholy grin. You're right. There's no difference between this and the contest of one-upmanship that the hero profession has become today. You're quite perceptive for a young man. Deku hid a knowing grin underneath his mask. I get that a lot. Another blast caught the two's attention. Deku predicted that it was Bakugo once again, but was surprised to see that the familiar explosion came from someone else this time. A boy with combed-down blonde hair and a rather bitter smile on his face was taking on Bakugo with the same quirk as the bomb boy. Deku deduced that either the boy must have had the same kind of quirk as Bakugo, or possibly had a quirk that allowed him to copy the quirks of others. Either way, the grinning boy seemed to be enjoying making Bakugo look like a fool with his own power, and Deku was enjoying every minute of it. Toshinori watched the clashing children at the bottom of the stadium and felt his heart grow heavy. Nezu had suggested to him that he attempt to find a worthy successor to his power at the games. But none of the children here had that same fire ... that same light as the boy who showed the true spirit of a hero he met last year. The one who got away. When young Bakugo was attacked by the sludge villain last year, the same boy who Toshinori had cruelly shut down for hoping to be a hero without a quirk, showed the true spirit of a hero he thought was long gone from the world, by rushing in and trying to save his friend at the risk of his own life. When he finally stepped in and saved the two boys, All Might was immediately swamped by the press. He did everything he could to get away from them and searched everywhere for the boy who showed more heroism than he had in years. Unfortunately, since that day, he never saw him again. When he received word of the brave young man's disappearance, he went on the hunt. He searched high and low for Izuku Midorya, praying that he was all right. He swore that if he ever found him, he would amend for his mistakes and turn that boy into the hero was always meant to be. That was 1 year ago, now, and there had been no sign of the heroic quirkless boy ever since. The withered #1 hero turned his attention back to the boy still watching the battle. He noticed the small smile underneath his mask, figuring he was in awe of the displays of power down below. Toshinori decided to ask the boy an innocent question. So, Usagi, have you ever thought about becoming a hero? Deku froze at the difficult answer, hoping that his former idol didn't notice him flinch. I did ... once ... but then, I decided that it wasn't for me. Toshinori quirked an eyebrow at the boy's passive answer, taking note of his change in body language. How come, if you don't mind me asking? The young villain struggled to say anything until an idea then came to him. He decided he wanted to test Spinley's superhero about what he said on that fateful day. Well, I used to imagine being a hero when I was a kid, taking on bad guys, helping people, mostly helping people. It was a nice dream. But then, the boy's hidden smile then drooped, turning down into a discouraging frown. I figured it was time for me to be ... more realistic. Toshinori grew uncomfortable at the mention of those words. He couldn't explain it, but they felt painfully familiar to him. I decided maybe I should become something else, someone who could still help people, and that was at least mildly close to hero work. Deku went on, glimpsing slightly at the expression the withered #1 hero wore. He wondered what he could be thinking as he spoke, if he recognized anything he was saying. I mean, it's not like I could as amazing as any of those kids down there. The quirkless boy referenced the students still warring for the most points. Toshinori felt like he was struck by one of his own smash attacks when he heard the boy's words. After losing sight of young Midorya last year, he felt ashamed of his actions that led to becoming the jaded fake he was before. He felt that while he still held the power of one for all, he had the obligation to act like the hero he once was, and mean it once again. And this boy seemed to be in desperate need of his signature inspiration. Nonsense. I'm sure you have an amazing quirk that could do a world of good for people. After all, it's just as All Might always says, anyone can be a hero. It was like taking one of Bakugo's blasts. A sour smile was concealed beneath Deku's mask, his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. He got up from his seat, grabbing his takoyaki as he did. Toshinori was confused by the boy getting up and making his way around him, heading over to a garbage bin. Maybe ... but then again, maybe some of us aren't cut out for it. Deku dropped his leftovers into the container. Thanks for the takoyaki. And sorry again about the nachos. With that, he started to walk away, leaving behind a bewildered and confused Toshinori. The deflated All Might thought over the conversation he just had with the odd, nervous child, his words about letting go of his dream echoing in his mind and putting a dull ache in his heart. They almost reminded him of. His sunken eyes then shot open wide. He spurted out of his seat to see where the boy had gone. But all he saw was a bustling crowd of festival goers. He snapped his head back and forth, peering into the masses to try and catch any sight of a dark green hoodie. Was that who he thought it was? Could it possibly be? Deku leaned on a railing over the cheering crowds. He watched the rest of the cavalry battle but barely paid much attention. The boy was too busy recalling what All Might had said to him back at the table to hear the words he once hoped to hear, coming from the same bony, shriveled-up form of his former idol, struck the quirkless child deep. Anyone can become a hero. Would it have killed him to say that when he was all skin and bones back then? He growled. Not that it would have mattered if he did. Not in this world. The crowd roared to life as the cavalry battle came to a close. Deku looked down to see who had grasped the most points. Almost as predicted, it was Shoto once again. Deku had to hand it to him. He had good senses, both for his quirk usage and his choice of teammates. The young villain scoured the field for Bakugo and found him off to one side with his team. The bomb boy was visibly seething, having to come in second. Again, the green-hooded boy could practically see the smoke wafting off his hands in outrage. It brought a smile to his face. Katsuki was being shown firsthand that in the real world, you couldn't win them all, no matter how good your quirk may be. As the quirkless boy enjoyed the sight of his fuming adversary, Midnight strutted back on stage. With a crack of her whip, she brought the crowd of competitors together to announce the third and final event of the festival, the combat tournament. A crackle in his ear caught his attention, the voice of the tiny hacker girl being heard. Deku, I did it. I've broken through UAS firewall. I can access the display and sound hardware of the stadium whenever you want me to. Splendid work, my dear. The elegant tone of Gentle tuned in to congratulate the girl. That's great, Le Brava. You're the best. Deku cheered back. Thanks. And no problem. The pigtailed girl unnaturally stammered. Are you all right, my dear? Gentle asked his partner in crime with concern in his voice. Why yeah, I'm fine. The tiny hacker answered quickly. I think breaking to the mainframe took a little more out of me than I thought. Just let me know when you want me to access your flash drive, and we'll be good to go. Understood. Gentle, I believe it's time for your costume change, Deku advised cryptically. Roger that, my boy. I'll head to my location immediately. The flamboyant thief responded enthusiastically before signing off. I'll go ahead and do the same. The young villain notified back. Nice work again, La Brava. I knew you could do it. I'll contact you when it's time. Deku out. G got it. La Brava out. The girl stumbled over her words once more before the feed cut out. As much as Deku would have loved to see the lineup for the first round, he had more important things to do, since La Brava had succeeded in cracking the school's mainframe, and Gentle was on his way to suit up. It was time for him to get ready. But to do that, he was going to need a key. Luckily for him, Slugger, one of the many other heroes on patrol, was mingling among his fans, getting pictures and signing autographs a few feet away from him. Deku took his face mask off, not wanting to come off as suspicious, and put on his best nervous fanboy act. He gingerly approached the home run hero, sinking his head and darting his eyes from him to the floor, taking out his phone with a shake in his hand. Excuse me, Mr. Slugger, sir. See, could I get a picture ... with you? Slugger's heart melted at the innocent sight of the boy and was more than happy to offer the boy what he wished for. The two squeezed together to get into the frame, and the green-hooded boy pressed the flash, taking the shot. Thank you, Slugger. Deku bowed his head frantically, as the home run hero smiled beneath his helmet and waved the boy goodbye. The young villain walked away himself, smiling as he held up the security clearance card he just swiped from Slugger's back pocket. And thank you, Gentle. He found a nearby stage door that leads to the area closed off from the public. With a swipe of his newly acquired clearance in the reader, the door unlocked, allowing Deku to sneak inside, without anyone being the wiser. Deku's footsteps echoed through the empty halls of the inner stadium. He had to keep his wits about him, as there was no telling when he might bump into a hero along his path. The last thing he wanted was to run into All Might for a second time. Apart from that, the young villain's inner fanboy was freaking out. Here he was, inside the inner halls of the UA Sports Stadium. Oh, how he dreamed to see the inside of this place for so long. And now he was. Granted, he was doing so illegally ... but still. As the quirkless boy continued his trek down the halls, he heard the sound of numerous footsteps heading his way. He stopped and hid behind a nearby soda machine, watching as the competing students came walking past. I am so pumped for our fight, dude. Hiroshima, the skin-hardening boy, clutched his fist in anticipation as he talked to a boy who looked to be completely made out of metal. Took the words right out of my mouth, man. But don't think I'm gonna go easy on you. The metal boy returned just as heartily. Are you sure you wanted to forfeit, Anjiro? If you head back now, Midnight may still let you compete. Hand to Zero. The tape dispenser boy reasoned with the tailed martial artist. I'm sure, Zero. It just wouldn't sit well with me, knowing I came all this way without knowing how. Ajiro answered back, giving him a resolute smile. Deku sunk in deeper behind his hiding spot when Bakugo walked by. TFFT. Whatever. The less of you extras I have to blow away, the sooner I can get to first place. Bakugo. That is no way to treat your fellow classmates. Have some respect for Ajiro's choice. Tenya Ida, the strict speedster, lectured as he chopped the air as he strode on by. Listen to your friend. Mr. Thanks for being my stepping stones on my way to the top. A blonde boy with a bitter smile called out. You do realize that to be at the top, you have to place first at some point, right? What was that? The bomb boy exploded back viciously. It made the green-hooded boy grin to see the proud explosion user lose his cool at someone else's words. You don't think the girls are still mad about the outfits, do you, Denki Kaminari? The electric boy asked a boy with the head of a black hawk as he anxiously fiddled with his fingers. I suggest keeping a good distance away from our female colleges, Kaminari. A woman's wrath is a dark shadow to be cast in. The bird boy answered poetically, which didn't give the scared blonde any comfort. Shoto Todoroki took up the rear of the group, keeping silent and facing forward with steeled purpose in his eyes. As the small crowd walked by, Deku came out of his hiding spot, figuring that the coast was clear. He soon realized that it certainly wasn't, for when he turned around he was presented with a sight that made his entire face light up like a tomato. I can't believe everybody saw us dressed like this. Achako Uraraka whined as she tried to hide her body, dressed in a skimpy white and orange cheerleader uniform with a pair of pom-poms. I hope my parents don't see me like this. I still can't believe I fell for such an obvious lie. Momo Yayazuru, the ponytailed creation girl, mumbled pitifully. I should have known there was no such thing as a cheerleader event in these games. That perverted little grapefruit is gonna get it the next time I see him. Kyoka Gyro, a girl with short purple hair and ear jack cables growing out of her earlobes, fumed with a clenched fist. Him and that spark brain numbskull. I'm amazed that Itsuka didn't want to change before her fight. Mina Ashido, the pink-skinned acid wielder, commented with a sly smirk. Maybe she likes the attention. She said she didn't want to keep everyone waiting. Suyu Asui, the frog girl, pointed out with a finger to her chin. Guess she just wanted to get it over with. Awa, come on. It's not that bad. Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl, tried to calm her friends down. I think we look cute in these. The other 5 girls shared a dry look at Toru's words when they noticed somebody was blocking their path. Deku had yet to move, frozen in place at the sight before him. Gyro took his petrified state as a way of catching an eyeful and stomped up to him. Take a picture. It'll last longer, jerk. Wua-ag. Deku wailed as he came out of his shock and fell back on his behind. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean I wasn't. The boy's babbling didn't help in stopping the girls from glaring down at him. The green-hooded boy could do nothing on the floor, gasping like a fish out of water. During his fall, his mask had fallen off his face, revealing his blushing freckled cheeks and gaping mouth. Ochako, realizing that something might be wrong with the boy, stepped up to him and knelt before him. Hey, are you all right? Deku found himself shrinking back at the girl's approach. The same girl he saw with a look of pure terror on her face when he and the League of Villains attacked the school. Hysteria began to overtake him as his body began to tremble. Seeing the boy whom they thought was some sicko begin to go into what must have been a panic attack, the girls snapped out of their anger and showed their concern. Ochako took a chance to hold out her hand to the quivering boy. It's okay, she spoke softly and sweetly, as a mother would to her child who scraped his knee. Deku felt his panic begin to waver as he looked at the offered hand. In his stupor, he slowly raised his hand. He hesitated for a moment, before finally taking it, letting the gravity girl help him up. Are you okay? Do you need anything? The gravity girl offered kindly. And no, I am okay. The nervous boy shook his head frantically. He bowed his head and offered her a grateful smile, adorned with red-tinted cheeks. Thank you ... and I'm sorry again. All the girls were stunned by the vision of utter innocence before them, and the same thought rang out in their minds. Oh my gosh, this guy is adorable. Hey, man, it's cool. Gyro scratched her cheek as she felt her own face warm up. I shouldn't have unloaded on you like that. Well, aren't you just the cutest little thing? The pink-skinned girl sang as she hopped up to the bashful boy, wanting to get a better look at his blushing babyface. Deku stepped back a little, not used to having so much attention on him from a whole group of girls. Girls in highly revealing cheerleader outfits, to boot. Ochako decided to step in and push Mina back to help spare the boy of any more blushing, even if he looked adorable with it on. Sorry about Mina. She can be a little ... much sometimes. She chuckled. I'm Ochako. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midorya. It's nice to meet you, too. The secret villain stammered. It was an embarrassing revelation for the boy. He'd been a villain for over a year now. Robbed banks and jewelry stores, mingled with cold-blooded criminals, fought in an underground fighting circuit, and sent numerous heroes in the emergency room with his calculations on quirks. And yet, he still didn't have the confidence to talk to a girl. Izuku, as in rabbit, Toru asked before gushing. Awa, that just makes you even cuter. Suyu then stepped up to him with a blank, yet curious expression. So, Izuku, how'd you get down here? Oh, I got a VIP pass. Deku fidgeted around his pockets to grab the pass he swiped from Slugger, holding it out for everyone to see. My aunt and uncle got it for me, so I was just looking around. VIP. Momo spoke up as she looked at the card in the boy's hand. I didn't know they were giving those out. I thought they were going to forego them this year, for safety. I guess they figured it would be alright, what with all the heroes on patrol around. Deku played off with a chuckle. I guess. The creation girl mused, unsure about the sudden change. Deku started to get nervous. The school had disallowed VIP passes for this year's festival on account of the USJ attack. They didn't want to take any chance of any possible villain getting past security and attacking the students. But this girl was proving to be more inquisitive than the heroes outside. He tried to think of something to say to sway the creation girl's doubt, but luck, in one of its rare moments of cutting the young villain a break, decided to intervene as footsteps drew the girl's attention to the other end of the hallway. Coming their way was Itsuka, the big hand girl, dressed in the same cheerleader outfit as the rest of them. However, she also wore a disappointed look on her face, her eyes cast downward as she held herself in her arms. Being a victim of abuse and mistreatment himself, Deku immediately knew from her body language alone that someone had hurt this girl's feelings. Bad. Itsuka, what are you doing here? Is your fight finished? Ochako asked, concerned with how her friend was looking. Oh, hey, guys. The redhead tried to smile, but it only made her look worse. Yeah, I just finished ... and I lost. Say what? Mina exclaimed in shock. It was at that moment that another pair of footsteps came to their ears. They all turned and saw Itsuka's opponent, Hitoshi Shinzo, making his way toward them with the same dead-eyed, uninterested look on his face. Itsuka physically shivered at his gaze, Shinzo not seeming to care in the slightest. He cast his eyes over the rest of the girls, stopping for a moment on Deku. The young villain looked back, with his the same dark ring glare back at the brainwasher. Whether being outstared at or just losing interest, Shinzo turned away and made his way down a stray corridor. An eerie silence fell over the boy and girls until Mina broke it by speaking up once again. But, you're one of the strongest people in our class. How could you lose to a gloomy Gus like that guy? He must have used his quirk on her before she could make a move. Deku deduced out loud, causing all the girls to turn back to him. That's right, Itsuka clarified, albeit regretfully. When the match started, I was about to attack, when he started talking. It was then that she gripped herself a little tighter. He said ... he said a lot of pretty hurtful stuff about me, about how I looked. A tremble came to her voice as she struggled to go on. He said that ... that I looked like a... All the girls immediately rushed to her aid, as the redhead finally broke down crying. Deku watched as the girls all huddled together, offering Itsuka all of their sympathy and care. He looked from the girls to where the brainwasher boy disappeared to, his eyes narrowed to a slit. The next thing I knew, I was outside the ring. The redhead sobbed. I didn't even get a chance. Why are all the guys here such jerks? Gyro snarled as she held Itsuka tight. Why would he even say that kind of stuff? Ajiro warned me about him before the match started. The redhead managed to get out through her sobs. He told me not to speak to him if he attempted to talk to you. He figured that his quirk would activate if you talked back to him. That must be why he said all those horrible things to you. Momo figured out. He goaded a reaction out of you so that he could use his quirk to brainwash you, and ordered you to walk out of the ring. It's pretty smart if you think about it, Tsuyu bluntly stated. But not all that becoming of a hero if you ask me. We should tell one of the teachers. Toru piped up. There's no way we can let him get away with saying stuff like that, even if this is a competition. No, the big hand girl denied. No, don't. Tsuyu's right. He had a strategy, and it worked. There's no point in getting so worked up over it now. Oh, Itsuka. Achako clung to her big sister figure tightly. I'm so sorry. Hey, I know what'll cheer you up. Mina beamed excitedly. We just came across the cutest guy we've ever seen. He's like a little lost puppy. I bet he'd be more than happy to let you hug him. Mina, the gravity girl chastised. Oh, come on, Achako. She needs this. And don't deny, you wanna, too. The acid wielder smirked at the rosy-cheeked girl's sudden blush and babbling. The pink-skinned girl then turned to where Usagi was standing. Hey, Usagi, what the? But he was no longer there. The rest of the girls looked around for where the nervous boy went, but there was no sign of him. Where'd he go? Achako asked aloud in confusion. A thunk and a clatter let Shinzo know that his can of soda had just dropped from the machine he was using. He reached down and picked the can up, cracking it open and taking a few gulps. As he enjoyed his fizzy beverage, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Looking to see what it was, he saw the green-hooded boy that was with the gang of one of girls he passed a while ago. However, what set off the alarm bells in his head, however, was the dangerous look in his eyes he was shooting at him. Hey, Shinzo called out to him, hoping he'd take the bait for his quirk to work. He was not in the mood for dealing with anyone right now. Deku didn't say a word. He stayed where he stood and kept his mouth shut. Ieyasu had come up with a pretty good theory. Time to put it to the test. I am so happy to be out of that ridiculous uniform. Momo breathed gratefully as she relaxed into her seat. The girls of Wana had quickly returned to their class's private booth, after changing back into their UA tracksuits, much to the disappointment of Denki and Mind. Did you at least keep them? The pervy grapefruit demanded in outrage. No, we threw them into a trash can, where Mina melted them down into nothing. Gyro spat back, enjoying the sight of the two pervs of Wana falling to their knees and weeping. Are you feeling any better, Itsuka? Achako asked her red-headed friend by her side. I am. Thanks, Achako. The big sister of the class smiled thoughtfully at the rosy-cheeked girl. I can't believe that gloomy weirdo would say all those horrible things about you. Toru, the invisible girl, fumed as she shook her ghostly hands in rage. I mean, seriously. I know we're fighting each other and everything, but you don't have to go that far. From the highest spot in the bleachers, the resident hothead scoffed for all to hear. Why am I not surprised that a bunch of extras like you are getting so bent out of shape over being called a few bad names? You're gonna need to grow some thicker skin if you want to survive. Knock it off, Bakugo. Mina, the pink-skinned acid girl, snapped back. We're not in the mood for your attitude. For some odd reason, Bakugo took offense to that, as he did with almost everything that came out of the rest of his class's mouth. Hey, it's not my fault you're all too soft to take some criticism. If you can't handle it now, how do you expect to take it when you become heroes in the future? As much as the rest of the class didn't want to agree with the bomb boy, he had a point. Ridicule and bad-mouthing from the public were some of the few downsides to being a hero. But that didn't mean that it didn't have its effects. It was a genuine surprise to hear some wisdom come out of the class hothead's mouth instead of an insult. Perhaps it was Bakugo's way of offering some support. Not that any of you losers are gonna be heroes. Anyway, I'm gonna blow all you extras away. The class stood corrected. Would Shoto Todoroki and Hantashiro please make their way to the arena? A robotic, feminine voice came over the comms of the booth. Welp, guess it's my time to shine. Zero, the tape elbow boy, jokingly announced as he stood from his seat. The scarred boy did the same wordlessly, following his opponent out of the bleachers toward the ring. As the rest of the class watched them go and wished them luck, Ochako felt a pair of eyes on her. Looking up, she saw that Bakugo was staring right at her. A chill ran down her spine as the bomb boy bared his teeth in a feral grin. The gravity girl paled under the malicious boy's gaze. She then quickly scrambled out of her seat and stood up straight, drawing everyone's attention. I know. How's about I go get everybody some drinks? The girl didn't give anyone any time to answer as she beelined for the way out. Bakugo chuckled to himself when it was his turn to feel someone glaring at him. He turned his attention to the red-headed big-hand girl, who was shooting the hothead the dirtiest look she could. The bomb boy ignored her as he turned back to wait for the next upcoming match. Out of all the weaklings in his class, the rosy-cheeked, round-faced girl was the easiest to throw a scare into. It reminded him of all the times he put that useless Deku in his place. Katsuki could only imagine where that simpering little crybaby had run off to. The bomb boy smirked to himself. He was more than likely getting beat down in an alley somewhere for being the worthless little nobody he was. Shinzo did not like the look the green-hooded boy was giving him at the other end of the hall. The fact that he wasn't saying anything only made him more nervous. So ... is there something I can do for you? The stranger refused to say anything, his emerald eyes almost gleaming at the brainwasher in the secluded dark corridor. Shinzo had been in situations like these too many times to count, all account of his quirk. And like all those times before, the brainwasher knew that he was going to have to rely on underhanded methods to get out of this. I saw you with those wanna girls just now. Guessing you must be close to one or two of them. The purple-haired boy instigated as he leaned on the soda machine casually. The stranger continued to stay silent as Shinzo cracked his can open and took a sip. You know, if you're here to defend their honor or something, I get it. What I said back there was pretty nasty. The purple-haired boy sloshed the can around in his hand before taking another swig. The stranger kept quiet as Shinzo let out a satisfied sigh after his fizz, closing his eyes with comfortable content. But then again, he then shot the stranger with a piercing glare and a confident sneer. She was practically asking for it. I mean, did you see what she was wearing? Nothing. The green-hooded boy showed no signs of reaction, let alone a verbal retort at Shinzo's insult. The brainwasher felt his stomach drop. As much as the purple-haired boy hated his quirk, he could at least rely on it to help him get out of tight situations such as this. However, it wouldn't be of much use if the one he was trying to use it on didn't say anything. There was a good chance that the monkey boy of one he hypnotized in the cavalry battle told the rest of his class about how his quirk worked. If that happened, then one of the Wanna girls might have told this guy the same thing. It was starting to look that way for the brainwasher, and that meant he was in some serious trouble. His worries were proven right when the green-hooded boy started walking toward him. What are you doing? Shinzo cursed the stutter in his voice as the boy approached him. The stranger still refused to answer as stalked closer and closer to the petrified purple-haired child. Don't you have to get back to those wanna husses? The brainwasher attempted one last desperate goad, only for his words to fall again on deaf ears. Stay away from me, Shinzo demanded fretfully as he threw his can at the assailant. The green-hooded boy swatted the can out of the air with ease, sending it clattering to the floor. As the can's fluids began to spill out, Shinzo found himself backing up till he hit the soda machine behind him. Realizing he was now trapped, Shinzo looked back to see the green-hooded boy inching ever closer to him. Paralyzed with fear, the purple-haired boy could do nothing but watch the intimidating dark figure approach him and reach his hand out. The brainwasher threw his hands up in desperate defense, shutting his eyes tight and letting out a small cry of panic as the attacker's hand inched toward him, only to hear a metallic click. Shinzo cracked an eye open, seeing that the green-hooded boy had placed a coin inside the soda machine and pressed a few buttons. A can fell into the waiting bin, and the boy reached down and took his newly acquired drink. What you said to that girl must have been pretty nasty, Deku detailed as he stepped back and cracked his can open. But then again, it's probably the only way to get your quirk to work on others, right? Shinzo's fear was suddenly replaced with confusion about what the other was saying. The green-hooded boy took a sip before speaking once again. No one wants to be the bad guy, even if the world wants them to. The brainwasher was too weirded out by the stranger's attitude, and yet the odd boy's words radiate with him a little. Uzagi. The two boys looked to the other end of the hall, spotting the rosy-cheeked girl from before. Deku was silently grateful that the girl had changed out of that skimpy cheerleader outfit and into a UA tracksuit. Ochako approached the two with a quizzical look. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just getting a drink. And I ran into him on the way here. The villain in disguise explained anxiously as he showed her his can, Shinzo surprised by the sudden change in the boy's demeanor. The chestnut-haired girl then turned to face the brainwasher, a small scowl appearing on his face. Shinzo looked between the two before figuring it was best to get out of there. The purple-haired boy walked down the hallway, passing by Ochako and giving Deku one last cautious look before turning down the corner and left, having enough weirdness for one day. What the heck is his problem? The chestnut-haired girl fumed with puffed-up cheeks, making her look like a cute chipmunk in Deku's eyes. I guess he's just not good with people, the green-hooded boy suspected. I can relate to that. Ochako was surprised to hear that from the brainwasher, but was fearful of saying anything to him. She couldn't help the pit of guilt in her stomach that appeared when the boy immediately left, leaving her alone with the masked boy in the hall. Silence fell between them until Ochako remembered what she was here for. Oh, I was gonna get my class some sodas. You want another one? Deku was surprised that a girl was offering to get him something. Izuku would have blushed up a storm and told the girl not to bother, but Deku wasn't about to let a kind gesture pass him by. Yeah, that'd be nice. Ochako started sticking coin after coin into the soda machine. The young villain was surprised at how much money she was putting in. H decided to not let the girl waste her whole wallet and stepped in. Let me pay for the rest. Oh, no, you don't have to. The gravity girl was cut off when the boy produced a handful of notes from his pocket, sliding them into the machine one after another. The rosy-cheeked girl was astonished to meet a boy with so much money and voiced it out loud. Where did you get all that? Part-time jobs. The green-hooded boy answered casually. It wasn't like he was lying. A few seconds later, an avalanche of fizzy drinks came tumbling down the machine, falling into the open cabinet at the bottom. While Deku leaned down to start pulling out the cans, Ochako leaned on the wall behind her as she watched him. She then realized that, once she got all those cans, she would have to lug them all back to the bleachers, where Bakugo was waiting. Not wanting to feel the blasting boy's hateful glare on her so soon, she decided to try and make conversation with the VIP. So ... you said you were here with your aunt and uncle, right? Why yeah, that's right, Deku answered back, cursing his lack of interactions with the opposite sex. They knew how much I loved the sports festival and got me a VIP pass. I owe them a lot for doing this. He did, honestly. Gentle and Labrava were two of the only people to welcome him as, what he hoped, a friend. He was grateful to Razor and his pals, but the dynamic duo just seemed to light up his life with how bombastic and lively they were. That's nice. Ochako smiled as she tried to find another subject to talk about, still not wanting to go back. As silence came upon them again, Deku decided to try and spark a conversation himself. So ... are your parents here? No, the gravity girl shook her head sadly. My parents live outside of the city and don't have the money to make the trip. Oh, I'm sorry. The freckled boy sunk his head, feeling guilty for asking. That's okay. They're probably watching from back home, cheering me on and causing a ruckus for the neighbors. The rosy-cheeked girl giggled. Deku became affected by her laughter as well. Never had he had such a positive experience with a girl before. All the girls at his old school either ignored him, called him names, or laughed along with the rest of the class as Bakugo laid into him. If only he and this sweet, kind, beautiful girl could have gone to the same school together. Maybe things would have been different. Maybe ... if only. So, Ochako, right. If you don't me asking, what made you want to be a hero? Deku inquired as he stood up and handed the girl a soda. Ochako took it and pulled it open. Well, I'm honestly doing it for the money. Oh, Deku was not expecting an answer like that from the seemingly sweet girl. Many heroes only put on a cape and mask for the fame and fortune that came with it, with protecting the public and stopping crime coming second. It was hard to imagine such an innocent person like her becoming a hero for such selfish reason. I know it sounds selfish, but it's mostly for my parents, the rosy-cheeked girl went on, making Deku second-guess his thoughts on her. My mom and dad own a construction company, but ... it's been pretty hard for them. They work so hard, and seeing them so tired all the time ... it just... She stopped for a moment as she gripped the can in her hands. I want to become a hero so that I can make enough money to give my parents the life they deserve. They helped me get into UA, so I have to do everything I can to help them. The gravity girl realized how passionate she'd become. She looked over to the boy, who was smiling at her, and immediately blushed up a storm. Sorry, I guess I got a little carried away. No, it's okay. The young villain laughed as he put her at ease. It's great that you're so passionate about being a hero. And I think it's great what you're trying to do for your parents. The quirkless boy beamed brightly. And I think you're gonna make an amazing hero. Consider me your first fan. It was so strange to Uraraka how calming and enjoyable it was to talk to this complete and utter stranger. She hadn't felt this at ease in a long while, ever since she entered UA. The blush on her cheeks rose as she couldn't help the shy little smile on her face. Thanks. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire stadium shook. Ochako dropped her drink as she fell to the floor from the sudden quake. What the heck was that? Deku balanced himself on the wall to his side. I don't know. I think it came from outside. The gravity girl picked herself up and followed the boy out toward a secluded space between the class's private booths. When they caught sight of the source of what caused the entire stadium to shake, it took their breath away. An enormous glacier of ice, which took up a quarter of the whole arena and threatened to spill over the skyline of the structure itself. Deku and Ochako looked to the origin of the colossal iceberg. They saw Shoto Todoroki, with the left half of his body covered in jagged frost, and Hantasiro, his unfortunate opponent, trapped in the frozen rock before him. Midnight, who had also caught a little of the instantaneous attack, asked if Zero could move, to which the human tape dispenser responded with a teeth-chattering no. The whole audience was in awe of the spectacle, as the R-rated heroine declared Shoto the victor. Holy cow, Ochako exclaimed when she finally found her voice again. Deku was too caught up in looking at Shoto to hear the gravity girl. His astonishment was elevated when he saw the ice wielder approach his trapped opponent and begin melting his icy prison with his right hand. As the steam rose into the air and the frozen rock began to melt, Deku was presented with an almost unbelievable realization. Shoto Todoroki didn't possess one quirk. He had two. Denki Kaminari. The blonde electric boy gaped at the giant glacier protruding out of the skyline of the stadium. No wonder Shoto handled so many of those villains back then all by himself. Kai's a living blizzard, more like an ice king. Kyoka Gyro, the punk rock earjack girl, placed a finger on one of the jagged edges of the glacier and immediately recoiled at its freezing texture. And I thought his cold shoulder was the most devastating thing about him. Soon enough, the resident introvert stalked his way back into the Wanna booth. No one dared to say anything as the red and white-haired boy took his seat, his eyes closed passively and his arms folded. Most of the students stared at him in awe, while Bakugo shot the scarred boy a scathing look. I say, that was quite the incredible feat, my Wanna adversary. All heads turned to see a cocky-looking blonde boy hanging over the top of the dividing wall between the 1 and 1B class booths. Itsuka frowned at the sight of the boy, having a pretty good idea of what he was about to say next. Go away, Monoma. No one's in the mood. Oh, Itsuka, you wound me. The blonde boy mocked hurt with a smirk. I just wanted to shower my praise upon the victor that he so rightfully deserves. That was a grand display of power, my friend. Your parents must be so proud. Shoto showed the barest of a reaction as he gripped his arm. Monoma noticed his slight change in temper and decided to add more fuel to the fire. However, it begs the question. If you are capable of such strength with your quirk, why weren't you able to use it to its highest potential when you came under attack at the USJ? All of Class 1A's faces dropped at the query. Shoto's eyes narrowed dangerously at the smug blonde, who showed his pride in his successful jab by erupting into forced, superior laughter. It's such a shame that you weren't able to stop all of those villains who came after you. You even let one of them get a hold of your precious classmate and hold him hostage so he could get away. But it's nothing to beat yourselves up over. The Green Rabbit can thwart even the most experienced of pro heroes. So, handling a bunch of privileged, barely trained students like you could be seen as mere child's play to the like of high. Monoma's psychotic rant was cut short when Itsuka flicked a giant finger in his face, launching off the wall and falling back into his seat. She gave a tired sigh as she turned back to her classmates. Sorry about him. He has a crippling inferiority complex. It mostly revolves around his quirk. My quirk is astounding, the blonde boy declared dizzily as he shot his finger into the air, only for it to slump back down as he passed out. He does have a point, Ribbit. Suyu, the frog girl, chimed in with a finger to her chin. If Shoto's this good with his quirk, why didn't he use it back when he was fighting the Green Rabbit? Everyone turned back to the class introvert, who realized that no one was going to leave him alone unless he answered, because Bakugo and Kirishima kept getting in my way. I didn't want to freeze them by accident, so I held back, no thanks to them. Say what? Bakugo blasted as he slammed his hands on the arms of his seat. No one except for Itsuka noticed how Ochako flinched at the blast that came from the bomb boy's hands in his anger. I had that stupid bunny right where I wanted him. It was you two losers who were in my way. The rest of the students could easily see the discomfort and shame on the two powerhouses' faces. It was clear that their clash with the infamous villain had struck at their pride deeply, part of the reason why winning at the sports festival meant so much to them. Hey, come on guys. Kirishima, the hard-skinned redhead, cut in before things could get nasty. We all had to work together to try and bring him down. You've all seen what he's capable of. Indeed, Ajiro, the tailed martial artist, nodded. To take on 3 of our heaviest hitters all at once, and to come out on top at that. It's no wonder he's become such a handful for pro heroes out in the field. I know what you mean. There are so many rumors running around about what his quirk might be. Momo, the creation girl, spoke up. How he has an intelligence quirk that allows him to figure out the weaknesses of other people's quirks and uses it against them. or that it could be a body enhancement quirk that helps him fight heroes in close quarters. Sato, the sugar-eating muscle man, assumed, "I've heard that whoever this long-eared agent of darkness is ... that he doesn't have a quirk at all." All eyes turned to the cryptic bird boy of the class, Fumikage Takoyami, that he is in fact quirkless, and that all of his skill and intelligence is all based on him and him alone. All of Class 1 went dead silent at the theory. Such a thing was impossible to imagine in the society they lived in. The possibility of someone without a quirk being able to take down as many heroes as was thought to be impossible, even laughable. Yet, the idea of the Green Rabbit having no quirk both amazed and frightened the top class of UA. But nothing could scare the class at that moment more than Katsuki Bakugo breaking out into roaring laughter. "Please," the bomb boy suddenly cut his howling off, snarling at the rest of the petrified class. "There is no way a quirkless loser could ever get the best of me. No one gets the best of me." The class decided to drop the subject, fearing that the boy could go off at any minute. But Bakugo's reaction had earned them some newfound information regarding the explosion user. They were all aware that the bomb boy looked down on just about everyone who he deemed weak and inferior. Not to mention, his pride was severely wounded when the rabbit had him held at his own quirk's point, but wasn't referring to his quirklessness in such a manner going a little too far. This is taking a lot longer than I thought." Cementos wiped his rocky brow as he jammed a giant stalagmite into the glacier made by the Son of Endeavor, breaking it down into smaller pieces for the UA Stadium staff to pick up and take away. "Hope he doesn't pull this stunt in all of his matches." One of the workers, wearing a beige onesie and cap, grabbed a chunk of ice and lifted it with a groan. Keep up the good work, Cementos, sir. You're doing splendidly." "Thanks." The Earth manipulator smiled as he continued to chip away at the glacier. "Say ... are you new? I don't think I've seen you around before." The staff hand flinched at the stone hero's words, clearing his throat as he ducked his head down to hide his gray handlebar mustache. Yes, I started recently. 3954,000 GGMMM. A man reduced to his vest and boxers wailed through the thick cloth over his mouth at the one who attacked him and stripped him of his uniform. "Sorry, my good man, but I'm afraid I need your uniform to help my pupil in his first grand scheme," Gentle reasoned as he pulled the captured staff hand's cap over his head. "But at least you can take pride in how you came into contact with the legendary villain, Gentle Criminal." The flamboyant thief struck a pose before the Tide P man in the closet, who only quirked a confused eyebrow at him. "HHMU." The elasticity man frowned at his captive's lack of knowledge. He shut the closet door on him without a second thought and stomped off. "Philistine," Gentle grumbled as he marched away. The elasticity man was astounded with how no one still didn't recognize him, after all of his daring feats of villainy. His videos were practically barren with views, especially when compared to all the clips of his most recent student, Deku. Don't get him wrong, the flamboyant thief was more than proud of how much publicity the boy was getting in his criminal crusade. He just wished that some of that fame would trickle his way. Perhaps helping his young ward with his independent crime would help, as the kids say, boost his street cred. As he carried the hunk of ice across the grounds around the stadium, he made sure to try and walk as close to the arena as possible without anyone taking notice. "Time to set the stage," the flamboyant thief remarked with a smirk. Once the iceberg was finally broken down, the tournament was back on. Deku whipped out his notebook and pen, eager to start examining the fights, as he awaited the next phase of his plan. The next match squared up the electric boy, Denki, versus the vine-haired saint of Class 1B, Ibara Shizaki. While Denki's electric powers were impressive, they came with numerous drawbacks, especially when up against Ibara. It seemed that the more power the electric boy released, his thought process starts to break down, leaving him quite literally burned out after a discharge. It also didn't matter how much power he used against his opponent either. Ibara's coils of vine hair proved to be thick enough to cancel out the boy's electricity. Once the blonde's mind was fried, the girl wrapped him in her vines, earning her the win. "That was amazing," Deku announced in awe as the match came to an end, with Ibara taking the win. He pulled out his notebook and started taking down notes in an instant. "It looked to me that she could only control the vines of her hair, but I didn't know she could plant them in the ground and control them willingly. That could come in handy for setting traps for escaping villains, or giving her an edge in close combat." Yuzaki. The green-hooded boy flinched. He was so caught up in the fight and his habit of researching quirks that he completely forgot that he wasn't alone. He turned back to a confused Ochako, staring at him with a pair of curious eyes. "What are you doing?" Deku contemplated hiding his notebook and pretending it was nothing, but he decided that it was too late to do so. Hopefully, she wouldn't figure out who he was on account of his notes. Worst case scenario, she starts to think he's creepy and leaves him alone. It's happened before. Why would now be any different? It's kind of a hobby of mine. He opened his book out and showed its insides to the gravity girl. "Whenever I see someone's quirk, I like to study it and see what it can do." I also like to come up with ideas on how it could be used, and what kind of weaknesses it may have. Ochako looked closely at his notes, making a focused expression which Deku found incredibly cute on the rosy-cheeked girl's face. He figured he'd enjoy it while it lasted, as it would only be a matter of time until this caring angel would realize how much of a freak he was in. This is so cool, Ochako declared with astonishment. Deku must have been crazier than he thought, because there was no way someone as kind and pretty as her could compliment his research. Oh, and you even made a little stat chart for her, too. That's incredible. The gravity girl continued to look the pages over in awe. Deku was struck dumb. No one, apart from hardened criminals, had ever complimented his research before. If this was any other time, any other place, any other moment in Izuku's life, he would have been reduced to a weeping mess on his knees before this beautiful, kind-hearted angel. So, is this your quirk? The gravity girl asked innocently. Some kind of super intelligent power in your brain or something? Just as Deku had been riding the high of having someone praise his work that wasn't a felon from the law, his spirit swooped back down at the mention of what he's wished for most of his life. Well, actually, before he could confess his deepest insecurity, the crowd then cheered, catching the two's attention as they looked to the arena. Oh, hey, it's Ada's match. Ochako rushed to the edge, waving her arm in the air. Good luck, Ada. Deku mentally sighed, glad to have the bane of his existence kept secret. He then drew his attention back to the ring, eager to see what the Gadget Girl's support gear could do in a one-on-one fight against someone with an incredibly powerful quirk such as Ada. Imagine his surprise, along with the rest of the audiences, when May turned her match against the super strict speedster into a public demonstration of her gadgets or babies, as she disturbingly liked to call them. While Ada was tricked into showing off Hatsume's gear, Ochako couldn't help but laugh all the way through. Deku stopped taking his notes for a moment as he listened to the pure girl giggle sweetly. The boy couldn't help but join her in her laughter as May handed Ada the match by stepping out of the ring, finished with her demonstration. The sound of humming hard drives, blinking lights, and the munching on potato chips filled the circuit room. Bravo laid on her side with a bag of salty snacks next to her as she stared at her computer screen with a bored expression. After successfully hacking into the school's mainframe, the pigtailed girl found herself with a plethora of spare time. So, she figured the best way to wait until Deku's plan would be put into action was to hack into the stadium's security cameras and watch the festival to pass the time. The fight between some pink-skinned girl who could make acid and a pretty boy who could shoot a laser out of his belly button had just finished, with the acid girl taking the win. However, as she was watching, something else caught her eye. What the heck? Sitting up, she typed into her laptop and enlarged a window of one of the security cameras. It showed Deku, standing in his assigned location, but he wasn't alone. A rosy-cheeked brunette was there with him, and he didn't seem to have a problem with it. What the heck is he doing? La Brava gripped at her precious device in panic. Is he trying to get himself caught? The more she looked at the green-hooded boy laugh and smile along with the brunette to his side, the more she found it uncomfortable to look at. She then raised a hand to her chest, a hurt yet confused look on her small face. I don't understand. Why does my heart ache so much? Next up was the creation girl, Momoye Irazu, and the living shadow wielder, Fumikage Takoyami. However, it was over in a matter of minutes. Fumikage, with the help of his living shadow, pushed Momo back far enough to get her out of the ring before she could realize what was going on. As the crowd cheered for the bird boy's victory, the villain in disguise looked to the dejected figure of the ponytailed girl. Momo trudged back toward the entrance with her eyes cast down, her arm wrapped half-heartedly around herself. Oh no, poor Momo. Ochako looked down at her dejected friend as she trudged back inside, wanting to get out of the audience's sight as fast as possible. Deku could relate to how the girl was most likely feeling at the moment. Her body language spoke volumes of the humiliation and defeat she was feeling at this moment. Deku could relate to the pain she was most likely feeling at this moment, as he had faced it many a day before he ran away from his old life. The pain of being defeated, before you can even try. It won't be the end of her, the boy suddenly stated. The gravity girl looked over to him as he continued to speak. With a quirk like hers, she still has a chance to turn things around for herself later down the line, as long as she doesn't give up. More of a chance than I ever did. The rosy-cheeked girl wondered what Usagi meant by that. Ochako. Before the gravity girl could ask, she and Deku turned to see Itsuka and Tsuyu, the frog girl, coming out onto the balcony. Oh, hey, guys. The villain in disguise grew nervous, as more and more of the students he nearly helped get killed kept showing up. He tried to hide his face with his mask, only to remember that it was torn off in his scuffle with Shinzo. He tried to pull his hood deeper over his head as the three other students arrived. Your match is up next and you've been gone for a while. Are you okay? The big fist girl asked with concern. Ochako flinched at the reminder of her upcoming bout with the class hothead and felt her forgotten fear come crashing back to her. She looked back to the ring to see that the second-to-last match of the first lineup of the tournament had indeed begun. Hiroshima, the red-headed hard-skinned boy, took on his steel-skinned clone in the form of Tetsu in a vicious, no-holds-barred brawl. Deku was surprised to hear that Ochako was in the tournament. He was too busy getting a hold of his VIP pass to see who was taking part. He saw the terrified look on her face and wondered who she could be fighting that would cause such a reaction from her. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I was just hanging out with Uzagi, the guy we met in the hall. Ochako tried to change the subject, as futile as it may have been, as she gestured to the shy boy beside her. Hi. Deku greeted bashfully beneath his hood. Curse his social anxiety, and curse Bakugo for giving it to him in the first place. The big sis of Wanna blushed at the sight of the shy freckled boy. Mina wasn't kidding, he was adorable. Are you sure you still want to fight, Ochako? Suyu asked in her signature blunt fashion. No one will think less of you if you forfeit. The gravity girl cast her eyes downward, giving the frog girl's words some deep thought. The villain in disguise saw this and wondered who could make such a sweet, bubbly person feel so nervous and afraid. The answer he came to made a pit open up in his stomach. No, Ochako answered after a few seconds of reflecting. I'm not going to back down. I can't let him get to me any longer. I got into UA so that I could become a hero. And this is my chance to show everyone what I can do. I'm not going to let Bakugo push me around anymore. If he wants to win that bad, he's got to get through me first. A cold sweat enveloped the green-hooded boy when he heard the name of his old tormentor. He couldn't believe that this sweet, kind, gentle spirit of a girl was about to face off with the abusive piece of garbage that used Izuku for target practice just for fun. Well, okay, then. Itsuka didn't like it, but it looked like her friend wasn't going to budge. If you're sure, I am. The gravity girl gave a hearty nod and turned to face Deku once again. Sorry, Uzagi, but I gotta go get ready. Maybe we can hang out more after my match. That sounds nice. The villain in disguise faltered. But I think I should be getting back to my aunt and uncle. They're probably wondering where I am now, too. But good luck, Ochako. Oh, okay, thanks. The gravity girl attempted a reassuring smile, but Deku could see the traces of fear on her face. The boy didn't want to see her get blasted by Bakugo, but he couldn't risk ruining his plan by doing so. There had to be something he could do to help her. He then had an idea, but it would require him mustering as much courage as he possibly could. The girls grew confused as the boy opened his arms out and cast his gaze in any other direction than at them, his face growing red as a stoplight. Gee, good luck hug. Of all the things to hear from the socially shy boy they recently met, that was the last thing they'd thought to hear from him. Uzagi kept his reddening face turned away as much as possible, his eyes now shut tight in utter embarrassment. Ochako, getting over her shock, gave a small smile and decided to take his offer. Sure, I think I'll need it. The gravity girl stepped up and wrapped her arms around the boy, whose dark green hoodie proved to be much softer than she thought. Uzagi then brought his arms down and returned the hug, while bringing his mouth close to her ear. Watch out for his right hook. Uzagi then immediately let go of Ochako and stepped back. Oh, okay. I better be getting back now. Good luck in your fight, Ochako. The boy then headed straight for the inside, while the rosy-cheeked girl struggled to get over her stupor. Wait. She was too late. By the time she snapped out of it, the green-hooded boy was gone. Ochako wondered what he meant by those words when a loud crash drew her and her friend's attention to the arena. Hiroshima and Tetsu had just finished their bout, with the two of them knocking each other out in a cross-counter punch to the face. The crowd roared to life, mostly because the long, dragged-out fight was finally over. However, that only meant one thing to the nervous Ochako. It was time to face the fire ... and too bad for her. Bakugo had plenty of it. All right, sports fans. Do you know what time it is? It's time for the final match of the preliminary rounds. President Mike's voice bellowed across the stadium, rallying the audience into hysterics. Why do you have to be so loud? Aizawa dryly complained beside him. Whether he heard him or not, the loudspeaker hero continued to hype up the crowd. To the left, we have the resident bad boy of the hero course, the hot-tempered howitzer, the bombarding blitzkrieg, the fell-mouthed firecracker. Give it up for Katsukibakugo. The bomb boy stood tall and proud, a scowl thick across his face as he stared down his opponent. And to the right, we have the powder puff of power, the angel of anti-gravity, and the one I'm personally rooting for. The leather-clad man whispered the last part. Ochakoururaka. The rosy-cheeked girl stood before the boy who had been after since the beginning of her hero school life. She had a brave face on but was doing everything in her power to stop herself from shaking. I don't like this. Gyro grimaced as she looked between Ochako and the resident hothead. Me either, Momo agreed as she tried to brace herself for the oncoming horror show that would soon begin. Oh, come on, guys. You all make it sound like Bakugo's gonna torture Ochako or something. The ever-optimistic Kirishima flashed a reassuring toothy grin to his class, who only stared at him in disbelief as well as a little pity. Kirishima ... out of all of us in 1A, why do you keep defending that guy? Nina asked her friend since junior high, relatively confused as to how he can be friends with the trigger-happy bomb boy. The skin-hardening boy looked around at his classmates, each wanting to hear his explanation. Well, I know that he can be a little rough around the edges. Kirishima, he yells die every time he uses his quirk, Kaminari pointed out. But that doesn't mean he's all bad. The red-headed boy defended, even if his words were proving to be fruitless. Look, Bakubro may be a little ... hard to deal with, but I think that deep down, he cares about us as friends, and wants to do the right thing like the rest of us. All of the positive boy's words were not sitting well with Itsuka, who has witnessed Bakugo's bullying of Ochako since the beginning of the school year. If there really is any good in him, Kirishima ... then you're the only one who can see it. The skin-hardening boy's smile fell at the big sis of 1A's words and soundlessly turned back to watch the match. Itsuka did the same, silently praying that Ochako would come out okay and that Bakugo would, for once, show her some mercy. She would be lying if she said she didn't doubt the latter. No matter how hard Ochako tried, she couldn't stop her body from shaking. Could Katsuki see that she was shaking? Oh, who was she kidding? Of course, he could. He could make her freeze up and start trembling any time he wanted, and he knew it. Why was this happening to her? What did she do to be treated like this? She finally made it into UA, but now she was getting targeted by this psychopath bomber with a bad attitude, and even though he doesn't seem to like anyone in the class, he for some reason has a huge issue with her. Why? The gravity girl then shook herself out of it. This was no time to have a panic attack. The possibility of fighting against Bakugo would have happened sooner or later in the tournament anyway, she reasoned to herself. Though she would admit, the option of forfeiting was awfully tempting. Ochako slapped her cheeks hard, which managed to even catch Bakugo off guard. No ... she wasn't going anywhere. There was too much riding on her. She may be afraid of Bakugo, but she was scared of failing even more. And begin. The girl didn't even have time to think when, like a bullet out of a gun, Bakugo blasted his way towards her. Heavy pants accompanied rapid steps, as Deku rushed up a flight of stairs that would put the hero ingenium to shame. Why was he running? He didn't know. Where was he going? He couldn't say. The fact that Ochako, the only girl who showed him any form of natural human kindness, was paired up to face the boy who made his life miserable had sent him into a panicked frenzy, where all he could do was run. Was he trying to run away from the idea of Ochako facing off against Bakugo? The very fact alone was enough to make his head spin. Who in their right mind would square her up against the likes of him? In the first round, no less, the quirkless boy came to a halt, keeling over and taking deep breaths to recover from his frantic sprint. Why was he even so worked up for, anyway? This shouldn't matter to him. He's a villain, and he had a job to do. He couldn't waste his time getting caught with. The echo of a humongous blast reached his ears. The boy shot his head up, slowly turning it to where the explosion came from, stepping out of a doorway. He looked out over the stadium field, casting his eyes toward the arena, which had gone deathly quiet after the blast. And what he saw was something straight out of his darkest memories. The kind-hearted brunette girl, who complimented him on his notebook, told him about her dreams to become a heroine and had the brightest smile he'd ever seen, was now lying on the ground, covered in scratches and scorch marks, and standing a distance away was Katsuki Bakugo with a smoking right hand. The villain in disguise clutched his fists tight, his teeth clenched in suppressed anger. He was doing it again. He found someone else to hurt as much as he wanted and get away with it, who couldn't fight back even if they tried, and was beating them into the ground where they would never have the courage to stand up again. He wanted to stop this, to stop Bakugo from abusing and breaking someone else who he deemed beneath him, to save that girl from the oncoming bombardment that he had suffered too many times before. But it seemed he didn't have to do anything. The one blast seemed to be enough, as Ochako remained laid out on the ground. It was hard to think, but as long as she stayed down and let Bakugo have the match, she'd be all right. The whole of 1A leaned away from the big sis of their class in their seats when Itsuka's face screwed up into a vicious, furious snarl. That crazy son of a... Is that his idea of holding back? Bakugo stared down at his so-called opponent. His was barren of his signature scowl or bared teeth. Only a small, unimpressed frown adorned his features instead. The kind of face he'd make when his mom made him take the trash out against his wishes. This was a complete waste of time for him. Why was he squared up to fight Little Miss Candyfloss and Rainbows in the first place? Why was she even here? She doesn't have what it takes to be a hero, much less fight him one-on-one. His irritation only grew as he recalled the abrupt conversation he was forced to put up with back in the entryway to the field. The ash blonde was making his way down the hall, itching to finally show the world who the new #1 hero was going to be. As he spotted the way out at the end of the hall, someone came out from a corner and stopping him. Hey, the bomb boy looked to his left to see the red-headed big fist girl standing before him, blocking his path. The premise alone grating at his ego. What do you want, balloon mitts? Izuku folded her arms as she gave the boy a cold, hard glare. I know how you've been treating Ochako. The explosive blonde scoffed and made to walk past her. Is that what this is about? Quit bugging me and go back to the rest of the extras. Izuku turned on her heel, her scowl growing all the more furious. I'm not going anywhere until you hear what I have to say. Katsuki growled as he looked back, resolving that this chick wasn't going to leave him alone until he heard her out. What? I don't know what Ochako did to make you start targeting her ... but figuring how sweet she is, I'm guessing it was nothing at all, and that you're just a bully who likes to make people feel weaker than you. The big sis of Wana stated. Bakugo took offense to that comment, as he shot his glare back at the big hand girl. Frankly, I can't understand how Yue even let you in the first place. Izuku shook her head at the fact itself as the bomb boy stomped back to her, coming face to face with the girl giving him grief. It's because I'm the best, because I'm the strongest one here, and if the little powder puff can't handle it, then she should just quit. And that's what you're gonna try and make her do in your match, isn't it? The big sis of Wana remembered the terrified look on the rosy-cheeked girl's face when her name appeared next to Bakugo's on the big screen. She was as pale as a sheet and looked like she about to pass out on her feet. Yet, even knowing that she was going up against the boy who had been making her hero school life a nightmare, she refused to forfeit, wanting to fight with all she had. Listen here, you overblown jerk. If you hurt Ochako in that ring more than needs be, I will make you sorry. I'll tell Aizawa about your behavior, regardless of how much Ochako begs me not to, and see to it that you're kicked out of this school, and if not, downgraded to general studies. Katsuki Bakugo was never one to take threats well. Tiny bursts crackled in his open palm to his side as he cocked his head to one side in a demented nature. Is that right? Izuku ignored the sweat rolling down her brow, clenching her fist tight in determination for her friend. After a while of the two staring each other down, Bakugo gave a tired huff, extinguishing his quirk and sitting back down. Fine, I'll go easy on the round face. Happy, no ... but thank you. With that, the big sister of Wana walked past the bomb boy, heading back to the bleachers. Bakugo watched her go, scoffing in annoyance as he continued on his way to the arena. Everything was so backwards at this school. All of the other extras were all getting along, and being all buddy-buddy, and he was getting punished every he got out of hand. He got away with way worse back at Aldera, so why was everyone giving him a hard time now? Whatever, they could try and rein him in as much they wanted. He was here to show everyone he was the best, and no one was going to stop him. The bomb boy cast his attention up to his class bleachers, spotting the brooding half-and-half boy in the furthest corner. Shoto looked back at him, the two sharing a stare down until the ash blonde turned away, having no choice but to focus on his poor excuse of an opponent. He returned his attention to the round-faced softy on the ground. With an unimpressed scoff, he stuffed his hands back in his pockets, turned around and started to walk out of the ring. Deku watched as his former tormentor started to head out of the arena, leaving the gravity girl laying on the ground behind him. The boy released a breath he didn't know he was holding. It was painful to watch, but at least it was over, and quickly. His relief was suddenly doused when he saw the rosy-cheeked girl move her arms, pushing herself back up to her feet again. Oh no. Bakugo was about to step out of the ring's boundaries when the crowd rallied into a wild cheer. He scowled. What the heck was up with them? They were booing him at the beginning of the whole festival, and now they were. It finally dawned on him about who the crowd was really cheering for. Katsuki snapped around and saw the rosy-cheeked girl back on her feet, a newfound fire in her eyes. Stuck in a state of shock, Midnight snapped out of herself and adjusted her microphone headpiece. Oh Ochako Yuruwaka, do you wish to continue? The gravity girl panted heavily, the effects of the explosion clear in her body language. She turned to the M-rated heroine and gave her a nod. Yes, I do. Nimori was reluctant to do so but nodded back to the brave girl. As you wish, let the match continue. This time, it was Ochako to go on the offensive, charging head-on at Bakugo. The bomb boy got over his surprise and glowered at the oncoming girl. How dare she embarrass him like this? This was supposed to be an easy win. Fire crackled in his open palms. Fine, no more Mr. Nice #1. If this was what she wanted, then he was more than happy to give it to her. Right when Ochako was in range, Bakugo unleashed another devastating blast, sending the girl flying across the ring. No, Deku couldn't stand here and watch this any longer. He had to do something. The villain in disguise was halfway over the ledge of the balcony, ready to jump out onto the field and stop the public slaughter. However, before he could do so, the rational half of his mind stopped him. He couldn't throw his plan out the window now for some perfect strange, or even if she was the only girl who was ever nice to him. Besides, this wouldn't be the first time Bakugo had struck down someone innocent in the guise of training or sport since entering UA. He could only imagine what the bomb boy had gotten away with since getting in. His train of thought was cut short once again, as the kind angel lifted herself up once more and charged at the bomb boy, only to be met with another face full of explosive fire. It was like watching his school life being reenacted right before his eyes. The green-hooded boy wanted to stop this. He wanted to help her so bad. He wanted to give Bakugo exactly what he deserved for so long right there, right now. To see how he liked it when he had no chance of defending himself against someone who wished him harm. But he had too much riding on his plan to forego it. With a heavy heart and a guilty knot in his stomach, Deku chose to stay where he was and pray that the match would be over soon, but not as soon as he feared. This is disgraceful. Justice Assault. A hero wearing a winged headband with his initials on the front stood from his seat and began giving the bomb boy a thumbs down. Hey, kid, do you think blasting that poor girl over and over again makes you a hero? Quit being such a bully and throw her out already. Yeah, Pink Poodle, a heroine wearing a bright pink fluffy dog costume, stood up supporting Justice Assault's claim. Nobody wants a hero who likes to beat up helpless girls, creep. Why don't you forfeit and give her the match? Soon enough, a tirade of jeers and insults were hurled at the ash blonde, who felt the veins in his forehead bulge in agitation. What do you think I'm trying to do, you morons? He snarled under his breath. Bakugo couldn't believe what was happening. He'd thrown more than what he thought was needed to put this brat in her place, but she just kept getting back up, refusing to quit, and refusing to stay down. Just like it suddenly dawned on the bomb boy why he had such a problem with the sugarplum princess across the ring. The crowd's getting ugly. And I don't blame him. Quit picking on that sweet little lamb, you heartless. Present Mike was cut off by a swift elbow to the face, courtesy of his best friend and co-commentator. Oh, dude, what the heck? Eraserhead ignored his partner as he grabbed his microphone and pulled down the bandages over his mouth. I've got a question for whoever it was that started this uproar. You wouldn't happen to be a hero, would you? The chants of protest stopped, with Justice Assault looking up to the commentator's booth in confusion. If so, then I suggest you hang up your cape and quit, Aizawa stated bluntly. You think the bad guys are gonna go easy on her because she's a girl? Justice Assault shrunk under the heavy words of the underground hero. And to whoever said that Bakugo should just hand her the match, you're just as ignorant. Eraserhead continued to scold. Is being a hero some kind of glorified dress-up game to you? Now it was Pink Poodle's turn to flinch under Aizawa's scathing words. Would you let a villain get away with robbing a bank? Or take someone's life? The quirk canceller accused, his mummified state doing nothing to devalue the weight in his words. If you're a hero, you do everything in your power to stop those crimes from happening with everything you have. And if you don't have what it takes ... then I suggest you start looking into a new career. All the heroes who had come together to ridicule the bomb boy slowly and awkwardly sat back down, keeping whatever opinions they had about the fight to themselves. Pink Poodle and Justice Assault did the same but held a grievous amount of contempt for being talked down to. That was pretty profound of you, Shota, Azashi commented as he nursed his aching jaw. But, you gotta admit, he's going pretty hard on her. You said he's had problems with holding back before. What's to stop him now? I think that all depends on her, the teacher of Wanna retorted, his eyes gazing down at the battered and bruised gravity girl, who once again was getting back on her feet. Deku watched the kind girl pull herself back up again, impressed with the resilience she was showing. The quirkless child had to agree with what Eraserhead had said. Being a hero wasn't cops and robbers in the playground. People get hurt, especially those who aren't ready for the real thing. But then again, heroes aren't supposed to be known for their lethal force. Bakugo was mad. Really, really mad. He'd lost count with the number of times he'd blown Dimples down, and yet she still kept getting back up. He was glad his back was turned from the cameras recording all of this because the last thing he wanted was for the whole country to see the vicious snarl he couldn't keep off his face if he tried. Achako stumbled like a newborn fawn as she found her footing once more. The bomb boy's irritation only grew as the gravity girl shot a defiant glare back at him, wiping the blood from her split lip. The bomb boy snarled at her show of defiance until a sneer crossed his face. You should listen to Scarf Head, Princess. Achako quirked an eyebrow at what he was saying. I could care less what those amateurs think of me. But I'm willing to bet you do. He carried on, his wicked grin illuminated by the crackling of his quirk in his hands. They wanted me to go easy on you. Not just because I'm a jerk or whatever, but because they don't think you can handle being a hero. Hiroraka gulped. She told herself that this was just his way of trying to get into her head and lose focus. And unfortunately, it was working. But before she could try to get her bearings, Bakugo went in for the kill and launched a final blow on her already fractured confidence. You don't have what it takes to be a hero. You should just quit while you're still in one piece. Matter of fact, you should just quit school altogether. You don't belong here. Just get out of my sight already. What were your parents thinking? Letting you in here? That snapped Ochako out of it. Memories of her father's tired face and coming back home from a hard day's work flooded her mind. Images of her mother slaving away over the dinner table, counting up how much their latest project would cost flashed before her. The Gravity Girl's terrified look turned back to her focused glare from before. The ash blonde's face turned from anger to confusion at the sight of her change in expression. My parents spent nearly every lien they had to help me get here. The rosy-cheeked girl clenched her fist tight. They sacrificed so much to help me get here. I may have been scared, but I've got too much riding on me to give up now. You want to win that bad, you gotta get through me. The girl finished with a strained, but bright and hopeful smile as she got into a fighting stance. Katsuki had grown quiet over her speech, his bangs overshadowing his eyes. His plans continued to crackle with fire, slowly growing bigger and bigger. You're just like him. Now it was Uraraka's turn to become confused, lowering her guard a little. What do you? You're just like him. The ash blonde barked, cutting her off. Always putting on a smile, pretending you're not worthless, saying you'll be a hero no matter what I do to you. Why don't you just stay down, Deku? Deku. Ochako was utterly confused by the odd name but had no time to figure it out as Bakugo came sprinting at her at top speed, his right hand pulled back and ready to fire. The Gravity Girl was too in shock to move, and could only watch as the bomb boy drew closer and closer. Watch out for his right hook. The words suddenly appeared in the rosy-cheeked girl's mind, and as Bakugo closed in, her body moved on its own. Ochako leapt to one side out of the Bakugo's blast radius, taking the bomb boy by surprise. As quickly as she could, Ochako tapped Katsuki on his shoulder, so that when he let off his explosion, he launched himself backwards, thanks to his new lack of gravity. The rosy-cheeked brunette was still caught in the blast, but as she rolled to a stop on the ground, she held a proud smile as she watched her opponent fly towards the outer ring. The crowd began to cheer for the girl's supposed victory, as Class 1 collectively held their breath. Deku smiled at the girl's quick thinking, using her ability to cancel gravity. And the propulsion of Bakugo's blasts was a thing of genius. But he knew Bakugo. He knew how long he'd been training his quirk for, how powerful it could be, and what he could do with it. He also knew that he wasn't going to go down this easily, and that he wasn't going to take this humiliation well. Time seemed to slow for the ash blonde rocketing toward the outside of the ring. What just happened? Did she just predict his movements? She saw him coming and did this. How could this happen? She was supposed to be afraid of him. Terrified. She hasn't been able to fight back since the start of school. She was weak. She was nothing. And she goes and does this to him. Bakugo got a hold of his bearings quick, flipped around in mid-flight, and blew himself back toward Ochako. The Gravity Girl's smile broke as the bomb boy came roaring right back at her. Ochako. Izuku called out, but it was useless. Bakugo thrust both hands toward the bewildered brunette, launching the biggest blast he'd shown since the beginning of the competition. Smoke and flame engulfed half of the ring, and Ochako Uraraka came flying out of the blast, tumbling across the tiled ground until rolling to a stop. Dead silence. Bakugo stood back up, looking down at his downed opponent, who was as still as the dead. Imagine his surprise when the girl started to move. Ochako lifted her head to look at the bomb boy, her left eye swollen from the foot she just took. The two just stared at each other for a while, Ochako with terrified dread in her eyes, and Bakugo with dominance and distaste in his. Snapping out of her shock, Midnight decided enough was enough and struck her whip. Ochako Uraraka is unable to continue. Katsuki Bakugo is the victor. The crowd erupted into boos and jeers at the boy but suddenly stopped as soon as they started when the bomb boy started to approach the girl. They were even more shocked when he offered her a hand. It seemed like he was showing the girl a sense of sportsmanship and respect. But Deku knew exactly what the blasting bully was doing. After all, it was a trick he pulled numerous times back in junior high. Ochako looked at the offered hand, dirt and scraps across her face. She then looked to who it belonged to, the bomb boy who had terrified her since the first day of UA. He had a scowl on his face, but not as ferocious as it usually was. Deciding that it was a decent offer, she raised her hand and took his own. A burning, stinging sensation enveloped her hand, causing her to wince in pain. Before she could pull it away, Bakugo tightened his grip and pulled her close, making her look him in the eye. His signature glowering glare was back on his face, hidden from the cameras and crowd as he spoke. You think you're pretty clever and tough, don't you, Pinky? Well, you failed, because that's what you are. Never forget this moment, where you were beaten by the future #1 hero for all to see. Don't even try getting any stronger, cause you'll never be as strong as me. And no one will. The bomb boy let Ochako go, leaving her staring up at him with wide, horrified eyes. With his face still hidden from the crowd, he gave her an ugly, arrogant smirk before letting it fall into his placid frown, turning and walking away. Ochako Uraraka was left frozen on her knees. She felt her eyes start to water and tiny droplets began dripping down her face. She got up on her feet and headed the other way, walking as fast as she could to the way back inside. The crowd was cheering and applauding the supposed kind gesture of the bomb boy, but the girls of Class 1A, after spending as long as they had with Bakugo, were not convinced by his supposed act of kindness. Well, look at that. Guess he's got a soft spot after all. The skin-hardening boy smiled as he put his hands behind his head. He then felt a series of scathing eyes belonging to the Wana girls and grew nervous. What? Kirishima, you are such a blockhead. Izuku thundered as she stood and headed out of the bleachers, with the rest of the girls following her behind. The rest of the boys only gave the red-headed boy disapproving looks and disappointed shakes of their head, making the harsh-skinned boy all the more confused. Nice to see that UAS finally beat some manners into that boy. Mitsuki huffed as she held her folded arms with a proud smile on her face. Gotta hand it to the little lady, too. She really gave my boy a run for his money at the last second. Inko was barely listening to her old friend as she watched the small brunette hurry back inside. It was horrible to see what Katsuki had done to her throughout the entire match. She barely had a chance to defend herself. A sick feeling came to the distraught mother as Ochako disappeared back into the inner structure of the stadium. Izuku and Katsuki used to be friends back when they were children, but when he was diagnosed as quirkless, her little boy didn't seem to want to play with little Bakugo anymore. And over time, she recalled memories of her special boy coming home, fiddling with his clothes and casting his eyes down with a forced smile on his face, a clear sign that he was hiding something. Was Bakugo ... Had Katsuki treated Izuku the same way he hurt that girl? Itsuka and the Wana girls headed down the hallway, desperate to find their defeated friend when the last person they wanted to run into approached them from the other end. You, the big fist girl stored up to the trigger-happy blonde, her face contorted in unrestrained fury. You mad, uncaring, merciless son of a... Bakugo raised an open and crackling palm at the girl, stopping her in her tracks, along with the rest of the girls. He held a smug, superior smirk as he held his hand out, ready to strike if need be. You're a monster. The redhead spat as she took a regretful step back. I'm the best, and there's nothing you can do about it, Katsuki stated resolutely. I'm going to tell everyone about what you've done ... What you've been doing to her, to all of us. Itsuka spread her arms out to emphasize the whole class. Bakugo chuckled. Go ahead ... Tell them whatever you want. But they wouldn't dare kick me out. Not with the power I have. Face it, there's just no getting rid of me. Now, out of my way. Extras. Itsuka stepped out of the blasting blonde out of reflex, which Bakugo enjoyed all the more. The glowering faces of the rest of the girls did nothing to weigh on him. As he stalked his way back to the bleachers, his head held high and a strut in his step. If he thinks he's safe just because of his quirk ... He's in for a rude awakening. Gyro growled under her breath. Come on, we need to find Ochako, Itsuka ordered, leading the girls away from the smug bomb boy and down the halls to where the gravity girl had to be. Deku walked through the inner hallways of the UA Stadium, his mind replaying the horror show he and everyone else had witnessed only moments ago. Every blast struck caused him to relive every waking nightmare he gained while living under Bakugo's thumb. He finally reached his destination, the waiting room for all combatants of the tournament. The sound of someone talking reached his ears, and he already knew who it was. He found the door to be open, but leaned against the wall and peeked inside without being noticed. Hi, Dad ... Yeah, I'm okay. No, I don't need the hospital. Recovery girl used her quirk on me, and now I'm fine. Huh, oh yeah, sorry for scaring you like that. I didn't want to give up, you know. The gravity girl's voice started to crack. Deku was still listening when Itsuka, along with the rest of the Wana girls, showed up. Before the big sis could ask why he was here, he put his finger to his lips and pointed to the inside of the room. Itsuka realized what was going on, and motioned for the rest of the girls to stay quiet. My friends kept telling me not to fight him, that there was no shame in forfeiting. But I didn't want to let you down. You sacrificed so much to help me get here, and ... and I want to make it up to you. I want to give you and Mom the life you deserve. The sound of tears falling to the ground came to their ears next. And as Deku looked closer in, he saw the gravity girl weeping into her phone. I'm sorry, Daddy. I don't know if I can do this. As soon as the words left her lips, Ochako broke down into heavy, body-racking sobs. Itsuka and Deku looked from her to each other. The green-hooded boy nodded for her to go in, seeing as she had known Ochako longer, and he was just a stranger she met today. The big fist girl and the rest of the female students headed in, scooping up Ochako in a plethora of hugs and tears. Deku watched the interaction for a while, wishing he could bring comfort to the tortured angel before him. As Uraraka was swamped with hugs and tears from her school friends, she someone's eyes on her. But when she turned to the doorway where the feeling was coming from, there was nobody there. The villain in disguise walked briskly down the hallway, heading back to his location prior. This is what he does. This is what Katsuki Bakugo does to those he sees as beneath him. He breaks them, destroys them, making sure that they never rise to fight again. He takes their hope, their dreams, and their happiness, all because he can. And he always finds a way to get away with it. Well, that ends today. The boy winced all of a sudden, drawing attention to his hands. In all of his boiling fury at watching the brutal display just now, it hadn't dawned on Deku until now that he had been clutching his fists so tight, he begun to draw blood. Opening his hands, he saw 4 bloody puncture marks in his palm, no doubt from his fingernails. A shaky laugh escaped his throat. He should bandage those up before the big performance. While Bravas managed to hack into the school's mainframe without being noticed, Gentle has undoubtedly disguised himself and set the stage. And Kurogiri is on standby for a quick getaway. The quirkless villain approached the exit to his destined location, the light shining down on him as he ascended the stairs. Everything was ready. It was time to show everyone who he was ... and that he was here. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.